Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗟𝗏𝗟2324 on Wattpad. Now let's start. At the age of 4, Izumi Midoryia was at the park with her mother's friend, and her friend Katsuki, whom she affectionately called 𝐒𝐮𝐬. While there, she spotted an appealing pink flower growing between two bushes, its petals gently ruffled by the soft breeze. Suddenly, Katsuki used his newfound quirk near her ear, startling her out of her trance. He expressed his annoyance at her distraction, explaining that he was trying to get her attention. Izumi apologized, captivated by the flower's beauty, and reached out to touch a petal. To her astonishment, vines began to grow from the flower, wrapping around her wrist and climbing up her arm. Both Izumi and Katsuki stared in amazement at the phenomenon before rushing over to their mothers to share the news. Izumi and Katsuki called out to their mothers, who turned to see them running with excitement. Izumi had the flower adorning her arm, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬, her mother, asked what had happened. Izumi proudly showed her the blooming flowers, while Katsuki observed with a blank expression, though his eyes revealed his curiosity. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 smiled, recognizing the quirk from her childhood, and reassured them that they would visit the doctor to have it registered. After playing for a while, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 made an appointment, and an hour later, she took Izumi to the doctor. Izumi, tired, rubbed her eyes as her mother carried her home. As they entered their apartment, Izumi asked if having a quirk meant her father would come home. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 opened the door and gently replied that they would talk after getting her ready for bed. Once Izumi was washed up and in her pajamas, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 sat beside her to explain the situation. She shared that her father would never return, revealing that he had been involved with someone else long before meeting 𝐒𝐮𝐬. He had only married her to have a child, and when he visited, he brought his new partner along. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had asked him to leave when she found out, and he sent cards in the hope that Izumi would choose to live with him and his wife. Izumi hugged her mother tightly, promising she would never abandon her. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reassured her that she was happy and that perhaps someone out there was looking for her, handing Izumi her all-might doll as a gesture of love. At 6 years old, Izumi had embraced her quirk for 2 years. Her mother explained that quirks sometimes skip generations, which was why Izumi had inherited her grandmother's quirk instead of her mother's. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had started dating a kind man named 𝗪𝗏𝗟𝐼𝐼, who treated both Izumi and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 with love and support, encouraging her dreams of becoming a hero. Katsuki remained her friend, known for his blunt honesty and strength. He often stood up to bullies, pushing Izumi to be more assertive, which was his way of showing he cared. Izumi's quirk was well loved in her neighborhood, causing plants to flourish around her. However, she suffered from pollen allergies, which she tolerated, preferring sneezing over other inconveniences. Her powers would also become less effective during winter, but she cherished her abilities nonetheless. By the age of 9, Izumi, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and 𝗪𝗏𝗟𝗏 had formed a happy family. Izumi discovered that her hero and idol was 𝗪𝗏𝗟𝗏 when he proposed to 𝐒𝐮𝐬, wanting transparency in their new family. Both Izumi and Katsuki participated in the wedding as the flower girl and ring bearer. When Izumi turned 12, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and 𝗪𝗏𝗟𝗏 were expecting a new baby, and Izumi was thrilled about the addition to their family. 9 months later, 𝗪𝗏𝗟𝐼𝐼 was born, with blonde wavy hair and striking blue eyes. On that same day, 𝗪𝗏𝗟𝗏 was injured by his archenemy. After a few days in a coma, he awoke and made a promise to his family that he would retire from hero work once he found a successor. At 15, Izumi was preparing to take the entrance exam for UA High School, the best hero school in Japan. All Might had offered her a recommendation, but she declined, wanting to prove herself on her own. On the day of the exam, she packed everything she needed and shared breakfast with her family, including the 𝗶𝐾𝐽s, who joined them so that Izumi and Katsuki could attend the exam together. As they arrived at UA, Izumi felt nervous until Katsuki playfully set off a small explosion near her face, urging her to calm down and reminding her that she would always follow him. A girl with a bob haircut and a friendly demeanor approached Izumi, commenting on Katsuki's behavior. Izumi explained that it was just his way. As the wind blew, the flowers in Izumi's hair began to fall, releasing pollen that made her sneeze. The kind girl handed her a handkerchief, and after thanking her, Izumi realized she needed to hurry to the exam. The written portion of the exam went better than Izumi had anticipated, and she was ready for the hero exam that awaited her and the other aspiring heroes. Izumi felt a wave of nervousness wash over her as she approached this crucial part of the test. Despite having the best teacher and support, she knew this was her only chance. No backups, just this moment. As she scanned the crowd, she spotted a familiar face, the kind girl who had lent her a handkerchief. Izumi thought about returning it and introducing herself properly, but just as she was about to move closer, a hand pulled her back. It was the serious boy with glasses who had asked a question during the exam explanation. He warned her not to ruin the other girl's chances. Izumi stammered a response, feeling the weight of the gazes around her. She knew she looked fragile with her petite figure, flowers and petals woven into her long hair styled in low twin tails, and her gentle demeanor. The boy suggested that everyone should let the girl focus, which only made Izumi feel more embarrassed. As Present Mic began the countdown, chaos erupted. Everyone rushed in, attacking the point robots, and Izumi realized she was falling behind. Determined to earn points, she sprinted after the others, but her focus wavered. She noticed a girl tripping over debris, about to collide with a damaged robot. Without thinking, Izumi called upon her powers, stopping the girl from falling. When she asked if the girl was all right, she received a sharp retort instead. Undeterred, Izumi continued her quest for points, managing to score a few before a massive zero-pointer appeared, sending everyone into a panic. Fear gripped her as she heard a cry for help. It was the nice girl she had tried to assist earlier, now trapped. Without hesitation, Izumi rushed to her aid, her hands glowing as she summoned nature's power to break the robot apart. In an instant, the once shiny machine transformed into a ruin, overtaken by vines and foliage. Just then, she noticed the girl beside her struggling with an injury. As she helped her, a loud crash echoed nearby, and explosions rang out. Days later, Izumi sat at the dinner table with her mother, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and her younger brother, 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 noticed her daughter staring blankly at her food and tried to get her attention. Izumi snapped out of her thoughts, realizing she wasn't as hungry as she had expected. She excused herself and retreated to her room, which was a colorful mix of hero figures, fairy tale books, and hanging plants. As she reflected on her test results, she felt a sinking feeling. She knew she hadn't made it and began to consider her backup plans, hoping to enroll in the general studies program instead. Just then, there was a knock at her door. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 entered, holding an envelope with a mix of excitement and nervousness. She handed it to Izumi and left her. Alone for privacy, Izumi stared at the envelope for what felt like an eternity before finally tearing it open. A hologram of All Might emerged, confirming that she had passed. At 𝗟𝗶𝐸 Municipal Beach Park, 𝗏𝗏 gazed out at the ocean, reminiscing about the cleanup he had done with his daughter and young 𝗏𝗏𝐽 the previous year. He reflected on his journey to becoming the #1 hero and a teacher, and how he had found a successor for One for All. He had wanted to pass it to Izumi, but she had declined, believing that the power should be transferred based on heart, not family ties. Suddenly, he felt a rush as Izumi tackled him to the ground. She had run all the way to the beach after learning he was there to think. Despite his injuries, he thanked her, but she insisted that it was her who owed him gratitude for believing in her when others did not. Tears streamed down her face as she recounted the struggles she faced, the bullying, and the doubts cast upon her dreams of becoming a hero. Only 𝗏𝗏, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and 𝗏𝗏𝐽 had stood by her side. 𝗏𝗏 reassured her that he would always be there for her, especially now that he was a teacher. In a moment of transformation, he became All Might and lifted Izumi onto his shoulders, a symbol of their bond and her newfound strength. Izumi was busy crafting a flower crown of blue, red, white, and yellow when she placed it on All Might's head. He shared the news that he had been contacted about a teaching job, where they hoped he would find a successor for One for All. As they walked, Izumi looked up at the night sky and asked if he had found someone. All Might replied that he had and hadn't, which piqued her curiosity. When she pressed him for details, he explained that while he had found a successor, he hadn't passed on the power yet. He then expressed his hope that she would be the one to take it. Izumi, embodying her selfless nature, insisted that it wouldn't be fair to give it to her. All Might, concerned about her selflessness, encouraged her to be more assertive if she wanted to be a hero. As they continued home, Izumi pondered his words. The first day of school arrived, and Izumi felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Her mother, Inko, and her brother, Natsu, were there to send her off. After hugging them both, she headed to school, where All Might was already preparing for orientation. Upon arriving at Class 1A, Izumi overheard an argument between Bakugo and Tenya Ida, the boy with glasses from the entrance exam. When Ida noticed her, the attention shifted, and he acknowledged her as the girl who had taken down the zero-pointer. He apologized for doubting her abilities, which surprised Izumi. Bakugo, annoyed by the disbelief surrounding Izumi's strength, made a comment that caught her off guard. Just then, a cheerful voice chimed in, and Izumi turned to see the girl from the exam, Achiko Uraraka. She was thrilled to see Izumi had made it. As they chatted, Izumi was startled by the appearance of Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, who instructed them to change into gym uniforms for a quirk apprehension test, warning that they would miss the first school assembly. Izumi felt anxious about the test, hoping to perform well. The first event was the 50-meter dash against Bakugo, where she didn't fare as well as she had hoped. Next was grip strength, which ended in embarrassment when her vines broke. The long jump and side steps didn't go much better. During the ball throw, she noticed Bakugo offering her a supportive pat on the back. Determined to improve her score, she decided on a sling throw, which ended up matching Bakugo's distance. Despite her efforts, she placed last, but Aizawa's encouragement helped her feel better about her performance. After school, Ida caught up with Izumi as they headed to the train station, where they met Uraraka again. During introductions, Izumi was referred to as Uemi, a nickname given by Bakugo that she found appealing. Days passed, and Izumi, Ida, and Uraraka began to bond during lunch, with Bakugo joining them occasionally. Their morning classes were standard subjects, but the afternoons were dedicated to hero training. All Might was their first teacher for foundational hero studies, and he excitedly announced that they would be trying on their hero costumes. Izumi's costume featured a black leotard with green shorts, a green CRP top hoodie with rabbit-like ears, and a black mesh respirator to protect her from pollen. She wore cream gardening gloves, a red utility belt for first aid supplies, and red combat boots, with pink flower vines wrapped around her arms. Her hair was styled in low twin tails, and she wore her hood up. Being the last to emerge, she noticed Uraraka's appealing costume, Bakugo's fierce attire, and Ida's knight-like outfit. When All Might saw Izumi's costume, he recalled the brainstorming session they had about her design. Flashback: Toshinori had come home from work to find Izumi frustrated with her hero costume sketches. After she expressed her defeat, he encouraged her by pointing out the potential in her designs, particularly one that covered her entirely in a full-body suit. Izumi looked at the design and remarked that it was too plain, expressing her need for some skin to breathe. Unlike most humans, she could absorb carbon dioxide through her skin, similar to photosynthesis, which meant she preferred outfits that allowed for some exposure. Toshinori nodded, removing all the full-body designs until only 10 remained. He emphasized the importance of a color theme that would help people remember her and enhance her quirk. Izumi selected the more outrageous designs, leaving just 4 options. Inko then pointed to an outfit featuring a respirator and rabbit-like ears on the hoodie, suggesting it might be the one. Later, All Might gathered everyone to announce that they would be splitting into pairs for mock fights. He explained that many hero confrontations occur behind closed doors, and teamwork is essential. The pairings were made randomly, with Izumi teamed up with Uraraka, while Ida was paired with Bakugo. As the first match began, Izumi and Uraraka faced off against Ida and Bakugo. Izumi and Bakugo exchanged glances, both hesitant about being on opposite sides. Bakugo smirked, a mischievous idea forming in his mind. He proposed a bet. If Izumi won, he would buy her the dress she had been eyeing. Intrigued, Izumi asked what he wanted in return. Bakugo insisted that she reveal what her father truly did for a living, expressing his frustration over the secrecy surrounding it. Izumi agreed to the bet, shaking Bakugo's hand. The mock fight commenced, and Bakugo unleashed his full power. Having observed him for years, Izumi was aware of his fighting style and weaknesses. She managed to immobilize him by tossing him into a rose bush, a move that left him looking surprisingly defeated. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝗏 was already working to capture Ida, and when Izumi joined her, they coordinated their efforts to bring him down. They successfully captured the villain, but Izumi had to visit Recovery Girl afterward to tend to her minor burns. A few days later, news of All Might's teaching at UA had spread, and it was his day off. He planned to spend quality time with his 3-year-old son, Natsu, while 𝐒𝐮𝐬 visited her ailing mother. As Izumi and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 headed to the train station, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed her concerns about Toshinori handling Natsu alone. Toshinori reassured her, confident in his abilities as a father. Natsu, noticing his dad's gaze, proudly offered him the last piece of his breakfast. Izumi comforted her mother, acknowledging the bond they shared with Natsu and how 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had always been his primary caregiver. Upon arriving at UA, Izumi encountered reporters eager to learn about All Might as a teacher. She quickly excused herself, claiming she needed to visit the nurse. In class, Aizawa announced that they would discuss who should be the class representative. Everyone seemed eager for the role, while Izumi felt less enthusiastic. Ida suggested a voting system, and to her surprise, Izumi won with 3 votes, while Momo Yaoyorozu came in second. Bakugo, annoyed, questioned who had voted for her, only to discover that he himself had cast a vote in her favor. After the announcement, Izumi found herself lacking in appetite. She hadn't expected to win, especially not by such a margin. Bakugo, typically a part of their group, was absent, seemingly preoccupied with something else. As Izumi prepared to take another bite of her meal, alarms suddenly blared throughout the building, sending everyone into a frenzy. In the chaos, she lost sight of 𝗟𝗏 and Ida. Izumi felt the crowd moving around her, pushing her along until Ida stepped in to create some space. In that moment, she realized she wasn't cut out to be class representative, but Ida certainly was. By the time the press left the school grounds, it was time for the students to head home. Izumi, 𝗟𝗏, Ida, and Bakugo made their way to the train station. Suddenly, Izumi heard soft crying and her name being called. She turned to see Toshinori, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and Natsu waiting at the train station. Natsu, why are you here? Izumi asked, glancing at her family as 𝗟𝗏 and Ida looked on with curiosity. We happened to be in the area, and since Natsu spotted you, we thought we'd stop by, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained, handing her crying son to Izumi. You want me to watch him earlier than expected so you and Dad can go on your date? Izumi inquired, taking Natsu into her arms. If you don't mind, Toshinori replied, wrapping a thin arm around 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and drawing her closer. Okay, I will, Izumi said, watching as her parents departed. Wow, they are your parents? 𝗟𝗏 asked, glancing between the siblings and their parents. Yes, that's Toshinori Yagi and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 Yagi, Izumi confirmed, noticing Natsu's excitement as he spotted Bakugo and rushed to give him a hug. Yagi, why is your last name Midoryia while theirs is Yagi? Ida asked, adjusting his glasses. Oh, Toshinori is my stepdad, Izumi explained as they boarded the train. Natsu is their biological son. She nodded toward Natsu and Bakugo, who was holding him. Oh, that makes sense, 𝗟𝗏 said, observing them. Yeah, I was the flower girl and 𝐾𝐿 was the ring bearer. My mom wanted a different wedding from the one she had with her first husband, Izumi shared, recounting memories of her family. 𝗟𝗏 and Ida listened intently until they reached their respective stops. After lunch at UA High, Aizawa announced that the day's training would focus on rescue operations at an off-campus site. Students were allowed to wear their costumes or gym clothes. Izumi opted for her gym attire, complete with gloves, a belt, and a respirator. Why aren't you wearing your costume, Izumi? 𝗟𝗏 asked, missing the cute outfit with rabbit-like ears that Izumi usually wore. My hoodie got destroyed by 𝐾𝐿, so it's with the support department for repairs. I could wear my black leotard and shorts, but I feel like I'd be under too much scrutiny, Izumi explained, recalling Minoru Minetta's creepy expression and thumbs-up gesture. You should wear that next time, Midoriya. You would look really great, Minetta suggested, but he was abruptly silenced by Bakugo's explosive reaction. I don't care what you say, but I really don't want to hear that about you, Emi. Bakugo shouted, entering protective brother mode, as both families called it. I'm sorry for saying that your girlfriend has a great body. Minetta quickly backtracked, earning a fierce glare from both Bakugo and Izumi. That's disgusting. She is not my girlfriend, nor will she ever be. Bakugo declared, lifting Minetta off the ground and glaring at him. 𝗟𝗏 looked to Izumi for comfort after Bakugo's harsh words, but she was surprised to see Izumi snickering. Why aren't you upset? 𝗟𝗏 asked, sweat dropping as she watched Izumi smile. Because it's true. We've known each other for a long time, Izumi replied, tapping her finger against her lip as she thought about their years of friendship. Actually, we've known each other since before we were born. We considered each other siblings throughout most of our school years. Just then, Ida blew his whistle to get everyone's attention. On the bus, Ida was feeling down about the seating arrangements, prompting some students to cheer him up. 𝗟𝗧𝗟𝐜 then shifted the conversation to the rescue training. Midoriya's quirk would probably be the most useful in this situation, 𝗟𝗧𝗟 remarked, sticking her tongue out. Why do you say that, 𝗟𝗧𝗟? Izumi asked, taken aback. Call me Tsu. You were able to bring plant life to a place that had none, and you did it with ease, 𝗟𝗧𝗟 explained calmly. Yeah, not to mention how well it works in combat. You held your own against both Bakugo and Ida, 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐸 Kirishima added, demonstrating his hardening quirk. What? That's really cool, just like a pro. Izumi exclaimed happily. Really like a pro, Kirishima said, flattered by her compliment. My quirk is flashy and strong, Yuga Aoyama chimed in with his usual charm. If you want to talk about flashy and strong, then Todoroki and Bakugo are the ones to mention, Kirishima said, glancing at Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo, who were sitting nearby. Izumi laughed as Class 1A playfully teased Bakugo about his demeanor. What's so funny, Emi? Bakugo yelled, noticing her laughter. It's just different this time. They're teasing you and not me, Izumi replied, wiping away tears of amusement. She noticed Bakugo's anger beginning to fade as he listened. They soon arrived at their destination, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. There, they met the Space Hero 13, the teacher responsible for USJ and one of Japan's most respected environmental rescue heroes. Izumi quickly realized that All Might was not with them. Suddenly, a black vortex opened, and villains began to emerge. Aizawa instructed 13 to evacuate the class and try to contact UA. Class 1A rushed toward the exit but was halted by the portal, which turned out to be a person. Bakugo and Kirishima attacked, scattering most of Class 1A to different zones. Izumi found herself landing in water. Amid the chaos, she failed to notice the villain lurking behind her. Fortunately, 𝗟𝗧𝗟 saved her by pulling them both to the shipwreck in the flood zone. Thank you, 𝗟𝗧𝗟, Izumi said, catching her breath. Call me Tsu, Midoriya, 𝗟𝗧𝗟 replied, her expression neutral. Right, sorry, Izumi said, glancing into the water and spotting Minetta struggling. Tsu. Minetta is out there. 𝗟𝗧𝗟 extended her frog tongue and pulled Minetta to the shipwreck, where he landed on Izumi's chest. Sorry about that, Midoriya, 𝗟𝗧𝗟 said, observing Minetta's awkward landing. With only Izumi, 𝗟𝗧𝗟, and Minetta left in the flood zone, they realized they had been randomly separated into different areas, and the villains were unaware of their quirks. How do you know that, Midoriya? Minetta asked, tears welling in his eyes. Because I would be more useless in the fire zone than here, Izumi explained, pointing toward the burning area. She's right. Both Midoriya and I would be at a disadvantage there, but here we have more of an advantage, 𝗟𝗧𝗟 added, strategizing as they prepared to face the challenges ahead. Ribbit, 𝗟𝗧𝗟 remarked, gazing at the fire. To escape the villains, Izumi devised a plan that required all three of them to collaborate. Izumi leaped out, drawing their attention while also growing seaweed to ensnare them. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 then jumped in, carrying Mineta, who hurled his ball at the villains, causing them to leap into the air, stuck together. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 used her tongue to pull Izumi to a safe spot in the water. A sense of unease settled over 𝐒𝐮𝐲 and Izumi as Mineta hugged them both before being dunked into the water while they discussed their next move. They decided to check on 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 to see how he was faring against the numerous villains and whether he needed assistance, but they agreed to stay out of the way for now. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 fought valiantly to hold them off as Izumi grabbed 𝐒𝐮𝐲 and Mineta, pulling them away from a man with decaying hands. 𝐼𝐼 arrived and directed them toward the entrance where everyone else was gathered. Izumi felt compelled to stay with 𝐼𝐼 and support him as much as possible. She reached the entrance before Bakugo and Kirishima, followed by Todoroki, who explained the situation. They were there to eliminate 𝐼𝐼 at all costs, which made Izumi flinch. They watched as 𝐼𝐼 and the Nomu exchanged powerful blows. Izumi sensed that 𝐼𝐼 was nearing his limit. While she was focused on the fight, she didn't notice that Bakugo and the others were trying to get her attention. Bakugo reached for her shoulder but was thwarted by a bamboo tree that stood between them. Her concentration remained solely on 𝐼𝐼's battle. As 𝐼𝐼 sent the Nomu flying with the last of his strength, dust swirled around him, obscuring the true nature of the struggle. Tamura Shigaraki charged toward 𝐼𝐼, hands raised, ready to strike. Suddenly, bamboo trees shot up to block his path. Turning to see who had intervened, he found the green-haired girl who had ensnared the Nomu with vines. This only fueled his anger that such a small opponent was hindering his goal. Just as he shifted his focus back to Izumi, the sounds of gunfire erupted, hitting his hands and feet. He and the warp gate, Kurogiri, were forced to retreat as Izumi moved closer to 𝐼𝐼. Kirishima attempted to follow but was stopped by 𝐒𝐮𝐱𝐼𝐼, who instructed him to return. Ken Ishiyama was about to do the same with Izumi when he overheard a poignant exchange. Izumi reached 𝐼𝐼 just as he began to deflate, blood trickling from him. She asked if he was okay, prompting 𝐒𝐮𝐱𝐼𝐼 to realize that 𝐼𝐼 had a child, a fact he had never known before. The look 𝐼𝐼 gave him indicated they would discuss it later, so he turned his attention back to assisting. The police began questioning the students about their whereabouts and what they knew. Uraraka scanned the area, noticing Izumi was missing. She asked where Izumi was, and the class turned to look behind them, hoping to see her, but she was nowhere in sight. A detective from the police department informed them that she was with Recovery Girl and 𝐼𝐼, explaining that the same man responsible for the attack had injured her. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 recalled that he had touched her back before she rescued them from the water. Kirishima noted that they had tried to get her attention, but she seemed preoccupied. Naomasa Tsukachi nodded, stating that aside from Ms. Midoriya and the teachers, no one else appeared to be hurt, and everyone should recover quickly. After taking a statement from Ms. Midoriya, they would be allowed to return to school for the day. Tsukachi entered the nurse's office, where he heard a familiar voice thanking Ishiyama for his understanding. He found Yagi in bed, bandaged, with 𝐒𝐮𝐱𝐼𝐼 by the door and the shadows of Recovery Girl and Izumi behind the blue curtains. Tsukachi glanced at Yagi, who nodded in acknowledgement. On Tashinori's day off, after the girls had left, he held Natsu and looked out the window, deciding they should go to the park. He asked his son if he wanted to go, and Natsu enthusiastically shouted, "Park!" with excitement. Tashinori suggested they get dressed before heading out. Natsu dashed to his room, and Tashinori followed, asking what he wanted to wear. Natsu chose a shirt featuring a blue, fuzzy creature who had been made to be bad but was befriended by a quirkless girl to become good. Tashinori helped him change out of his pajamas and into the chosen outfit before heading to the kitchen to pack snacks and juice for their outing. Once they arrived at the park, Natsu began playing on the jungle gym while Tashinori sat on a bench, pulling out a notepad and pen to write. In an abandoned building, a shadowy figure stood by the door, collecting letters that had slipped through the slot. Spotting a particular letter, they dropped the others onto a nearby table, next to some taiyaki, and opened it. "Dear Sensei, I know I haven't updated you lately on what's happening. I just became a teacher at 𝐼𝐼 this year in hopes of finding a worthy successor for One for All. There are 2 candidates I am considering. The first, my own daughter Izumi, turned me down. You remember her as the flower girl at my wedding to 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐬. She has made it to you. In Class 1A with Shoyuta Aizawa as her homeroom teacher. The other candidate is someone I just met this month. I have explained everything to him, and I hope he will be the one to become the next symbol of peace. On a more personal note, my son Natsu will be turning 4 soon. I just hope he will be happy with whatever comes next. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 is doing well, though she worries, especially now that Izumi is training to be a hero like me. I just hope I am making the right choices for everyone. My health is declining faster every time I use my quirk. There is one thing I must ask you. I try to wrap my head around what happened last year with Izumi. It's as if she has no memory of the events. That light I mentioned before, I would very much like to hear your thoughts on it again. Until next time, 𝗏𝗏 Yagi. They took a bite of taiyaki, smiling at the letter and the photo of a family of 4 at what appeared to be a graduation ceremony, with Izumi holding up a document. They pinned it along with others on the bulletin board, which started with a happy couple at a romantic dinner, a wedding, a man in a hospital room holding his newborn son, and a family sitting on either side of him, along with one family member in front of a building with an elderly man. The day after the attack, 𝐼𝐚𝐬 was at a meeting discussing what happened at USA. School was cancelled for all students to recover, and staff gathered to talk about the incident. In the Izumi Midoryia household, 𝐼𝐚𝐬 was preparing lunch for her and her 2 kids. Natsu was watching anime, dancing along with the music. Izumi was in her room, reflecting on the events of the previous day. She watched the video that started it all, where 𝐼𝐚𝐬 saved 2,000 people from a wreck, chanting his most famous quote, "I am here." Izumi lip-synced to see Aizawa hurt and 𝐼𝐚𝐬 collapsing, feeling as if it were all her fault. She didn't hear the knock or notice her mother entering until a gentle tap on her shoulder made her jump. "Mom, don't scare me like that," Izumi said, placing a hand over her heart to calm herself. "I tried to tell you that lunch is ready," 𝐼𝐚𝐬 replied, glancing at her daughter's laptop to see 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐬's frozen smiling face. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 moved to sit on Izumi's bed and turned to look at her. She asked if Izumi wanted to talk about what happened yesterday. Izumi shifted from a questioning expression to one of realization. "Your father always talked to me about hero stuff, his battles, what went wrong, what went right, and what could have happened differently. I'm here to listen," 𝐼𝐚𝐬 said, folding her hands in front of her, waiting for Izumi to speak. "Thanks, Mo. I already know what to do. Maybe next time I'll come to you," Izumi said, smiling. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 nodded and stood up to head out the door. "Well, let's go eat. Your brother is probably eating right now and will likely go after your food next." As soon as 𝐼𝐚𝐬 said that, Izumi jumped from her seat, running to the table and exclaiming, "Not while I'm around," like the hero she aspired to be. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 smiled, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. She felt grateful for 𝗏𝗏, wondering what would have happened if she hadn't divorced him. She watched her kids eat and talk to each other, vowing to cheer them on no matter the challenges they faced. The pain of seeing them hurt and the tears she shed for them were worth it, as long as they stayed strong for a little longer. The world needed them. The next day, before class, everyone was seated, discussing the news and what had happened the day before. Then Aizawa entered, wrapped up like a mummy, capturing everyone's attention with his next announcement. The 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐩 Sports Festival was approaching, the annual event where students had 3 chances to showcase their abilities. It was an opportunity for heroes to see them at their best, hoping to scout new talent. During lunch, Izumi, Uraraka, and Ida were on their way when Izumi brought up something that had been on her mind. She asked Uraraka why she wanted to be a hero. Uraraka blushed at the question, and when Izumi and Ida guessed money, they were surprised by her answer. After Uraraka explained that she wanted to earn enough money to ensure her parents could live comfortably, 𝐼𝐚𝐬 suddenly appeared from around the corner, calling out to them. "Young Midoryia," he exclaimed, making the 3 teenagers turn his way. He held up a bento box that 𝐼𝐚𝐬 had made for him that morning, asking if they would like to have lunch with him. After receiving the go-ahead from Uraraka and Ida, Izumi agreed. Once they were behind closed doors, 𝐼𝐚𝐬 deflated, and a bit of BLD trickled from his mouth. He asked if Izumi wanted tea, and she nodded, moving over to join him on the couch. 𝗏𝗏 then shared the problem he was facing. "You can only use your quirk for 15 minutes now," Izumi said, picking up the green tea he handed her. "Yes, I already passed it on to my successor yesterday during our day off. With 2 years of experience and training, he should be able to use it effectively before the sports festival," 𝗏𝗏 explained, standing to look out the window. "But I want to tell you this as well. I want you to do your absolute best out there. I want them to see you for who you are. You're not that scared child anymore who needed her father or her best friend to stop the bullies. You're growing into yourself. I want you to scream, 'I am here,' to the whole world. Show them that you're here, and you are going to be a hero." Izumi felt a surge of confidence from his words, affirming her resolve. After class, Izumi was the first to open the door, laughing at something 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 had said. When she turned around, she squealed and moved behind 𝗏𝗏𝐽, startled by the group of students in front of Class 1A. She heard whispers about her being the Class 1A angel. "Yeah, that's her. She helped a support department teacher with boxes of parts one day," one student said, while others looked at her with admiration. "She even planted those appealing flowers in front of the school, along with a couple of trees, with the principal's permission, of course." Izumi moved closer behind 𝗏𝗏𝐽 as the students continued to talk. "Not to mention she is very appealing with those flowers, and the fragrance is never overpowering either." Izumi felt shy, not fully grasping how others perceived her. The principal had asked her to restore some of the nature that had been destroyed when the press arrived. She was on her way to the support department to have her hoodie fixed when she noticed a teacher struggling with an overload of boxes. Without hesitation, she offered her assistance, thinking it was a small act of kindness. As she reflected on this, she didn't notice 𝗏𝗏𝐽 moving through the hallway. He growled, demanding that the others get out of his way. A student from General Studies began discussing the possibility of some students moving into the hero program and others shifting out. A student from Class 1B chimed in as well. Frustrated, 𝗏𝗏𝐽 grabbed Izumi by the collar and dragged her along, causing her to blush as she realized everyone was watching them. In the following 2 weeks, Class 1A dedicated themselves to training for the upcoming sports festival. Izumi felt uncertain about what to expect, so she prepared for every possible outcome. She ran in the mornings, practiced her quirk during physical education, and meditated for an hour each evening before bed. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐜 had helped her create this training regimen when she asked for his guidance. Everyone was working hard while balancing their studies, and now it was time to shine. On the day of the sports festival, Izumi was putting on her shoes while her mother stood behind her, expressing her excitement about watching the event on television and recording it. After giving her mom and brother a hug, Izumi left for school. Inko stared at the door, contemplating what the day would bring. She glanced at Natsu, recalling how she felt at his age when she first wanted to see the sports festival. She reminded him not to grow up too fast before cleaning the kitchen. Natsu dashed off to grab his toys, and just then, there was a knock at the door. At school, before the tournament began, Class 1A gathered in their assigned waiting room, changing into their physical education clothes and preparing for the events. Mina Ishido expressed her annoyance at not being allowed to wear her costume, while Masahiro Ojiro explained that it was to keep things fair. Izumi experimented with different vines, unsure of what she wanted to use, until Todoroki called her name. He mentioned that he was stronger than her and made a connection between her and All Might, suggesting that All Might favored her for some reason. Izumi acknowledged his strength but remained determined, stating that she would do her best regardless of the advantages he had. Her confidence surprised everyone, even Todoroki, who reconsidered his earlier comments. Just then, Ida rushed in, announcing that it was time to start. Izumi walked into the stadium with her head held high, one of the first to enter. Other classes followed, Heroes first, then General Studies, Support, and finally Business. Midnight, the 18-plus hero, was this year's referee and host for the first-year tournament. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 was chosen as the representative for Class 1A, and Izumi felt a sense of dread, knowing he would likely say something to provoke the crowd. True to form, he declared he would be the first to compete, leaving Izumi wishing she could disappear at that moment. Class 1A was not surprised by his response. The first event was an obstacle race, a 4-kilometer run. Around the stadium, as everyone gathered at the starting line, Izumi took a moment to observe her surroundings before positioning herself toward the back of the pack. Ida and 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 exchanged glances, shrugging off her decision. When the signal to start rang out, everyone surged forward into a narrow opening, quickly getting stuck. Todoroki used his ice quirk to freeze the path ahead, causing even more chaos. Izumi cleverly avoided the pile-up by climbing to the ceiling, her plants aiding her as she gracefully navigated past the obstacles. In a stadium box, Toshinori watched his daughter's progress with pride. He noted her cautious approach, recognizing her strategy. The first obstacle involved zero-pointer villain robots. Todoroki excelled, freezing one and moving past it before it collapsed, inadvertently landing on Kirishima and a student from Class 1B. Bakugo followed suit, clearing the robots with explosive force, while 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐜 and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢 made their moves. Izumi, recalling her entrance exam, deftly maneuvered past the remaining robots with ease. Toshinori smiled, delighted to see Izumi enjoying herself as she ran. The next challenge was a canyon where students risked disqualification if they fell. Izumi, still moving at a steady pace, created a natural tree bridge that connected both sides of the canyon, allowing her to cross effortlessly. Present Mike took notice, commenting on her unique quirk, overgrowth, which allowed her to control plants. He described her appearance, noting the wildflowers in her hair and the vines that adorned her. Today, she had chosen softer vines of strawberries, which formed a bridge and then vanished behind her, gently lowering anyone who followed. The final obstacle was a minefield. Bakugo caught up to Todoroki, and they raced neck and neck. Izumi paused, surveying the scene and planning her next move. She crouched down and closed her eyes, drawing the attention of the audience as they waited in anticipation. Toshinori beamed, fully engaged in what Izumi was about to do. As she opened her eyes and rose, the ground trembled, causing the students to halt in their tracks. Instead of the mines exploding, a forest erupted beneath them, lifting everyone into the treetops, tangled in vines, while Izumi dashed past them on the ground. Bakugo and Todoroki quickly recovered from their shock and sprinted after her. Present Mike announced the results as Izumi crossed the finish line first, followed closely by Todoroki and Bakugo. Everyone soon followed after. Toshinori gave a small cheer, delighted to see how Izumi had moved from the back to the middle and emerged victorious in the end. He felt proud, exclaiming that she was his girl. All eyes were on her as the next event, the cavalry battle, was explained by midnight. The first 42 students would remain, while the others would be eliminated. She detailed the time and point system, noting that Izumi, being in first place, would start with 10 million points. Each team, consisting of 2 to 4 members, would gain points by taking them from others. As soon as midnight finished explaining, students began forming teams. Izumi, still in shock over her point total, didn't notice the rush of people approaching her. When she finally did, she jolted as many students expressed their longing to join her team. One student called her an angel, while another suggested they could work great together. Suddenly, she felt a familiar hand pulling her away from the crowd. It was 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜, who offered her support. Izumi, with tears of gratitude, thanked her. 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜, a bit nervous, asked if she could be on Izumi's team, explaining that she preferred teaming up with a friend rather than a stranger. Izumi happily agreed, excited to have a friend by her side. They decided to ask Ida if he wanted to join them. However, Ida politely declined, expressing his wish to be a rival and stating he would team up with Todoroki instead. Izumi smiled and gifted him a blue Brunnera flower necklace, telling him she looked forward to competing against him. They then encountered a support student named Mei Hatsum, whose impressive gadgets, which she affectionately called her babies, fascinated Izumi. With one more team member needed, Izumi knew exactly who to choose. Izumi, 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜, Hatsum, and Tokoyami moved to the center, with Izumi positioned on top, Tokoyami at the front, and the girls in the back. As they settled in, Tokoyami asked what the plan was. Izumi, glancing around, simply stated that they would stay put. The others looked at her in disbelief, questioning if she was serious. Izumi nodded, explaining that they would remain there until it was time to move on to Phase 2. Just as she was about to elaborate, midnight started the game. As Izumi had predicted, many students rushed toward her. Ignoring her teammates' concerns, she bided her time until the moment was right. With a swift motion, she created a hedge maze, positioning her team at the center. Present Mike excitedly announced her strategy, noting how she was using the maze to confuse her opponents. Izumi activated the jetpack that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had brought, lifting herself from the center. She instructed Tokoyami to pull them toward the edge of the maze, where one team appeared bewildered by the sudden change. 𝗏𝐿, furious at being outsmarted, vented his frustration by hitting Kirishima on the head repeatedly. Todoroki, caught off guard, froze the plants around them in an attempt to locate 𝗏𝐿's team. Meanwhile, Izumi's team remained outside the maze, collecting headbands from those who ventured too far. Uraraka, trying to understand the plan, asked if they were waiting for everyone to get close to trap them in the maze while they escaped. Izumi confirmed this, explaining that she had to keep the plan quiet to avoid alerting potential threats. This strategy allowed them to avoid the chaos inside while picking off weaker opponents. As they executed their plan, Izumi collected headbands around her neck, unaware of the opponents closing in. Todoroki's team finally spotted them on the outskirts. In a moment of silent victory, Todoroki reached for the headband around Izumi's head, only for Denki Kaminari to point out that it was not a headband at all, but a flower crown. Realizing he had been tricked, Todoroki acknowledged Izumi's cleverness, reflecting on how he had underestimated her. In a private sitting room, Tashinori felt little hands tugging at his breathed legs. Natsu was trying to climb into his lap, while Inko sat beside him, worried but holding his hand as they watched the event unfold. Tashinori remarked on how well Izumi was doing, and Inko expressed her surprise at her daughter's performance. As she reached out to Tashinori for comfort, he reassured her that Izumi was tougher than she appeared. Izumi created another flower crown to sit atop her headband, realizing they needed to turn around to avoid another encounter with Todoroki's team. 𝐒𝐻𝐮𝐬, filled with excitement, noted how well they were doing. Izumi thanked her teammates for their contributions. Just then, midnight signaled that time was up. 𝗏𝐿 leaped out, attempting to reach Izumi, while Todoroki made his move as well, but the time ran out. Nito Minoma, a student from Class 1B, looked defeated, questioning how Izumi had won again. 𝗏𝐿 pointed out that their observations had failed to recognize her potential. Many students from Class 1B echoed his disbelief. 𝗏𝐿, focusing on Izumi and her team, remarked that they had underestimated her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izumi broke down in tears, unable to believe her plan had succeeded. In the private sector, Inko was also moved to tears, and Tashinori smiled at her, encouraging her to let it out. Inko expressed her disbelief, noting how Izumi had won twice. However, when she turned to share the moment with Natsu, he was nowhere to be found. Inko and Tashinori searched for a few moments before they both called out for him. Izumi was overjoyed, having not only won one event but two. Ida, curious about her success, asked how she managed it. Izumi explained that her father had taught her the importance of having a plan behind strength and talent. 𝗏𝐿 recalled hearing similar advice from his own father, while Todoroki remembered 𝐼𝐻𝐼 sharing wisdom that echoed in his own upbringing. During lunch, Todoroki pulled Izumi aside, wanting to discuss her earlier comments about planning. He revealed that he had heard similar words from his father, who had quoted 𝐼𝐻𝐼. He then inquired if she had any connection to 𝐼𝐻𝐼, noticing her nervousness. Before she could respond, the intercom crackled to life, announcing that a VIP child was missing from the campus. The child was described as 3 years old, with blonde hair and blue eyes, named Natsu Yagi. Todoroki observed Izumi's reaction as she turned pale and began to tremble. Concerned, he called her name as she pressed against him, pleading for help to find her brother. With tears streaming down her face, she begged him to assist her. Todoroki suggested gathering their classmates to aid in the search. They found their class engaged in conversation. Uraraka looked up as Izumi and Todoroki approached, explaining that 𝗏𝐿 had dashed off the moment he heard Natsu's name, with Ida in hot pursuit. Uraraka reassured Izumi that they were all there to help. Izumi, overwhelmed with emotion, confirmed that her brother was indeed missing and asked for their assistance, bowing her head in desperation. Class 1A quickly formed teams to search for 𝐼𝐻𝐻, with pairs like 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐻 and 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐸, 𝐼shido and 𝐾AMINARI, and Izumi and Todoroki scouring the first-year stadium. As they called out for 𝐻𝐻𝐻, they heard a faint cry coming from the stairs. Rushing closer, they found 𝗟𝗏𝐼 standing over a sobbing 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Izumi's heart soared at the sight of her brother. She joyfully called out to him, and 𝗟𝗏𝐼, noticing the siblings, asked if she knew the child. Izumi confirmed that 𝐻𝐻𝐻 was her brother, maintaining a respectful distance. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 ran to her, seeking comfort. Izumi quickly checked him for injuries, her concern evident. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 began to cry for their mother, and just then, relief washed over Izumi as 𝐼𝐻𝐻 and their mother arrived. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 congratulated them for finding 𝐻𝐻𝐻, but 𝐮𝐽 rushed to her son, lifting him into her arms. Izumi, curious about their mother's presence, learned that their father had surprised her with VIP tickets to the sporting festival. 𝗮𝐽 explained that he had brought roses and a toy for 𝐻𝐻𝐻, having saved up for the occasion. Izumi expressed her surprise at their father's thoughtful gesture, while 𝐼𝐻𝐻 discreetly stepped away to take a call. 𝗮𝐽 thanked 𝗟𝗏𝐼 for his help, and he responded with a light-hearted comment about keeping a close watch on 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Todoroki felt a surge of anger at his father's remark, suggesting they call off the search. Izumi, meanwhile, sent a message to inform everyone that they had found 𝐻𝐻𝐻. As they made their way to join the rest of their class, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 suddenly lifted Izumi into the air, causing her to land beside their mother and 𝐼𝐻𝐻. The family was taken aback by the unexpected display of power. 𝐻𝐻𝐻, delighted, laughed at the commotion he had caused. 𝐼𝐻𝐻, noticing 𝗮𝐽's distress, suggested that Izumi take care of 𝐻𝐻𝐻 while he calmed their mother. The trio walked in silence until they reunited with their classmates at a table. Upon seeing 𝗂𝐽, 𝗬𝐻𝐻 excitedly called out to him, demonstrating his newfound ability to levitate 𝗂𝐽 and send him flying toward them. 𝗂𝐽 landed with a thud, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Izumi introduced 𝗬𝐻𝐻 to her classmates, who were charmed by his polite demeanor. 𝗬𝐻𝐻 happily greeted everyone, and the girls squealed at how adorable he was. They enjoyed lunch together until 𝗮𝐽 returned to take 𝗬𝐻𝐻 back to their father. Todoroki seized the moment to speak with 𝗮𝐽, sharing his feelings about rivalry and the struggles he faced with his father. Izumi, inspired by her own motivations, expressed her determination to protect those who believed in her, vowing to be a rival who would not let their trust go to waste. As Izumi joined her friends, Yaoyorozu handed her a cheerleading uniform, insisting they all wear them for Aizawa. Mineta and Kaminari had spun a tale to convince everyone to wear cheerleading outfits. Present Mike commented on the spectacle, noting that the Class 1A girls were putting on a show. Izumi felt a bit self-conscious in her outfit as 𝗂𝐽 shouted in disbelief at her appearance. Midnight then explained the tournament event, where 16 students would compete until one emerged as the champion. Ojiro and a student from Class 1B, 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸 𝐿, requested to sit out, citing their lack of memory from the last event. Midnight accepted their excuse and moved on to the next team, who also declined, leading to Tetsutetsu's enthusiastic agreement to participate. The first match was Izumi Midoryia against Hitoshi Shinso. After changing out of her cheerleading uniform, Ojiro pulled Izumi aside to warn her about Shinso's quirk. Toshinori also wished her luck as she prepared for her match. When they faced off, Shinso attempted to manipulate her into leaving the stage, and for a moment, it seemed he had succeeded. The crowd grew anxious as Izumi began to walk away, but just as she reached the edge, roots from a nearby tree ensnared her limbs. Present Mike excitedly noted that Midoriya's quirk was coming to her aid, explaining how her ability allowed plants to flourish and assist her like loyal knights. As the match progressed, a giant flower bloomed, releasing pollen that caused Izumi to sneeze uncontrollably. The crowd murmured in surprise at this unexpected twist. Izumi shook off the effects of the pollen and turned to face Shinso, who was visibly frustrated. As he attempted to approach her, the roots lifted him gently and placed him outside the stage. Once he was out of the way, Izumi addressed him, complimenting his brainwashing quirk and encouraging him to pursue his dreams of becoming a hero. She expressed her belief in his potential and offered him a lavender flower necklace before leaving the stage. The audience erupted in cheers for Izumi's victory, and 𝗀𝐻𝐸 felt a newfound sense of hope. As Izumi exited, she found Toshinori waiting for her. He praised her not only for her performance but also for how she inspired 𝗀𝐻𝐸 to believe in himself. They both turned to see 𝗀𝐻𝐸 walking with newfound confidence. Next up was Todoroki against 𝗂𝐿, and Izumi took a seat with 𝗂𝐼𝐜𝐬 and Tokoyami to watch. The match ended quickly, with Todoroki encasing 𝗂𝐿 in ice and claiming victory. Izumi noted a hint of sadness in Todoroki's expression, while the crowd reacted in shock. The tournament continued with 𝗟𝗵𝐻𝐸 defeating Kaminari, Ida winning against Hatsum, and Ishido overcoming 𝐼𝐜𝐬. Tokoyami triumphed over Yaoyorozu, and Kirishima bested Tetsutetsu. The final match was between 𝗂𝐼𝐜𝐬 and 𝗂𝐵𝐸𝐸, leaving Izumi torn about whom to support. 𝗂𝐼𝐜𝐬 confided in Izumi about her feelings of reliance during the previous event and vowed to trust in her own strength. Izumi made her a pink flower bracelet for good luck. 𝗂𝐵𝐸𝐸 fought fiercely as expected, while 𝗂𝐼𝐜𝐬 displayed her determination, trying her best to reach him. The audience grew concerned for her safety, and some even criticized 𝗂𝐸𝐸's intensity. Izumi, observing the match, commented on the situation, noting how 𝗂𝐸𝐸 had seemingly gone easier on her in their own match. Ida questioned why 𝗂𝐸𝐸 was treating 𝗂𝐼𝐜𝐬 differently, but Izumi defended him, explaining that her victory had come from years of studying his moves and motivations. She believed that beneath his rough exterior, 𝗂𝐸𝐸 had a good heart, hoping others could see that too. Her classmates listened intently, surprised by her defense of 𝗂𝐸𝐸. Izumi felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead as she noticed the curious glances directed at her. Ishido smirked and remarked on the way she spoke about 𝗂𝐸𝐸, teasing her about whether they were dating. Izumi quickly shook her head, insisting that she didn't see him that way. She likened her feelings to setting fire to a forest, emphasizing the depth of their friendship. 𝗂𝐸𝐸 had won his fight, and while 𝗂𝐼𝐜𝐸 bore some minor injuries, she was otherwise fine. With her own match coming up, Izumi made her way to the waiting room, where she bumped into 𝗂𝐸𝐸. She called out to him, asking if 𝗂𝐼𝐜𝐸 had received any help during her fight. 𝗂𝐸𝐸, avoiding her gaze, confirmed that it was all 𝗂𝐼𝐜𝐸's effort, with Izumi merely providing encouragement. Izumi teased him about needing to be more careful with how he was perceived, prompting 𝗂𝐸𝐸 to explode in frustration at her words. In response, Izumi stuck her tongue out at him playfully before darting away. In the waiting room, 𝗂𝐼𝐜𝐸 expressed her gratitude to Izumi and wished her luck for the upcoming round. Izumi then found herself face-to-face with 𝗟𝗏 once more. He acknowledged her presence and commented on her quirk, noting its potential against his son, 𝗄𝐻𝐸. He spoke of 𝗄𝐻𝐸's purpose to surpass all might, hinting at the nature of creation. Izumi countered that nature cannot be controlled, only guided, and added that 𝗄𝐻𝐸 was not her equal. As the match began, Izumi and Todoroki took their positions. Todoroki initiated the fight with a wave of ice, which Izumi countered with her own plant-based abilities. They exchanged blows, and after several minutes, Izumi noticed Todoroki shivering and turning pale. Realizing he was struggling, she used her powers to ensnare him with tree roots. Although Todoroki managed to freeze the roots, he was caught off guard by Izumi's observation about his condition. She urged him to warm up, pointing out that he was only using half of his abilities while others were giving their all. Todoroki, feeling the pressure, clumsily broke free from his icy prison and charged at her. As he reached for her, Izumi dodged and retaliated, but he managed to freeze her arm. Pain shot through her as flowers began to fall from her body. 𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐸𝐻, the referee, expressed concern for Izumi, noting that her plant-based form was vulnerable to the cold. He worried about the consequences of continuing the fight. 𝗂𝐸𝐸 watched intently, his expression serious as he observed Izumi's struggle. He explained to his classmates that if she didn't stay warm, her body would shut down like any plant in winter. His classmates were shocked, realizing the stakes of the match. 𝗂𝐸𝐸 noted that if things continued as they were, both fighters would be in serious trouble. Determined not to lose, Izumi struck Todoroki with a vine WHP, asserting that she wouldn't be defeated by someone who wasn't fully committed. She reminded him that many aspired to be number one, not just him. With renewed vigor, she landed a punch that sent him stumbling. Todoroki, however, refused to rely on his father's power, which ignited a fierce response from Izumi. In a moment of desperation, Todoroki unleashed flames that melted the ice surrounding them, providing warmth to Izumi. As she began to succumb to the cold, Izumi fell to the ground, her eyes closing. Midnight announced Todoroki as the winner, but the atmosphere was somber as Izumi was wrapped in blankets to keep her warm. Todoroki felt a bitter sense of victory, overshadowed by his complicated feelings toward his father. The Yagi family rushed to the nurse's office to check on Izumi, where they found Todoroki already there. Toshinori inquired about her condition, and Recovery Girl informed them that she was merely asleep. She explained that Todoroki's warmth had helped, but they would need to wait for her to wake up. Recovery Girl noted the danger of ice versus fire, revealing that Todoroki's powers could have been harmful to Izumi's health. She expressed relief that Izumi had fallen asleep when she did, as things could have been much worse. Izumi remained unconscious through the rest of the matches until she returned to the area, only to find that Ida was missing. She asked her classmates about his whereabouts, her concern evident. Uraraka was happy to see Izumi bundled up in a blanket and asked if she was okay. Izumi replied that her inner body temperature was still low but improving. Azui noted how strange it was to see Izumi without flowers in her hair, to which Izumi admitted she missed them. The battle between Todoroki and Bakugo began, with Todoroki starting off using only half of his ice power, sending a chill through Izumi. Bakugo encouraged Todoroki to unleash his fire, but Todoroki hesitated. In a final attempt to motivate him, Izumi reached out, and with encouragement from his father and Bakugo, Todoroki activated his flames. However, he was unable to stay within the bounds, resulting in a loss. Bakugo demanded a rematch, but ultimately, Bakugo finished first, Todoroki second, and Tokoyami third due to Ida's family emergency. Izumi received a trophy for her performance, having won the first two events. A few days after the sports festival, Izumi expected a normal day at school, but it turned out differently. On the train, she felt a bit gloomy as she watched the rain when she heard someone whispering her name. Looking up, she saw an older man congratulating her on her performance at the festival. More people began to take notice of her, asking for pictures and flowers, which became overwhelming. When her stop arrived, she hurried off the train, opening the pink umbrella that Natsu had picked out for her. Ida caught up with her, urging her to move faster to avoid being late. She was about to ask him about his brother when he reassured her that everything was fine. In class, everyone was buzzing about their newfound recognition. Aizawa entered, looking better but with one hand still bandaged. He announced that the focus for the day would be on code names, explaining that the third and second years had already made their selections, and now it was their turn. Aizawa revealed the sponsors who had chosen them: Todoroki first, surprisingly Izumi second, and Bakugo third. Izumi felt Mineta shaking her shoulder excitedly until Vines smacked him away. She was astonished by the attention she received from sponsors and pondered how to choose wisely. Unbeknownst to her, Todoroki was watching, reflecting on how he had gotten his sponsorship through his father's reputation, while Izumi had earned hers through her own merit. He recalled overhearing a conversation between his father and someone else about sponsoring them both. That, he decided he needed to speak with Izumi about not accepting his father's sponsorship. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, Cementos was updating the list of sponsors when another name popped up for Izumi. Surprised, he wondered who it could be, and All Might, who was behind him, recognized the name as 𝐿 Rose, a perfect match for Izumi. However, All Might was startled to see Gran Torino, his old mentor, appear. Midnight arrived to help students choose their hero names, ensuring they were appropriate. Izumi already knew her hero name, one that had inspired her for as long as she could remember. She recalled a bittersweet memory from her childhood when Toshinori had comforted her after a difficult day at school. The window had been painted with cruel words, but Toshinori's presence had always lifted her spirits. Katsuki, who had been by her side, had also come up with a hero name for himself, and together they had formed a duo. As the class presented their hero names, Izumi proudly announced hers, Nature Hero, 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Midnight loved the name for its brevity and depth of meaning. Bakugo, finally recalling the name Izumi had given him, shouted, Explosion Hero, Dynamite. After everyone had chosen their names, Aizawa handed them a list of agencies they could shadow the following week, giving them only 2 days to decide. Izumi struggled to choose an agency, and when 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 asked her what she was considering, Izumi lay back, overwhelmed, until a name caught her eye. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐼𝐼. Izumi jumped up, holding the paper that had 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸's name on it. 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 looked at her, curious about the excitement. Izumi explained that after All Might, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸 was her favorite hero. She elaborated that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸 was a world-class hero. Ishido, intrigued, asked what that meant. Izumi continued, stating that very few heroes chose the title of world-class. They were independent heroes who traveled from country to country, taking on various jobs. Kirishima, eager to learn more, inquired about how one became a world-class hero. Izumi explained that they needed to be popular worldwide, to the extent that other countries would pay them for their hero work for a limited time. She mentioned that All Might had once been a world-class hero before settling in Japan after a decade of traveling. Azui pondered the significance of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸's being in Japan, suggesting she must have an important reason for being there. Izumi looked at the name again and decided to shadow 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸's for a week. This decision made Todoroki's heart flutter with warmth, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time, especially since his mother had been in the hospital. Izumi packed her bag, ready to head home, when 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 asked to join her. They turned to see if Ito wanted to come along, but he had already left. Suddenly, an elderly man's voice called out to Izumi. She turned to see All Might and 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐼 approaching. Surprised, Izumi jumped back and rubbed her head. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐼 playfully scolded her for not informing him of her arrival, waving his walking stick. Izumi then noticed All Might shaking slightly and apologized, explaining she thought her father had told him. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐼 expressed his longing to hear from her more often, tapping her legs with his cane. Curious, Izumi asked why 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐼 was there. He revealed he was a substitute teacher, having grown bored after a month of retirement. As they walked down an empty hallway, he congratulated her on winning 2 events. Izumi thanked him, bowing her head. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐼 noted that if it weren't for another student, she could have been the first to win all 3 events in her first year. Izumi was amazed to learn that only a few students in 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸 history had achieved such a feat, and All Might added that she was the first to win 2 games in a row. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐼 then asked if she had found an agency she liked. Izumi excitedly mentioned 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸, her #1 hero, not counting her father. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐼 acknowledged her excellent choice before leaving them. He teased that if she hadn't performed so well, he would have taken her for another run. Izumi approached the building marked with 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸's name and opened the door. Honeyheart, one of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸's sidekicks, welcomed her. Izumi introduced herself, and Honey informed her that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸 had been expecting her. Grateful, Izumi walked to the double doors and knocked. Upon entering, she found 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸 looking out the window. With a smile, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸 introduced herself as the Bouquet Hero, a retired world-class hero now serving in Japan. Izumi, dressed in her new costume, felt the chill in the office. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸 noted that it was time to get down to business. Izumi, shivering, stuttered a request to turn up the heat. Suddenly, something flew toward her, and she caught a red pepper. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸 explained that she had seen Izumi during the sporting festival and believed she could have improved her chances if she could withstand the cold of Todoroki's quirk. She instructed Izumi to study the pepper and learn how to stay warm with it, emphasizing the importance of becoming one with the pepper. After 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸 left, Izumi sat on the floor, contemplating the pepper. She realized she needed to eat it to stay warm. With determination, she took a bite, only to scream as the heat overwhelmed her. An hour later, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸 returned to find Izumi passed out. She instructed Honey to turn up the heat and bring a heated blanket. As Honey complied, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸 noticed the half-eaten pepper and remarked that Izumi had been close to figuring it out. She wrapped Izumi in the blanket. Izumi woke up later to find it was dark outside. Panicking, she exclaimed that she had fallen asleep. 𝐼𝐻𝐿, sitting at her desk doing paperwork, confirmed that she indeed had. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 observed Izumi thoughtfully, folding her hands under her chin. She explained that while Izumi had the right idea, her method needed refinement. Izumi was surprised to hear 𝐼𝐻𝐿 affirm her understanding of her unique body, composed of various plants and elements. As 𝐼𝐻𝐿 prepared to leave, she encouraged Izumi to rest and promised they would continue their training the next day. Back in the chilly office, Izumi held a pepper, contemplating its properties. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. She realized that peppers contained capsaicin, which could help her generate warmth. Determined, she exclaimed her need for more peppers. Honey, holding a bag of peppers, appeared and offered them to her. Grateful, Izumi began to meditate while consuming the peppers, focusing on how to create capsaicin from her own body. As she finished the last pepper, the door creaked open, and 𝐼𝐻𝐿 entered. Izumi excitedly shared her breakthrough, explaining that she could produce capsaicin to combat the cold. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 smiled, acknowledging Izumi's progress in understanding the plants and their inner potential. She informed Izumi that they would test her newfound ability in Shinjuku the following day, which made Izumi shiver at the thought. The next day, as they traveled in a taxi, 𝐼𝐻𝐿 reassured Izumi about their mission, emphasizing the importance of her safety. Izumi expressed her gratitude, realizing that without 𝐼𝐻𝐿's guidance, she might not have discovered this new skill. While on the train, 𝐼𝐻𝐿 teased Izumi about checking her phone for messages from 𝐒𝐮𝐲, to which Izumi blushed and insisted he was just a friend. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 gently reminded her not to wait too long to find love, which made Izumi ponder. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them, with shouts about a fire and a hero in distress. A 𝐼𝐿 crashed through their train car, attacking a hero. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 quickly sprang into action, using her petals to launch the creature away from the train. She instructed Izumi to stay close and only engage if necessary, then leaped out of the train, armed with her rose rapier. Izumi followed, using her vines to propel herself toward the building. The 𝐿 was wreaking havoc on civilians, but 𝐼𝐻𝐿 managed to divert its attention. Just as she was about to subdue it, fireballs struck, causing her to lose her grip on the situation. 𝗟𝗏 arrived, claiming the 𝐿 for himself, and apologized for not being chosen as their ally. As they regrouped, 𝐼𝐻𝐿 received a report about 2 more 𝐿 causing chaos 5 blocks south. She instructed Izumi to search for her friends while preparing for battle. Izumi ran, determined to find 𝐒𝐮𝐲, recalling that he would never abandon those in need. Her instincts led her to a back alley where she spotted the hero killer poised to attack 𝐒𝐮𝐲. With a surge of determination, she summoned a tree root to thwart the attack, sending the villain flying. Izumi rushed to 𝐒𝐮𝐲's side, checking on him as he regained consciousness. He questioned her presence, and she explained that she couldn't stand by while others were in danger. Just then, 𝐿, the hero killer, noticed her and taunted her. Izumi stood protectively in front of 𝐒𝐮𝐲 and the unconscious hero, calling upon nature for assistance. As 𝐿 advanced, Izumi wrapped him in vines, but he retaliated, wounding her shoulder. She cried out in pain, and 𝐿, tasting her BLD, recoiled in shock at its unusual heat. Just then, ice erupted around them as Shoto Todoroki arrived, saving the day. He scolded 𝐿 for his lack of precision and prepared to confront him. Izumi felt a rush of relief as Todoroki caught her, ensuring she was unharmed. Grateful, she thanked him, feeling a mix of emotions as she stood beside her allies, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. If he gets a taste of your BLD, you can't move, Izumi warned, clutching her injured shoulder. Todoroki listened intently, keeping his distance as he unleashed a wave of ice and fire. He was caught off guard when a sword blade grazed his cheek. Izumi, regaining her breath and tending to her wound, managed to catch the blade before breaking it. If he wants BLD, how come you're still standing? Todoroki inquired, his focus still on hero killer 𝐿. I'll answer that later, Izumi replied, using her quirk to shoot roots, thorns, and vines to aid him. Determined to get closer, Izumi, immune to 𝐿's quirk, took the lead while Todoroki provided cover from behind. However, Stain swiftly cut her ankle, disrupting her concentration. With one opponent now focused on her, Stain was momentarily halted by Ida, who had regained his mobility. Ida's return brought a smile to Izumi's face. "I'm no longer letting you hurt my friends. I'll stand by them and fight," he declared, feeling renewed by the sacrifices made by Izumi and Todoroki. Together, the three of them launched a coordinated attack that sent Stain crashing down. "Should you be walking, Izumi? You're losing a lot of BLD, Ida remarked, noticing the red liquid seeping from her injury despite her self-aid efforts. "Oh, that's not BLD, Izumi replied, glancing at the liquid. "What?" Todoroki, Ida, and Native, who was now able to move, asked in unison. "It's juice," Izumi said, looking away. "I stopped producing BLD when I was in junior high," she added with a cheeky smile, rubbing the back of her head. Turning her attention back to hero killer Stain, who lay incapacitated, Izumi suggested they tie him up and confiscate his weapon. "Right?" Todoroki and Ida agreed, searching him for anything useful. Native, now able to move, picked up Izumi, prompting her to blush at being carried. "You don't have to do that," she protested. "Your ankle is injured. It's the least I can do for not helping," he replied, looking up at her. "Hey," Izumi said, glancing back at the boys as they finished their search. She then created a rope vine to secure Stain. As they exited the alleyway, Izumi heard a familiar voice calling her name. Turning around, she saw 𝐼𝐴 rushing toward them. "I see you found him," 𝐼𝐴 said, glancing at Ida and then at Todoroki, who had Stain tied behind him. "Is that?" she began, her eyes widening as she took in the scene. "Over here." They turned to see other heroes approaching. "'Cause," one of them exclaimed upon seeing them. "They're wounded." Another shouted, "I'll call an ambulance." More voices chimed in. Suddenly, 𝐼𝐴 heard the screech of the Nomu that had escaped her, which 𝗟𝗏r was chasing. "Duck!" she yelled, and everyone instinctively dropped down as the creature descended, taking Izumi with it. "Izumi!" her friends and mentor cried out. In a flash, Stain awoke, pulled out a hidden blade, and liked the BLD from a hero's face, causing the Nomu to halt and collapse. He stabbed it right in the head. Izumi managed to escape its grasp, feeling a boot on her back that freed her tangled hair from the Nomu's claw. 𝗟𝗏r arrived, witnessing the chaos. The Nomu he had been pursuing, the heroes he had sent after his son, and the villain he sought standing over the girl who had thwarted his son's rebellion. Never before had he felt such cold hatred and fear emanating from one man. The heroes present and the three students felt it too, until it suddenly ceased. Hero killer Stain stood motionless. The following day, Izumi, Todoroki, and Ida found themselves in the hospital due to their injuries. Izumi was connected to 𝗟𝗏 for a BLD transfer due to her low iron levels. Ida had both arms wrapped and in slings, while Todoroki had only his arm bandaged. "Sorry, Ms. Midoriya, for putting you in here, but the police chief said to keep you three together," a nurse said, attaching the four filled with tomato juice and iron. "It's fine," Izumi replied, dressed in a hospital gown with her shoulder and ankle wrapped. Ida and Todoroki, seated across the room, watched the transfusion in silence. "You guys okay?" Izumi asked her friends, who stared blankly ahead. "So what used to be your BLD is now tomato juice and iron?" Ida pondered, intrigued by his friend's unique anatomy. "Yeah, it's more complicated than that, but pretty much photosynthesis and plant cells make up most of my body," Izumi explained. "Oh, so you're like half human and half plant," Ida remarked, growing more interested. Before they could continue, 𝗟𝐴 and Manuel entered, announcing that they had a visitor, the police chief. Since there wasn't enough evidence to determine whether they had acted in self-defense or not, the credit for the situation would go to 𝗟𝗏r. 𝗟𝗏, Manuel, and 𝗟𝗏r would also face consequences for their actions. "I'm sorry, 𝗟𝗏, Izumi said as the police chief departed. A hand gently ran through her hair. "Don't be. This wouldn't be the first time I broke the rules," 𝗟𝗏 admitted to the three students. "It's not?" Todoroki asked, surprised. 𝗟𝗏 shook her head. "When I was a world-class hero, sometimes you forget about certain laws that one country has and another doesn't," she explained, looking at Izumi. It wasn't anyone's fault. Just remember the rules and laws, she advised, taking a seat on Izumi's bed. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 𝐒𝐮𝐬 said, turning her attention to him. Why? Ida stammered. What did you learn from this? 𝐼𝐻𝐬 asked. I shouldn't have been selfish in trying to find him. I caused all this to happen, Ida reflected, recalling hero killer's words. Revenge and justice are closer together than one thinks, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 replied, noticing their attentive expressions. Remember that I retired from being a world-class hero, she added. Izumi nodded. Well, it's because a fellow hero from the world-class turned villainous, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 revealed, causing all three to look shocked. She continued, a few months ago, the world-class heroes gathered to discuss the ongoing issues. My husband and I were there with the rest of them. 10 world-class heroes went in, and only one came out. I somehow survived, but in the process, I lost my baby that I didn't even know about. All because one man rose through the ranks to kill one hero but ended up killing all of them. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 opened her eyes to see the teens absorbing her story. I desperately wanted to go after him for killing the people I loved and respected. He did all that to kill one hero who didn't save his mother from a villain, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 said, glancing at her 𝗏rapier. The world will always confuse revenge and justice, villain and hero. People could see you as a hero, or they can see you as a villain, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 concluded as she headed for the door. Izumi had stopped searching for him, realizing that he was already gone. However, if he ever dared to show his face again and commit a crime, she would be ready to deliver justice for what he had done. After expressing her thoughts, she left the room, allowing her words to settle in the minds of those present. Izumi remained at the facility for one more day of observation due to the iron-to-juice ratio in her system. Ida and Todoroki had been released earlier that day. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 returned to share stories from her travels, and Izumi found herself captivated by the lessons embedded in those tales. As she reflected on their time at the ice rink, she recalled a moment that had left a significant impact on her. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had stood confidently in the center of the rink, asking Izumi if she understood the purpose of their visit. Izumi had playfully mentioned her discomfort with the cold, to which 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had responded with a serious tone, emphasizing that she was out of her element. With a flourish, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had drawn her rose rapier, and petals had fallen gracefully from its tip, creating a mesmerizing scene. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had challenged Izumi, stating that she was alone and needed to learn to stand strong and fight alongside her allies. This moment had ignited a fire within Izumi, prompting her to take her training seriously. Reflecting on her growth, Izumi acknowledged the wisdom she had gained from 𝐼𝐻𝐬. As they continued their conversation, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 recounted an incident involving Honey Heart at the office. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izumi admitted how much she still had to learn. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 encouraged her, emphasizing the importance of continuous learning on the path to becoming a hero. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had shared her name, Charlotte Lovely Uemi, and explained that an unwritten rule among heroes was to never stop learning. She had seen something in Izumi that reignited her hope, something she hadn't felt in months. Izumi felt a rush of warmth at the compliment from one of her idols. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had expressed that while all might was a symbol of peace, sometimes what people truly needed was hope. She believed that this was just the beginning of a new journey. Before parting, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had asked Izumi to deliver a letter to All Might, which Izumi promised to do. With a smile, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had encouraged her to go forth and spread her seeds of hope, raising her sword high in a gesture of empowerment. The next day, Izumi expressed her gratitude to 𝐼𝐻𝐬 as she prepared to leave. With her spirits lifted, she returned home for the first time in a week. Upon arriving, she handed the letter to her father, who was deeply moved. Her mother had cried tears of joy, and Natsu, using his new telekinesis quirk, had pulled Izumi into a warm embrace. Toshinori congratulated her on her growth and development, grounding her for the weekend as a lesson in responsibility. Later that night, while his family slept, Toshinori found himself awake, reflecting on the day. He cherished the sight of Inko peacefully sleeping, reminding him of the times when both of his girls would wait for him to come home. It saddened him that he often had to prioritize his job over his family, a burden he felt they had come to expect. As he quietly moved through the house, he peeked into Natsu's room, filled with hero memorabilia, and then into Izumi's room, where she had fallen asleep while writing in her hero analysis book. He admired the dedication she had shown over the years, collecting information that could be powerful in the wrong hands. To ensure her safety, he had placed her notes in a secure location. Stepping out onto the balcony, Toshinori opened the letter from 𝐿 Rose. It expressed her gratitude for his support in securing her a hero position in Japan and acknowledged the impact Izumi had on her. She shared her concerns about the hero killer and the legacy they would leave for the next generation, expressing her fears about the challenges ahead. As Toshinori gazed at the night sky, he pondered the truth in 𝐿 Rose's words. He understood the weight of her message and felt a tear escape as he tore the letter, keeping only a small piece as a reminder of their shared mission. They had to prepare the next generation for what lay ahead. On Monday morning, Izumi was anxious about her new hairstyle, which had been cut by Honey Heart, 𝐿 Rose's sidekick. Despite the changes, she was determined to embrace her look. As she entered school, she noticed that she wasn't the only one sporting a new style. Bakugo had also made a change, drawing laughter from Kirishima and 𝗟𝗓. Seeing Todoroki and Ida chatting, Izumi placed her bag down and joined them. Todoroki thought her new haircut made her look cute, and others echoed the sentiment, including 𝗟𝗏, who complimented her. Aoyama playfully added that it was almost as amazing as himself. Bakugo, though frustrated about the incident with the hero killer, expressed his relief that Izumi was alright. As the day progressed, All Might had them participate in a race to assess their progress since their last shadowing experience. Izumi was eager to showcase one of her many new tricks, ready to prove her growth and determination. As the others ran, Izumi used vines to pull herself closer while the swirling vines at her feet propelled her higher into the air. To everyone's surprise, she emerged victorious. After class, the girls were changing when Mineta, unable to contain himself, began commenting on the girls' appearances and what he wished to see. 𝐾𝐭𝐲, fed up with his remarks, used her earjacks to jab him in the eye. The class was preparing for their final exams in a week, and after reviewing their grades, Ishido and Kaminari laughed and cried at how poorly they were doing. Izumi, ranking fourth and trailing Bakugo as usual, suggested to 𝗟𝗏 that they study together on the topics 𝗟𝗏 found challenging. 𝗟𝗏 eagerly agreed. At lunch, most of the class gathered together, including Bakugo, who was discussing what the final exam would entail. While Izumi was enjoying a piece of fried pork, she was unexpectedly elbowed from behind, causing her to choke. 3 classmates rushed to help her until Ida performed the Heimlich maneuver, dislodging the food. Bakugo, furious, grabbed Monoma by the collar, expressing his anger over the incident. Itsuka Kendo approached, disappointed in Monoma's actions, but Bakugo continued to scold. When Bakugo finally released Monoma, Kendo stepped in to apologize on his behalf, bowing slightly. She acknowledged the situation, stating that she felt responsible and would inform their homeroom teacher, Sekijiro-kan, about what had happened. Before leaving with Monoma, she revealed that the final exam would involve fighting robots. Azui looked at Izumi with concern, asking if she was all right. Izumi reassured everyone that she was fine. That weekend, the group studied diligently. 𝗟𝗏, having never visited Izumi's home, was surprised to find it an old-fashioned Japanese-style house bustling with activity. Upon arrival, she encountered a woman who resembled Izumi, with flower-patterned green hair and eyes. 𝗟𝗏 inquired if Uemi was home, and the woman introduced herself as Hinata, Izumi's grandmother. Hinata pointed to the main house, indicating that Izumi was preparing for their study session with 2 others. It turned out that Bakugo and Kirishima would also be joining them. Izumi's grandmother hosted tea ceremonies and taught classes there, and sometimes Inko and Izumi helped out on busy weekends. 𝗟𝗏, fascinated by the tea ceremonies, begged Izumi to perform one, which she did after an intense 5-hour study session. The 3 days of the writing exam flew by, and next came the field exam. Upon arrival, they were greeted by numerous teachers and the principal. It was revealed that following the hero killer's actions, more criminals had emerged, leading to a 2 versus 1 scenario with a handicap. Izumi was paired with 𝗏𝐿 to face none other than All Might. 𝗏𝐿's surprise was evident, and Izumi, overwhelmed, covered her mouth in shock. As the last pair to fight the #1 hero, everyone strategized with their partners. Izumi turned to 𝗏𝐿 to discuss their approach. He suggested they observe the other matches to devise a plan. 𝗟𝗏 joined them, and Izumi encouraged her to watch together. As the matches progressed, Kirishima and Rikido Sato lost to 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷𝐻, while 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and Tokoyami triumphed over ectoplasm. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu defeated Eraserhead, and 𝗟𝗏 and Aoyama won against 13. Iida and Ojiro succeeded against Power Loader, while Jiro and Koji Koda won against Present Mic. Kaminari and Ishido faced defeat against Principal Nizu, but Mineta surprisingly won against Midnight. Now it was Izumi and 𝗏𝐿's turn to face All Might. In the control room, everyone gathered to watch the final match. 𝗟𝗏 questioned why 𝗏𝐿 and Izumi were paired together against All Might, noting that Izumi could have performed well against any teacher. Recovery Girl explained that All Might specifically requested them, which led to a reshuffling of the matches. As Izumi and 𝗏𝐿 entered the arena, Izumi noticed 𝗏𝐿 smiling as he strode confidently down the center. She caught up to him, suggesting they aim to get through the gate and win, but knowing 𝗏𝐿, he was eager to catch All Might. 𝗏𝐿 agreed, expressing his longing to be the ones to surpass the hero. Without waiting for them to approach, All Might charged forward, raising his arm and unleashing a powerful punch that shattered the street where Izumi and 𝗏𝐿 stood. They quickly retreated into an alleyway, watching as All Might declared his challenge. 𝗏𝐿 launched himself at All Might, while Izumi stood back, ready to unleash her vines in defense. When All Might punched 𝗏𝐿 in the stomach, he was sent flying, crashing into the concrete. This sudden impact caused Izumi to lose her footing and fall as 𝗏𝐿 accidentally kicked her, sending her tumbling. The kick lacked force, more like a gentle shove. Izumi quickly called forth a large hydrangea to catch her and used it to propel herself back into the fray. She spotted All Might holding 𝗏𝐿 down with his foot and one arm clenched into a fist. Vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around All Might's hand and foot. Before roots could ensnare 𝗏𝐿, they pulled him down toward Izumi. Gasping for breath, 𝗏𝐿 glanced at Izumi, who was scanning their surroundings before returning her gaze to him. He expressed his annoyance, stating they needed to run to the gate. 𝗏𝐿 acknowledged Izumi's earlier insight about All Might's strength, admitting there was a reason he was the #1 hero. He handed one of his grenade gauntlets to Izumi, requesting her assistance to distract All Might while he made a break for it. However, Izumi smiled and pushed the gauntlet back, teasing him about how badly he wanted to capture their opponent. All Might remained vigilant, aware that they were still present and had not yet escaped through the gate. 𝗏𝐿 emerged from an alleyway, striding toward All Might with determination. For a brief moment, the atmosphere was calm before they both charged at each other. Just as All Might reached for 𝗏𝐿, he dodged at the last moment, hitting the ground in a controlled manner that kicked up dust and noise. When the dust settled, All Might's hand, which had aimed for 𝗏𝐿, was now caught by Izumi, who had managed to secure ℔𝐻𝑛𝐷𝐶FFS around it. 𝗏𝐿 grinned wider as Izumi opened her eyes in disbelief at their success. All Might, pulling his hand closer, congratulated them on achieving what no one else had before he began to cough. Izumi noticed tears in his eyes as he tried to conceal his emotions, sobbing amidst his coughing. In the control room, everyone watched in astonishment at 𝗏𝐿 and Izumi's victory over All Might, and cheers erupted once the initial shock wore off. The next day, everyone awaited their test results. Kirishima, Sato, Kaminari, and Ishido were disheartened at the possibility of not being able to attend the training camp. Feeling sympathetic, Izumi prepared delicious strawberries for them, offering the fruit to lift their spirits. They eagerly accepted, and as they bit into the strawberries, an explosion of flavor delighted their taste buds. They exclaimed in joy, marveling at the fruit. Sato examined the strawberries before turning to a cheerful Izumi, asking where she had found such delectable treats. Ishido, excited, waved her hands, eager to know the source. Before Izumi could respond, 𝗏𝐿 interrupted, pointing at her and stating that the strawberries came from her unique abilities, reminding them that she was essentially a whole ecosystem. Izumi felt a sweat drop at his bluntness. Just then, Aizawa entered the room with papers in hand, announcing that everyone would be attending the training camp. Although Kirishima, Sato, Kaminari, Ishido, and Shiro had failed the practical test, they had passed the written portion, allowing them to go, but they would miss out on the fun activities to focus on studying instead. The class buzzed with excitement about what to buy and prepare for the trip. Since everyone needed different items, they decided to go to the mall as a group. Initially, Bakugo was reluctant to join, but Uraraka, Izumi, and Kirishima managed to convince him otherwise. Todoroki also hesitated but caught himself remembering his mother's words. In a flashback, Rei had asked Shoto if a girl had helped him find meaning again. He confirmed this, and she remarked on how special she must be to him. Shoto reflected on how her words had warmed his heart more than ever. Rei encouraged him to seize any opportunity to spend time with her and share more about it later. The next day, the entire Class 1A was at the mall. Izumi had to bring Natsu along since Inko and Mitsuki were out, both of their husbands working that day. Bakugo was tasked with keeping an eye on Natsu, which he didn't mind. As everyone split up to gather their supplies, Kirishima took Bakugo with him, while Natsu asked to join them and Izumi agreed. This left Uraraka, Todoroki, and Izumi together. Todoroki inquired about what Uraraka needed, feeling a bit upset that she hadn't left them alone. Uraraka mentioned needing bug spray, while Izumi stated she was looking for a water sprayer and a canteen. Todoroki decided he also needed a new canteen. Uraraka left to find her bug spray while the other two continued their search. As they passed a merchandise shop featuring hero killer items, Todoroki posed a question about their thoughts on the hero killer and the League of Villains. Izumi shared her perspective, explaining that while she didn't understand the League's motives, she grasped the hero killer's reasoning. Suddenly, Tamura Shigaraki appeared, grinning maliciously, having overheard their conversation. Natsu noticed his sister's longing to run to her but was held back by Bakugo, who instructed Kirishima to get security. Kirishima nodded and dashed off. Izumi and Todoroki remained calm, avoiding panic as Shigaraki explained his intentions and attempted to isolate Izumi for a conversation. However, Todoroki stood firmly in his way, and Shigaraki, realizing he had missed his chance, fled as security approached. The mall was soon locked down in search of Tamura Shigaraki, but all that remained were two piles of dust with no trace of him. Izumi and Todoroki were questioned about the incident, left to recount the strange turn of events. Then, they were questioned by the police. Once everything was settled, Midoriya emerged with Tsukachi and met up with her father. Izumi looked up at him, then ran into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Tashinori smiled and embraced her, gently asking why she was crying. He reminded her that heroes don't shed tears over a lost battle. Izumi wiped her eyes and explained that it wasn't about that, she had just realized how significant a target he had become. Tashinori nodded, looking thoughtful as he spoke about the challenges of being the #1 hero. He explained that while many see only the glory and fame, they often overlook the shadows that accompany such a position. To be the best, one must always be aware of their growing shadow and strive to match it with the light. When people look up to a hero, they need to feel safe, and the best way to convey that is by showing no fear of the shadows that come with the role. He then glanced behind Izumi to see Inko and Natsu, and together they headed home. Izumi began to understand more about her father's experiences and the burdens he carried as a hero. On the last day of the first semester, the girls gathered at Yaoyorozu's place, excitedly discussing swimming and beaches. Azui suggested they ask Mr. Aizawa for permission to use the school pool, and the others eagerly agreed, unaware that Mineta had overheard them. Later, at the pool, Izumi was in the living room, engrossed in a new fairy tale book her grandmother had given her, while keeping an eye on Natsu until her mother returned from grocery shopping. Once Inko came home, she called out to Izumi, announcing that her friends had arrived. Izumi looked up to see Uraraka and Yaoyorozu in the hallway, grabbed her bag, and left with them. They were the first to arrive at the pool and quickly sought Aizawa's permission. Izumi received a text from Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo, indicating that they were also coming to the pool. Excitedly, she shared the news with the girls, who were amused by her obliviousness to the attention she garnered from the boys. As they settled in, 𝐼𝐼𝐬 suggested they start with some warm-up exercises. Soon, the boys from Class 1A began to arrive. Mineta and Kaminari slid into the pool, greeted by Ida, who explained that 𝗏𝗏𝐽 had heard about their plans for extra practice. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 and Kirishima were the last to show up, and they all began with water exercises before enjoying some fun in the pool. The boys allowed the girls to play while they rested. Izumi used her vines to hit the ball, passing it to Azui, while 𝗏𝗏𝐽 challenged Todoroki to a swim race, with the other boys joining in. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 won the first round, followed by Todoroki and Ida. Just as they were about to continue, Aizawa arrived to announce that their time was up. As Izumi walked home, she paused at the beach park, gazing out at the ocean. Memories flooded back to her first visit there, which had occurred before sunrise. In her last year of junior high, Izumi found herself in the hospital with her father by her side. She asked him how she had ended up there, and he reminded her of the incident with a villain that had caught her and Katsuki. Taking his words to heart, she realized he would never lie to her. The following day, Toshinori took them to the beach for their pre-hero training under government supervision. Izumi and 𝗏𝗏𝐽 spent 10 months cleaning the beach, exercising, and studying for the upcoming year. It was during this time that Toshinori asked her the most important question of her life. As Izumi stared out at the ocean, Toshinori returned from work and noticed her. He asked why she was there, and she smiled, explaining that she was reflecting on where it all began. Today, the hero classes were preparing for their training camp in the woods. Uraraka approached 𝗏𝗏𝐽, excited about the trip, but quickly stepped back, remembering who she was talking to. Izumi comforted her, while Kirishima placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Class 1B arrived, with Monoma displaying his usual charm. Kendo quickly knocked him out, sensing the tension from Class 1A, who were glaring at him protectively. Class 1B apologized for Monoma's behavior, insisting he was not a bad person. Even Vlad King came forward to apologize, taking responsibility for encouraging Monoma's rivalry. Izumi appreciated their apologies and forgave them. 𝗏𝗏𝐽, annoyed, confronted Izumi about Monoma's behavior, questioning whether he ever truly apologized or just let others do it for him. He expressed frustration before heading to the bus. On the bus, Izumi sat by the window next to Ida, contemplating 𝗏𝗏𝐽's words. She felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to see Ida looking concerned. He asked if she was okay, and she shared that she had been feeling a sense of growing up lately. Ida listened intently, offering her a soft smile in response. Ida acknowledged the sentiment about growth before looking up and calling out to his classmates. Izumi observed her friends and classmates, noting how 𝗏𝗏𝐽 had emerged from his shell. He still possessed his charisma but was now allowing people into his heart, revealing a caring side. Todoroki had opened up since the sporting festival, learning to embrace himself and his quirk. Ida had returned to his true self after the confrontation with the hero killer, understanding the genuine purpose of being a hero. Everyone else was also evolving from where they had started. Izumi pondered whether she had grown as well, reflecting on 𝗏𝗏𝐽's words. When they finally reached their destination, they exited the bus to stretch. Izumi gazed at the forest below, captivated by its beauty. Soon, Mandalay and Pixie Bob from the wild pussycats emerged from a black car. Izumi couldn't help but fangirl over them until 𝗏𝗏𝐽 pointed out their age, prompting her to cover his mouth. This was when they realized why they were on top of a mountain. Pixie Bob used her quirk to propel them into the beast forest. Since it was private land, they could freely use their quirks here. Mineta, eager to explore, ventured into the forest, where they soon encountered the reason for its name. Koda attempted to use his quirk, but it failed. Izumi quickly figured out how to utilize her quirk, slamming a tree branch as if it were another limb while they devised a plan. In the end, they all fought valiantly. Izumi thrived in her element, taking the lead while supporting her classmates as they began to tire. She handed an apple to Yaoyorozu, who gratefully took a bite of the delicious fruit. Izumi then tossed a sweet strawberry to Sato, who was running low on energy. With renewed vigor, Izumi took down 5 earth beasts. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐸 remarked on how she had never seen Izumi like this, so energized and enthusiastic. Yaoyorozu noted that Izumi was truly in her element, surrounded by nature and free from artificial distractions. After 8 hours of hard work, they finally arrived at their destination, all of them drained and hungry except for Izumi, who felt a sense of freedom she hadn't experienced in a long time. 𝗶𝐵𝐸𝐵 praised the group, especially Ida, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izumi, and playfully called them over for some affection, giving each of the boys a kiss on the cheek. Izumi chuckled behind her hand. Aizawa questioned 𝗶𝐵𝐸𝐵's behavior, to which 𝐼𝐴 explained that she was at an age where she sought companionship. Izumi then noticed a curious child and wondered about his presence. As she spoke about age, she unexpectedly received a paw in the face. She inquired about the child, and 𝗶𝐵𝐸𝐵 introduced him as Kota, 𝗟𝐿𝐴's cousin's son. Kaminari commented on the coincidence of two Izumis. Izumi attempted to introduce herself to Kota, but he tried to punch her stomach, only to be stopped by bamboo. Ida admonished him for attempting to hit a lady as Kota walked away. Izumi recognized the same look in his eyes that Bakugo had noticed too. Later, the girls relaxed in the hot springs, chatting among themselves. Ashido asked Izumi if she could change the scent of the water. Izumi eagerly offered to do so, asking what scent they desired. Meanwhile, Mineta, overhearing the conversation, was determined to sneak over to their spring. He exclaimed that Midoriya was going to change the scent of the water with her body, but Kota intervened, stopping him from climbing over the wall. The girls thanked him, prompting Kota to back away before any of the boys could catch him. A giant flower bloomed and caught him, and Izumi called out to see if she had captured him, receiving several affirmations in response. 𝗟𝐿𝐴 kept watch over Kota as he slept. Izumi knocked on the door after changing, wanting to check on him. When invited in, she poked her head through the door and asked how he was doing, noticing him asleep. 𝗟𝐿𝐴 explained that the shock from the fall had caused him to faint. Izumi inquired about his feelings toward heroes, to which 𝗟𝐿𝐴 shared that Kota's parents had been heroes who were taken down by a villain, leading him to harbor resentment toward heroes. Izumi empathized with Kota's situation, recalling her own past. She shared that she had once hated heroes and villains too, recounting a painful memory from her childhood. Her father had been severely injured by a villain, and she had waited anxiously for news while her mother was in 𝗟𝗶HR with her brother. When she finally received the news of her brother's 𝗟𝗟, it was simultaneously when they lost her father for the second time. Izumi described the moment she saw her father in the hospital, surrounded by tubes and wires, and how she had struggled with her feelings of anger toward him and the world of heroes. As she recounted her story, tears streamed down her face. She explained how her father had ultimately saved her life by jumping in front of a truck, and how she understood the pain Kota was experiencing. After sharing her story, Izumi stood up, turned toward the door, and bowed respectfully, acknowledging the weight of her experiences. Izumi expressed her gratitude for the opportunity to share her feelings, knowing that it was important to her after witnessing Kota's actions. 𝗟𝐿𝐴 reassured her that it was necessary to voice her concerns and that they, as heroes, were there to listen to her, regardless of the size of her problems. She suggested that perhaps Kota needed to meet the right hero who could truly connect with him. As they spoke, they glanced at the sleeping Kota. The following day, Class 1A woke up before dawn to begin their training. Although they had grown, their quirks still needed development. Aizawa informed each student about their tasks, and when he reached Izumi, his instructions surprised her. He directed her to the forest behind them, telling her to immerse herself in nature. He encouraged her to grow plants, explore the woods, and even attempt to communicate with the trees, recalling his thoughts on how to guide her. Principal Nizu chimed in, suggesting that allowing Izumi to roam freely would help her connect with her quirk in its natural environment. True to his words, when Aizawa checked on the class's progress, 𝗶𝐵𝐸𝐵 reported that everyone was exhausted except for Izumi. Aizawa urged her to enjoy the forest, to run, play, and jump, as it was her domain. He watched as she dashed into the trees before turning to 𝗟𝐿𝐴 to ensure she was being monitored. Soon after, Class 1B arrived, curious about what 1A was doing to enhance their quirks. One student noticed Izumi was missing and questioned where she was. Just then, Izumi sprinted by, barefoot and laughing, performing cartwheels while making plants bloom around her. Vlad King remarked on her freedom, and the students of Class 1B felt a twinge of envy. As day turned to night, the students gathered to prepare dinner, making curry together. 𝗟𝐸𝐿 called for Kota to join them, but he was nowhere to be found. Izumi volunteered to bring him his meal, and when she reached him, she found him gazing at the night sky. She attempted to break the ice by mentioning dinner, but Kota was startled that she had discovered his hiding place and demanded to know how she had tracked him down. Izumi explained that she had followed his footprints, noticing the makeshift setup he had created at the cave's entrance. As she placed the plate of food on a box, she turned to leave, but Kota spoke up, asking if what he had heard was true. He wanted to know if she understood his feelings about heroes, villains, quirks, and society. Izumi confirmed that she did. He expressed his frustration, questioning how she could let go of such feelings. Izumi struggled to articulate her thoughts, explaining that someone's actions had changed her perspective. She acknowledged his pain, reminding him that he had lost his world before truly knowing it. As she walked away, she left him with a hopeful thought about the world becoming brighter in time, a statement that lingered in his mind. The next day, while running through the trees, Izumi was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in her head, causing her to stop and hold it. As the pain subsided, she noticed something felt different about the forest. Sensing that she should not wander too far, she decided to return, unaware that a mile away, the League of Villains Vanguard Action Squad was lying in wait. Throughout the day, Izumi felt increasingly off. She approached Aizawa to inquire if the other teachers would be joining them, hoping that their presence would alleviate her discomfort. However, Aizawa informed her that it would only be their group. When she mentioned her headache and the unsettling feeling she had experienced in the forest, Aizawa and the wild pussycats took note but concluded that it was likely just Izumi's quirk developing. Izumi chose to stay close to her classmates. As dinner approached, Izumi's unease intensified. Todoroki noticed her distress and approached her while she was preparing the fire. He asked if she was okay, and she shared her sense that something was about to happen. She described how the forest had felt alive the previous day, filled with vitality and devoid of worries, but today it seemed to whisper warnings. Todoroki listened intently, wanting to understand her experience fully. Izumi admitted that she wished she were wrong about her feelings, which were becoming stronger. That night, the students participated in a test of courage, with each class attempting to scare the other in pairs. Izumi realized she was the odd one out and felt a wave of bad luck wash over her. As the test progressed, her heart began to race, and the pounding headache returned, overwhelming her until she collapsed, trying to make it stop. In that moment, she saw figures that shouldn't have been there. 2 members of the Vanguard Action Squad loomed nearby while the remaining 3 pussycats checked on her. Just as one of them reached for Pixie Bob, Izumi reacted instinctively, summoning vines from the ground to ensnare the villain and protect her friend. Both 𝗟𝐸𝐿 and Tiger looked stunned for a moment before standing in front of Izumi. As whatever had grabbed hold of Pixie Bob released her, she dropped to the ground and turned to face them, now alert to their presence. The lizard-like man examined 3 photos and remarked that they had almost captured her, if not for that little twerp. He confirmed that the girl in the photo was indeed Izumi and questioned whether she was a captor or a target. The woman beside him, wielding a giant metal bar, suggested that she was a target. The lizard man then took a sword from his vast collection. Izumi, aware of their intentions, looked at 𝗟𝐸𝐿, knowing she was trying to reach Kota. She urged 𝗟𝐸𝐿 to warn everyone that there were 10 of them. 𝗟𝐸𝐿 acknowledged that she knew where Kota was but warned that he was in danger. Izumi spotted Kota and a cloaked figure and realized the urgency of the situation. 𝗟𝐸𝐿 instructed her to get Kota at any cost while everyone else fled to safety. Izumi ran as fast as she could, seeing Kota moving backward in fear. The villain removed his mask, revealing himself as Kota's parents' killer. Just as he prepared to attack, Roots sprang up to stop him and sent him flying. Izumi screamed Kota's name as she jumped in front of him. The muscular villain began to taunt her, asking if she knew Bakugo and where to find him. When Izumi remained silent, he lunged at her. She did her best to evade him, but he was too fast and powerful. He pinned her down, squeezing her throat and declaring that he might keep her as a trophy after the battle, enjoying the struggle of his victims. As he tightened his grip, Izumi's cries grew louder. Koda, unable to stand by, summoned water and directed it at the villain. In that moment, something inside Izumi snapped. The overwhelming voices of the forest echoed in her mind, filled with pain and suffering as fire and bloodshed marred the ground. Despite her fear and fading consciousness, a spark ignited within her. A brilliant light emanated from beneath the muscular villain, causing the ground to quake and sending shockwaves throughout the forest. Everyone felt the tremor. Aizawa rushed out, realizing that Izumi's earlier worries were a warning he should have taken more seriously. He dashed toward a villain, executing what he thought was a weak attack until 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 vanished, revealing it to be a decoy. Aizawa understood that his students were the targets. Izumi felt a surge of lightness. She found herself in a blank white space, as if in a dream, yet she sensed the world around her, the wind rustling through the treetops, water cascading from the sky, and the strong soil beneath her feet. When she opened her eyes, she called upon newfound strength for help. Trees came to life, their roots emerging to strike the muscular villain off her. Izumi inhaled deeply as she stood up. Koda watched in awe as Izumi rose, while the muscular villain regained his footing, ready to attack again. Izumi sidestepped and raised her hands simultaneously as the animated tree struck him. She summoned the strongest vines she could muster, wrapping them around him before bringing a branch down on his head, knocking him out. Turning to Koda, Izumi's presence filled him with emotions he couldn't describe. Her head wound had healed completely, the handprint on her neck was fading, and her eyes, once green, now glowed pink. Comfort and hope washed over Koda as he felt the fear he once had dissipate when Izumi moved closer to him. She whispered that they needed to get him to safety, holding out her now uninjured hand. He simply nodded in response. The trees followed closely behind, one dragging the unconscious muscular villain while the others stood guard. Izumi and Koda walked through the forest, the light emanating from Izumi dimming slightly, though her eyes remained pink. Koda spotted Mr. Aizawa running toward them and pointed excitedly. As Aizawa approached, he felt a sense of calm in Izumi's presence, unaware of the events that had transpired. He noticed the two walking trees and the defeated muscular villain. Aizawa instructed Koda to take Izumi back to the other students and leave the villain behind. Koda tugged on Izumi's hand, pulling her with him. Aizawa sprinted toward the remaining 3 pussycats, asking 𝗟𝗟𝐿 to relay a message. He allowed the students to fight, while Izumi, still not fully responsive, summoned another shockwave. 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 and Twice felt it, wondering what had just occurred. Aizawa and the pussycats also sensed it, pausing for a moment before tree branches flew toward the villains, sending Spinner crashing. The trees near 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 began to extinguish the flames consuming them. Twice expressed concern that they had been discovered, while 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 ignited a tree with blue flames. Kendo and Tetsutetsu rushed into the gas to locate its source, while Uraraka and Aussie stood protectively in front of Himiko Toga. Moonfish loomed over them as Todoroki and 𝗟𝗶𝗸 stared, and 𝗟𝗟𝗏's quirk returned with a crucial message. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 was their target, and he should avoid unnecessary fights. Minutes earlier, when Aizawa encountered Koda and Izumi, he instructed Koda to take her back to the others. Just as he was about to leave, Izumi's voice caught him off guard as she warned him that the villains had a purpose for their attack. She explained through tears that they were there for 𝗟𝗶𝗸 and recounted her encounter with the muscular villain, who had pinned her down and mentioned capturing 𝗟𝗶𝗸 while eliminating 2 others. Koda, recalling the details, moved closer to Izumi and expressed his gratitude for her bravery. Izumi embraced him, quoting her father as comfort washed over them. No more tears, heroes don't cry, they smile in the face of danger. Koda looked up to see Izumi's pink eyes smiling down at him, and he felt safe. Clapping echoed from a distance. Izumi didn't need to turn around to know who it was. He was the reason she hugged Koda in front of her, protecting him from any potential threat. 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 observed them, noting the forest's unusual behavior. "So, you're the reason the forest is fighting back," he remarked, watching as Izumi pushed Koda behind her. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 was surprised to see her pink eyes instead of the green he had seen in the photo. He pulled out the picture from the sports festival, where she had longer hair tied in a ponytail. "Still look cute," he said, pocketing the photo. "Man, you're making this HRD on everyone." He moved closer, brushing back her hair and igniting a flower with a flick of his fingers. "Maybe he'll let me keep you after everything that's been happening." Izumi took a cautious step back. "You have the whole forest at your command, but you're not using it wisely," she countered, her voice steady. "We need to change that." Just then, 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 appeared, taking 𝗟𝗶𝐻 by surprise. Shoji jumped up, grabbing Izumi and Kota. He asked if they were all right, his calm demeanor contrasting with the blood trickling from one of his limbs. "Yeah," Izumi replied, hugging his back. Shoji listened intently and heard Tokoyami and 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 nearby. "Quiet," he instructed, remembering to crouch down and away from 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 as Tokoyami apologized. "Why are you all the way out here?" Shoji asked, glancing at Izumi and Kota. "We were heading back to camp after running into Mr. Aizawa, but were stopped by the man with blue fire, forcing us to run this way," Kota explained, still clinging to Izumi in Shoji's arms. Before Shoji could respond, 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 reappeared. "We have to get back to camp," he reminded them, recalling their mission. "Shoji, run back through the way you came," Izumi urged, looking at him. "Why?" Shoji questioned. "That guy destroyed the path to camp, separating us from the others," Izumi clarified, with Kota nodding in agreement. "And both Todoroki and Bakugo were behind us. They can handle Tokoyami," she added, glancing back at 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿. Meanwhile, Todoroki and Bakugo stood back to back, Todoroki using ice to prevent the moonfish from reaching them. "Let me at him," Bakugo yelled, eager to confront the enemy. "You can't, the forest is already halfway on fire. Do you want to trap us?" Todoroki urged, trying to make Bakugo understand the consequences of his actions. Bakugo's frustration was palpable, but before they could argue further, they heard yelling ahead. Shoji was holding Izumi and Kota, who were being chased by 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 had taken out Moonfish during his rampage, and both Todoroki and Bakugo worked together to calm him down with their light. Seeing that Izumi and Kota needed help, Shoji let them down and picked up the fallen student. "Why are you guys here?" Bakugo shouted once things settled. "We were chased away from camp by the guy with blue fire," Izumi explained as Bakugo examined her closely. "What happened to your eyes?" he asked, noticing the change that also caught the attention of the others. Shoji recalled his earlier question. "And why are you all the way here?" he asked. Izumi looked at them, confused. "Is there something wrong with my eyes?" she wondered, unaware of their transformation. Kota chimed in to answer Shoji's question. "The guy with blue fire caught us on our way to camp and chased us here. Then 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 slammed into him, saving us," he said, his excitement reminiscent of a 6-year-old. This reminded Izumi of the villain's intentions. "Bakugo, they're after you," she exclaimed. "Yeah, I heard. Do you know why?" Bakugo responded, annoyance creeping into his voice. Izumi nodded, recalling what Macular and 𝗟𝗶𝐻 had said. "They want to capture you, but I don't know the reason." Kota added, "I know why they want to capture Izumi. They're a bunch of creeps saying she looks delicious." His words caused Todoroki's left side to ignite, Bakugo's expression to darken with rage, and Shoji and Tokoyami to look shocked. Izumi quickly covered Kota's mouth. "We need to head back to camp," she insisted, pointing in the direction Bakugo and Todoroki had originally come from. Kendo and Tetsutetsu found the source of the poison and dealt with it. "If we go this way, we can meet up with 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 and 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿, who are being attacked." Todoroki asked, "How do you know?" Izumi replied, "Something awakened inside me. I can see through the trees as if they are my eyes." Shoji nodded in understanding. Izumi ran with Kota on her back as the others followed to reunite with 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 and 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 and 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 had been pushed back against a tree after Toga took some of their blood more. "I want to see my new friends covered in red," Toga said, holding her bloody knife and blushing with excitement. Suddenly, 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 appeared, causing Toga to back up. "You're here. Just my lucky day. More friends?" Even the guest of honor is here to join me, Toga exclaimed, her smile widening to reveal her fanged teeth. Everyone glanced at Bakugo as she spoke. Izumi approached the girls, only to find they had minor cuts. Toga paused before turning to leave. I would love to play more, but my boss is calling, she said, her blush deepening as she skipped away happily. Izumi informed 𝗟𝗟𝐼𝐜 and 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐸 that they were trying to return to camp but were blocked by the fire. Let's try to find more students. The more we have, the better our chances, 𝗟𝐮𝐲𝐸 suggested, eyeing the wall of flames. So they set off. Bakugo, Todoroki, 𝗟𝗟𝐼𝐜, 𝗟𝐮𝐲𝐸, Tokoyami, Shoji, Koda, and Izumi worked together to find others and stand a chance. Before long, they encountered Kendo and Tetsu, who had just risen from a brief rest. Together, they gathered more students. Izumi created a hidden area for the unconscious students to keep them safe. Aoyama and Koda volunteered to stay with them while the others pressed on. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 called the Nomu and everyone else for the final showdown. Toga had only collected 2 different BLD types. Macular, Moonfish, and Mustard were defeated. 𝗟𝗏𝐽𝐸 warned that time was running out and urged them to stop playing with the other students. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 then asked, once we get Bakugo to come with us, is there a possibility for one more to join? 𝗟𝗏𝐽𝐸 wanted to know who he was referring to. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 smirked as he observed 𝗟𝗏𝐽𝐸's yellow, emotionless eyes widen at the new image Mr. Compress had taken, which Shigaraki wanted to admire. Izumi had pink eyes and absolute control over the forest depicted in the pictures. 𝗟𝗏𝐽𝐸 pointed to Izumi, asking if he could take her, while 𝗟𝗶𝐻 shrugged and reminded him to stick to the plan before vanishing. The rest of the students hurried towards camp but were abruptly halted by 𝗟𝗶𝐻's thunderous applause. Turning around, they saw the Vanguard Action Squad. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 praised the kids, moving closer, causing them to form a circle around him. He warned Bakugo to come with them or face consequences. In response, Todoroki stepped forward and created an ice wall. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 taunted him, melting the ice with ease as the students fled in the opposite direction. Todoroki glanced back at 𝗟𝗶𝐻's turquoise eyes before turning away. It became a tense game of cat and mouse. Bakugo felt the pressure mounting, knowing deep down what he had to do. When they encountered a Nomu, which charged at them with multiple tendrils, Bakugo unleashed his power. In the chaos, Mr. Compress seized Izumi, and Bakugo sustained injuries before the Nomu was called off. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 then proposed a trade, holding Izumi tightly as she struggled to escape. Bakugo stepped closer to the villains, declaring his willingness to go with them. As 𝗟𝗏𝐽𝐸 appeared, Bakugo made one last desperate attempt to fight back, but Mr. Compress used Izumi as a shield, causing Bakugo to accidentally hurt her. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 seized Bakugo, who thrashed in anger and regret, realizing he had harmed Izumi, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth as he was pulled away. Ultimately, they could not locate Ragdoll, but the other pussycats were safe, and all students were treated for their injuries at the nearest hospital. They learned that Izumi had fallen into a state resembling a coma after her power had been overexerted, with no trace of it left behind. Their first loss to villains left everyone feeling uneasy. The next day at school, Principal Nizu, along with Present Mike, Snipe, Midnight, and a visibly upset All Might, gathered to discuss the situation. Nizu asked if All Might was okay as he slammed his hands on the table in frustration, causing concern among the staff. All Might expressed his anger at himself, revealing that Izumi was his stepdaughter, which surprised the others. They discussed how the League of Villains had known the location that only the staff was aware of, and Present Mike suggested there might be a spy among them. Nizu agreed that it was a possibility. Just then, Tashinori's phone rang, revealing a message from Tsukachi about a lead and a team of heroes being assembled, to which Tashinori agreed to join. Izumi took the longest to recover, with doctors finding no physical injuries. All she needed was to wake up. 2 days later, she opened her eyes and saw get well cards on the bedside table. It took her a moment to recall what had happened, as most of it was a blur. The doctor explained that Izumi was experiencing a mild case of amnesia due to the overuse of her quirk. After 2 hours of waking, she asked the nurse if she could move to the window. Izumi sat in a wheelchair, her body exhausted. The doctors warned her classmates that she wouldn't remember anything for the next 48 hours, advising them to avoid sensitive topics. Class 1A stood in front of the door, with Ida taking the lead. He reminded everyone to be cautious about what they said. Kaminari opened the door, and upon seeing Izumi by the window, she smiled and greeted him warmly. Her classmates felt a pang of sadness knowing she didn't remember much. Ida whispered a reminder about her memory loss just as the door opened wider, allowing everyone to enter. However, Mineta, unable to contain himself, blurted out that he had looked through her bag, prompting several reprimands from the others. Izumi looked around, grateful for their visit, though one classmate was missing. Kirishima spoke next, explaining that they would have all been there if Bakugo hadn't been taken by the League of Villains. Izumi, aware of their attempts to cover for Bakugo, reassured them that she had already been informed of everything by the doctors. When 𝗟𝗏 asked if she remembered everything, Izumi admitted she recalled bits and pieces but was okay with not remembering it all. She expressed her relief that everyone was alive and well, which brought a sense of comfort to Class 1. Izumi then looked out the window, confidently stating that Bakugo would return to them soon. Azui questioned her certainty, and Izumi explained that Bakugo was one of them, rude, stubborn, and prideful, but he aspired to be a hero just like the rest of them. She believed he would find his way back, and as tears streamed down her face, she turned to her classmates, smiling brightly despite her emotions. In that moment, Class 1A truly understood who Bakugo was, a part of their family. They cherished their time with Izumi, unaware that her words had sparked a rescue mission for Bakugo among her classmates. Kirishima was determined to save Bakugo and shared his plan with everyone in Izumi's hospital room. Yaoyorozu mentioned that she, along with another student, had managed to plant a tracking device on one of the villains. Todoroki and Ito were also joining the mission to ensure they wouldn't get caught. Izumi, still recovering, couldn't participate but provided them with a crucial insight. She explained that Bakugo would likely refuse to cooperate, and that Kirishima would be their best chance at convincing him. She likened Kirishima to a stubborn pet that only responds to those he likes. Izumi expressed her understanding of their situation and her longing to help, even though she knew she wouldn't remember any of it when they returned. Wishing them luck, she settled back into her hospital bed. Meanwhile, Bakugo remained calm, observing the villains around him in silence. They discussed their twisted vision of society, claiming to be the true heroes while portraying actual heroes as villains. Bakugo felt a surge of anger as he listened to their delusions. Tamura Shigaraki was addressing a conference that included UA's principal, Nizu, and the teachers responsible for the students. Mr. Aizawa spoke, apologizing for the chaos that had unfolded. Bakugo glared at him, filled with disdain for the man who seemed to embody everything he despised. Shigaraki, with his childish demeanor, was infuriating to Bakugo, who had just been freed from his restraints by twice. The villains were downplaying their actions, acting as if they were above the law. Frustrated, Bakugo punched Shigaraki and declared his longing to win like All Might. He recalled the times he and Izumi would watch All Might on television, feeling inspired. Bakugo shouted that his reason for being a hero was to be the best, insisting that heroes always come out on top. His determination was palpable as he expressed his admiration for All Might. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Bakugo, who contemplated escaping if someone entered. All Might burst through, crashing into the wall beside him. Bakugo felt an unexpected wave of relief at the sight of his hero, though he would never admit it. However, the situation quickly escalated as Nomus emerged from different portals, snatching Bakugo from All Might's grasp. The villain Kamui Woods had been holding also vanished, leaving All Might aware of the unfolding chaos. At that moment, Izumi had just finished a call with her mother, informing her that she would be staying in the hospital for one more night and would return the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, she prepared for bed, contemplating whether to document the day's events but ultimately deciding against it, believing it was for the best. In the warehouse, Best Jeanist watched in fear as All for One saved his allies from an explosive attack. All for One retaliated, but MDM Rose, who was also present, deflected his strike. She stood her ground, unafraid, as All for One complimented her quirk, which transformed simple roses into something extraordinary. He expressed a longing to possess her ability, but that would have to wait. Just then, 𝗏𝗏 and the League of Villains emerged from a cloud of gray slime. All for One praised Tamura Shigaraki for his efforts. 𝐿 Rose, observing from a distance, instructed Best Jeanist to stand down as she prepared to assist the students. She created a thorny duplicate that confronted the 4 students, surprising them with her unexpected help. All Might arrived, determined to confront All for One without repeating past mistakes. As they battled, All for One used Kurogiri's quirk to allow Shigaraki and his allies to escape with 𝗏𝗏. In the midst of the fight, 𝐿 Rose rushed toward All Might, urging him to focus on 𝗏𝗏's rescue. She assured 𝗏𝗏 that his friends were waiting for him, pointing out Kirishima, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Ida, who were disguised and trying to get his attention. 𝐿 Rose promised to clear a path for him, and 𝗏𝗏, energized by her words, used his quirk to move toward his friends. With 𝗏𝗏 successfully rescued, 𝐿 Rose stepped back to give All Might room to fight. All Might expressed his gratitude as he prepared to face All for One. The battle intensified, and as more heroes arrived, it became a showdown between All for One and One for All. In the end, All Might emerged victorious, but at a great cost, losing the remaining power of One for All. All for One was apprehended, and 𝗏𝗏 was taken in by the police for questioning. 𝐿 Rose covered for the 4 teenagers, claiming she had seen a group of drunken young adults wandering too close and redirected them. All Might, once again hospitalized, informed 𝗏𝐽 that it was time for him to retire for good. Meanwhile, the League of Villains found themselves in an abandoned manor, where they encountered a man in a tattered hero costume resembling knight's armor, now spray-painted and missing pieces. He appeared disheveled but smiled as he addressed Tamura Shigaraki, revealing that All for One had sent him a message indicating that Tamura was ready. Tamura, filled with anger, demanded to know who the man was, his tone laced with venom. He considered himself the villain who had taken down the world's elite heroes. As he drew a sword from a pocket portrayal, he aimed it at Tamura's neck, declaring it to be 𝗟𝗏. All eyes were on him as he spoke, suggesting they build an army for his king. With that, he walked away from the League of Villains. The next day, Izumi's phone was flooded with calls. Confused and unaware of the events that had transpired while she slept, she learned that it had been a few days since the attack at the training camp. Her father, not All Might but her dad, was all over the news. She read everything about the incident that had occurred while she was unconscious. Ignoring the other calls, she felt a strong urge to speak to her father. When he didn't answer, she turned to her mother. 𝗏𝐽, surprised to hear Izumi call her that after so long, was on her way to Tashinori's room. Izumi struggled to ask about her father, but 𝗏𝐽 reassured her that he was fine, albeit beaten. He had given his all for everyone, and they should be proud of him. As they reached the door, 𝗏𝐽 asked if Izumi wanted to talk to him. Izumi nodded, still holding her phone. She managed to respond affirmatively, her voice trembling. When Tashinori's voice reached her, she couldn't hold back her tears. He encouraged her not to cry, reminding her that heroes hold their heads high and smile for others to see. Despite her tears, Izumi smiled as she repeated his words. Tashinori promised he would be discharged soon and that they would come to get her. When he was finally released, the Yagi family was escorted to Izumi's room. The staff was shocked to see All Might accompanied by a woman and a child holding pink peonies, the same flowers that adorned Izumi's hair and were tied to her quirk discovery. As Tashinori opened the door, Izumi, just finishing her checkup, saw her parents and rushed to them, tears streaming down her face. Tashinori smiled and handed her a gift, declaring that there would be no more fighting from him. He emphasized that his family was his top priority now. He had passed the torch to the next generation, hoping they would carry on the legacy. Natsu, ever the playful one, whispered a secret to his father, prompting laughter from the family. Though Tashinori still felt pain, he picked up his son and stated that there would be no more secrets. He explained that the truth must come out, as many already knew they were a family. He cherished 𝗏𝐽 and expressed how important they were to him, asking if she would stand by him, echoing his proposal to her years ago. Tears of joy filled Inko's eyes as she embraced him, affirming her commitment. 𝗏𝗏 then called 𝗏𝗏𝐽, requesting a 2-day break from calls to spend time with his family. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 understood and kept the media at bay as pictures of them at the hospital began to circulate. The world was learning that All Might had a family. After 2 days, Principal Nizu summoned 𝗏𝗏 to the school. He was already aware of the discussions regarding new student dorms and had spoken to Inko about it, receiving her approval. Inko, a strong woman in her own right, had to be resilient as the wife of the #1 hero and the mother of a daughter following in his footsteps. To prevent future incidents, dorms were being built for the students at UA. 𝗏𝗏 dreaded visiting the Bakugo family, knowing them personally. Mitsuki and Masaru were supportive, but Bakugo asked him why he had kept quiet. There was no anger in his tone, just curiosity. 𝗏𝗏 explained that he wanted to keep his family safe and that he was 𝗏𝗏 to them, not just All Might. He was there to support their dreams, including his daughters. After visiting the Bakugos, 𝗏𝗏 and his family continued to visit the other students' homes, receiving warm welcomes. Moving day arrived, and everyone settled into the new dorms. Izumi was thrilled to have her memories intact, allowing her to continue her journey as a hero. Aizawa stood before the New Heights Alliance dorm, expressing pride that no one had broken the rules this time, prompting the students to glance at their classmates for confirmation. When Aizawa asked if anyone had something to say, Bakugo stepped up. He confronted Mineta about looking through Izumi's bag while she was unconscious, much to Izumi's shock. Aizawa intervened, warning Mineta that any further misbehavior would lead to serious consequences. The students were then given a tour of their new living space, with 𝗟𝗏𝐼 marveling at its size. Mineta was once again warned not to do anything funny. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐬 expressed her concern about how everything seemed smaller compared to where she grew up. Izumi was too busy taking in her surroundings to notice Todoroki watching her. It was time to decorate their rooms, and Izumi's room was on the 4th floor, the only floor with 3 girls. By nightfall, everyone had finished unpacking. The boys were gathered in the common area when Kirishima finally revealed a surprising fact. He couldn't believe that Izumi was the daughter of All Might, the #1 hero. Everyone nodded in agreement, processing this new information. Moments later, the girls joined them. Hagakure suggested a room contest, and everyone was on board with the idea. They began with Tokoyami's room, after some gentle persuasion to see inside. Izumi remarked that it truly suited him. Aoyama's room was bright, while Mineta was on the 3rd floor. They explored Ida's, Kaminari's, and Koda's rooms, where they witnessed a playful bunny leap at Izumi when she tried to pet it. Finally, they visited Ojiro's room. Mineta then questioned why only the boys' rooms had been shown. Izumi raised an eyebrow, pointing out that there wasn't anyone on the 2nd floor, which clarified everything. They moved on to Jiro and Hagakure's rooms next. Bakugo dismissed the contest as lame and headed to bed. Kirishima and Shoji were next, followed by Ishido, 𝗟𝗏𝐼, and Izumi. When they arrived at Izumi's room, she hesitated before opening the door. It resembled a fairy garden, and both sides were taken aback by its charm. Izumi felt embarrassed, hiding her face in her hands. Kirishima admired the hero collectibles adorning the walls, while 𝗟𝗏𝐼 marveled at the fairy tale books, particularly one titled, Tales of the Forest Spirit. Izumi explained that when she was around 5, her mom started dating her dad, and her grandmother would watch her during their outings. To pass the time, they created a series of books inspired by the fairy tales they read together. As she spoke, she accidentally bumped into Todoroki, who boldly asked if he could borrow the book, leaving everyone else in shock at his confidence. The final floor housed Sato, Todoroki, Shiro, Azui, and Yaoyorozu's rooms. Sato was declared the winner after impressing everyone with a delicious cake. Just as they were about to head to bed, there was a knock on the door. Yaoyorozu wondered who could be visiting so late at night. Ida opened the door to reveal MDM Rose, who was dressed in casual clothes rather than her hero costume. She greeted Ida, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Yaoyorozu before walking over to where everyone was gathered. Charlotte greeted them all, and everyone responded with small hellos, curious about why such a prominent hero was visiting. The principal wanted to see her, and she had asked for permission to talk to the group. She looked calmly at the 4 individuals before her and expressed that what they had done was wrong on many levels. She began to reveal that they were there for the class. She had expected that, out of everyone, these 2 would have learned their lesson. Rubbing her face, she continued, acknowledging that she didn't blame them, nor did she blame their fellow students. She reflected that if such an incident had occurred during her time at school, many heroes would have reacted similarly. This statement caught everyone's attention. She noted that they were much stronger than any pro-heroes, and for that reason she was willing to let the situation go. Many had forgotten what it was like to be a teenager, and when faced with villains, most were unprepared for the backlash. As she walked toward the door, she shared her personal opinion that they could have left the 4 alone after the first incident, but they hadn't. This usually indicated that they found them threatening, which meant they were afraid. Before leaving, she asked if they were afraid of their pursuers. Meanwhile, Bakugo stood in the hallway near the elevator, listening in, ready to tell them they were being too loud. Izumi was asleep when she was startled awake by a dream she couldn't remember. Looking around, she recalled she was in the dorm. She lay back for a moment, staring at the live plants swaying before getting up to head to the girls' bathroom. As she got ready for the day, more of her classmates began to wake up. They all gathered in the eating area for breakfast, chatting with one another before heading to class. Upon arrival, Aizawa informed them that they would be developing an ultimate move that was unique to each of them. The purpose of the previous training camp had been to enhance their quirks for a powerful move. They traveled to Gym Gamma for one-on-one training. Izumi watched from the ground level as everyone else trained, trying to think of what she could do. Bakugo had been too busy since the kidnapping incident to focus. Ectoplasm approached her and asked what she was thinking about. She rubbed the back of her head and explained that she had been reflecting on what 𝐿𝐴 had told her during their time together. 𝐿𝐴 had suggested that she should work on her abilities and consider how the nature around her could assist her. Ectoplasm encouraged her to focus on her inner power and let that guide her. Izumi began to create various types of plants from her hands, with the vines transforming into different forms as she contemplated her next move. The door opened, revealing Toshinori. Aizawa questioned why he wasn't resting, to which Toshinori replied that he was fine and still a teacher. Izumi chimed in, suggesting he was simply bored. The others watched, amused by the father-daughter dynamic unfolding before them. Toshinori, noticing Izumi, felt a piece of paper in his back pocket and asked if he could give her a tip. When she nodded, he advised her to 𝐒𝐮𝐬 the trick of the eye when attempting to escape. He then moved on to assist other students. Taking his advice to heart, Izumi created her favorite flower, the peony. She envisioned the wind lifting the petals and carrying them away. Before her eyes, the petals floated around her, but as they detached, they began to fall. Thinking quickly, she folded her hands on top of each other and stretched them out, creating a palm-like shape. She then moved her hands apart, generating a petal storm that knocked Ectoplasm back, disrupting his clone. In that moment, Izumi discovered her ultimate move, Petal Storm. Izumi made her way to the development studio where Power Loader worked. She wanted to know if it would be possible to create a fan to help her control her quirk more effectively. Standing outside the studio, she hesitated until she heard her name. Uraraka approached with Ida, and Izumi explained her intention to add something that would assist her quirk. Just then, the door to the development studio burst open, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴, the support student she had teamed up with, landed on top of her. Power Loader emerged, scolding 𝐿𝐴 for her recklessness and warning her that she would be banned if she continued such behavior. He then invited the hero students inside and explained the process to them, encouraging them to ask questions. Izumi inquired about the possibility of getting a fan to enhance her quirk. Power Loader confirmed that since her quirk was nature-based, a fan could help her manipulate her abilities. He agreed to draft a proposal for approval. 𝐿𝐴 overheard their conversation and excitedly offered her own idea. Izumi ended up with a pole strap featuring wind turbines attached to her back. As soon as 𝐿𝐴 activated the device, pieces of Izumi's hair and flowers began to float toward the turbines, prompting her to scream in surprise. She then turned her attention to Ida, who explained his desired adjustments, while 𝗟𝗟𝐼𝐜 shared her own requests. The group left the studio, satisfied with their plans for improvement. In the end, Izumi received 3 fans. 2 small handheld fans for short distances and 1 medium-length fan for longer distances. They also attached magnets to her black leotard for easy access, with 2 magnets on each side of her red belt. The frames were made of lightweight metal, covered in strong yet light green silk material, allowing her to move swiftly. Izumi had attached lightweight metal to the bottom of her shoes to ensure she remained stable and didn't lose her footing during training. She was prepared to demonstrate her ultimate move at Gym Gamma, where she showcased her new enhancements. Toshinori, still recovering and feeling a bit bored, came to observe their progress. When it was Izumi's turn, his expression brightened. Her arm vines and hair flowers bloomed, and with a swift motion, she opened a medium fan that sent petals swirling through the air. "Petal storm," Izumi declared, as the petals struck the target with impressive force, marking a shift from her usual defensive tactics to an offensive approach. They were so captivated by the display that they didn't notice Izumi had moved until she tapped Toshinori on the shoulder, causing him to jump back. They appreciated the dual nature of her move, which served as both an offense and a decoy. Later that night, everyone engaged in light conversation during dinner. Izumi sensed that Todoroki and Bakugo had been unusually quiet and felt a pang of guilt, believing it might be her fault. After dinner, when Bakugo and Todoroki entered the elevator to head to their respective floors, Izumi joined them, her head downcast. She opened her mouth several times to speak but ultimately turned away. Bakugo, maintaining a calm demeanor, encouraged her to express herself. Izumi hesitated before asking if they hated her now, her voice barely above a whisper. Both Todoroki and Bakugo exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. They simultaneously assured her that they did not harbor any ill feelings. Izumi's voice grew softer as she insisted they did. Bakugo, taken aback by her tears, questioned why she would think that. She explained that they hadn't spoken to her since their arrival. Realizing they had only communicated with others around her, both boys felt a wave of guilt. They began to speak, glancing at each other to decide who would go first. Bakugo took the initiative, admitting it was his fault for not talking to her. He expressed his fear of how she might remember his past actions and his reluctance to engage with her. Todoroki, looking away, acknowledged that his behavior during the sports festival had been inappropriate. He had shut her out after realizing she was All Might's stepdaughter, allowing his own feelings to cloud his judgment. As Izumi looked into his eyes, tears continued to fall. Todoroki bowed his head in apology, admitting he should not have ignored her. Unexpectedly, Izumi hugged him, and he reciprocated. Still embracing Todoroki, Izumi glanced at Bakugo, who wore a small smile. When she pulled away, she pressed the button for the 4th floor. They needed to discuss their plans for the following day. Both boys expressed confusion, prompting Izumi to dash to her room to retrieve something. Moments later, she returned, holding her student analysis book. She explained that everyone considered them the strongest in class, mentioning their classmates Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Tokoyami. Izumi pointed out that Todoroki often worked alone due to his strong long-range abilities, while Bakugo preferred solitude as well. She urged them not to isolate themselves from the class, warning that it could be their greatest downfall. After a brief pause, Todoroki asked what they needed to do. Izumi suggested they consider 2 others to join them. As bedtime approached, Todoroki lay awake, contemplating Izumi. He recognized his feelings for her but was uncertain about their depth. To him, she was remarkable, strong-willed, appealing, and genuinely caring for others, including her friends and classmates. A smile crossed his face as he wondered if she realized the effect she had on him, and he conjured a small flame in his left hand. In her own room, Izumi raised her left hand, causing a rose to bloom. She turned to her side, clutching her heart as it raced. Doubts crept in as she thought he might not see her in the same light. She felt they were too different to be together. The rose settled on her wrist like a bracelet, and she buried her face in her pillow, blushing. The day of the Pro Hero licensing exam arrived, a significant step toward becoming heroes. Izumi marveled at the number of schools present, holding her suitcase containing her hero costume. They were too preoccupied to notice a student from another school enthusiastically shouting, "Plus Ultra," alongside Kirishima. It was Inasa Yorashi from Shiketsu-hai, the second-best school after UA, accompanied by second-year students. Yorashi, noticing Izumi speaking with Todoroki, felt a pang of jealousy at their smiles. Aizawa, upon hearing a cheerful voice, flinched at the sight of Ms. Joke, who greeted him with her usual enthusiasm. She introduced her class from Ketsubutsu Academy High School to UA. Shindo approached Izumi, taking both her hands and complimenting her as the fan favorite from the sports festival and All Might's daughter. Bakugo's friends had to restrain him from confronting Shindo, who continued to hold Izumi's hands. Grateful yet uncomfortable, Izumi smiled, hoping he would release her soon. Todoroki had to restrain himself from getting involved in the situation. They were in the waiting hall, observing the overly tired Yukumura from the Hero Public Safety Commission as he explained that out of 1,540 participants, only 10% would receive their licenses. The room opened up to an arena filled with various sections, and they had 5 minutes to devise a plan. Izumi, Bakugo, and Todoroki all nodded as Bakugo grabbed Kirishima and Kaminari. Todoroki then decided to venture off on his own. Mineta wondered if the rest of them should leave, watching two of their most powerful classmates depart. Izumi insisted they needed to stay together, as they were at a significant disadvantage compared to anyone else present. Ida suddenly realized the connection to the sporting festival, and Izumi confirmed that was why Bakugo, Todoroki, and she had come up with a plan just as the announcer signaled the start. Ketsubutsu Academy then launched an attack against them. Izumi created flowers and released them into the air as she opened her fan, making their first stand. Ketsubutsu Academy countered, attempting to land a hit on them. As Class 1A held their ground, the announcer began announcing participants as they cleared the challenges. Izumi's weak points suddenly turned blue, causing the announcer to spill his coffee in surprise. He announced that the first to pass was Izumi Midoryia, which caught everyone off guard. Bakugo and Todoroki exchanged smiles, aware of the plan. Todoroki turned back to rejoin the main group while Bakugo led Kirishima and Kaminari with him. Ketsubutsu Academy looked on in astonishment at Izumi's accomplishment. Shindo finally noticed Roots holding the orange ball at one of his weak points, along with 5 others. He remarked that he had expected only 1 out of 6. Shindo then crouched down, warning his group to be cautious. As he did, Izumi took out her 2 smaller fans, releasing petals around them. The Ketsubutsu students could no longer see them, but that didn't matter to Shindo as he cracked the ground toward Class 1A, only to find they had already vanished. Tatami Nakagame expressed her shock at their sudden disappearance. In the stadium, Aizawa and Emi Fukukado observed their students. Emi was taken aback by the display of events. Aizawa, in a bored tone, acknowledged their progress, while Emi began to mention Izumi's quirk until Aizawa interrupted her. He explained that Izumi Midoryia was more than just her quirk, she had a keen eye for analysis. Ms. Joke sighed in defeat, acknowledging that Izumi truly was All Might's daughter. They watched as Class 1A escaped, with Izumi organizing them into groups while Todoroki rejoined her. Izumi and Todoroki reached their destination. The plan involved Bakugo taking 2 classmates and pretending they were splitting up, while Todoroki left on his own to create the illusion that they weren't working together. Izumi took the rest of the students as a defensive measure, knowing they were a significant target. She instructed them to split up, and she and Todoroki would aim to gather points. Izumi hoped to secure 1 point, then another with Todoroki, but after giving it her all, she was heading to the waiting room. After helping her classmates escape and splitting them up to assist each other, Izumi entered the waiting area. She looked around for a set of familiar faces when the door opened to reveal first-year student Yorashi from Shiketsu. He recognized Izumi as the first person to pass. He approached her, confirming her identity. Izumi, startled by his sudden approach, replied affirmatively. Yorashi grinned and inquired if it was true that she was All Might's daughter. Izumi confirmed this but politely requested they discuss something else, not wanting to delve into her family life with a stranger, especially since everyone now knew the truth about her lineage. Urashi felt a surge of admiration for her politeness and agreed to her request, asking what she liked. Izumi mentioned her fondness for Katsudon and peonies, engaging in light-hearted conversation until Todoroki entered, scanning the room. Izumi waved at him and ran over, unaware of Urashi's intense glare directed at Todoroki. Todoroki noted that no one else had arrived yet, and they both looked around to confirm it was just the two of them. He suggested they sit and wait for the others, and Izumi leaned against his shoulder, feeling the warmth radiating from him. Todoroki did his best to maintain a neutral expression. Meanwhile, Urashi, having moved on to speak with another person, occasionally glanced over at them. The first group to arrive was Yaoyorozu's, followed by Bakugo's group. Izumi excitedly called out to them as they entered, relieved to see them. Yaoyorozu hugged her, expressing gratitude, though Izumi was unsure of what she meant. Soon after, Uraraka's group arrived, followed by Ida's, marking the last group to pass. All 20 students successfully cleared the first exam. The announcer then informed the 100 examinees that the next exam would take place in a destroyed battlefield where they would need to rescue civilians. The 𝗟𝗵𝐻 company would portray the injured civilians in need of rescue. Izumi shivered at the sight of the fire. Todoroki noticed her reaction and asked if she was all right. She explained that while she had learned to keep her body warm, fire still unsettled her. Todoroki nodded in understanding and suggested she focus on being their rescue center, where they could bring the injured to her. Izumi agreed, smiling as Todoroki returned her smile. As the time to start approached, Class 1A remained together for this round. Their first encounter was with a young boy crying for his grandfather. He asked if they were there to help him. Izumi crouched down to his level and held out her hand, growing a yellow flower that surprised the boy. She reassured him that they would search for his grandfather along with anyone else in need. Handing him the flower, she guided him, signaling the others to bring people back to her. The kid watched Izumi closely, impressed by her progress. He asked what she was doing, and she explained that she was creating an oasis for the injured and children. Trees, some animated, moved around while others served as furniture. She crafted vine hammocks and soft beds from bushes, providing fruit for the elderly and first aid supplies that Yaoyorozu had made for her. The kid noted that she had earned 200 points. Soon, students from Class 1A returned with the injured, and Izumi, along with her animated trees, treated them with basic first aid and made them as comfortable as possible. Shindo emerged with an elderly man, who pointed out the oasis. Shindo was astonished and questioned whether it was allowed. He saw Izumi wearing a Red Cross armband, signaling her role in providing first aid. Izumi approached them, greeting the elderly man and asking how he was. He replied that he had a slight headache, trying to remember his lines for grading. Izumi assured him she would check for any bleeding or injuries, and he nodded in agreement. When she offered help to walk, one of her tree helpers came over. The elderly man admitted he felt too weak to stand, and the tree gently cradled him to a soft bed of bushes. Just as Izumi was about to assist further, Shindo stopped her, expressing his frustration. She calmly stated that her priority was to ensure the safety of civilians and to do as much as possible until the ambulance arrived. As she turned back to the elderly man, Shindo, feeling pressed for time, left her side. Izumi continued to earn points for her oasis, treating the injured as if it were a real emergency. One of the elders asked her what would happen in the event of a villain attack. Just then, a distant explosion echoed behind them. Izumi quickly worked to create a ring of thorns around the oasis for protection and summoned a tree army. Mera observed, realizing that Izumi was preparing to defend the oasis. Meanwhile, the rest of the students continued to bring back the injured while some held off the villain. When the test concluded, Class 1A awaited their results, and when the time came, they all passed. Izumi was elated to see her name on the board. Todoroki was surprised he had passed, especially after his earlier confrontation with Urashi, who had expressed his passion for being a hero, thanks to a friend. Gang Orca had also joined them, and they had worked together. Bakugo reflected on Izumi's words about his need to grow and learned that becoming #1 required more than just fighting villains. He realized that his actions had led to his capture by the villain. 𝗏𝐻𝐻 clenched his fists, acknowledging that while fighting was his strength, he had barely scraped by in rescuing others. Just then Uraraka tackled him, and he felt a slight blush he would never admit to. Urashi, consumed by his own rage during the encounter with Todoroki, regretted losing his chance while Todoroki had saved him from his own mistakes. He bowed to Todoroki, apologizing for the fight. Izumi was overjoyed to finally see her hero license, tears welling in her eyes as she sent a photo to her parents to share her achievement. Tashinori, riding with Tsukachi, received her message and smiled, congratulating her. When Izumi felt a slight pinch at the back of her neck, she slapped it, wondering if something was wrong. Todoroki, concerned, asked if she was all right. She explained that she thought a bug had bitten her, as an elderly woman walked by, discreetly placing a syringe filled with BLD in her bag. Urashi approached them, congratulating them on passing and expressing his lingering dislike for Todoroki. Surprisingly, he asked for Izumi's number, wanting to be friends due to their shared passion for becoming heroes. To Bakugo and Todoroki's horror, she agreed. Shindo also came by to apologize to Izumi, acknowledging that his actions during the rescue had cost him dearly in the grading process. He realized he should not criticize another hero's actions if they benefited the citizens. Tashinori gazed out the window, reflecting on the last thing 𝐿 had said to him about Izumi. Tsukachi interrupted his thoughts, asking if he was considering what 𝐿 had mentioned. Tashinori confirmed that he was aware of Izumi's power and expressed concern that someone might try to take it away when the world needed it most. Back at their dorm, everyone was excited about the upcoming school day. Out of the corner of her eye, Izumi noticed Bakugo and Todoroki leaving the front door, both looking serious. She wondered what they were up to but was interrupted by her phone ringing. Bakugo had invited Todoroki outside to finally determine who was the strongest between them. Still upset about their earlier rescue and his actions towards Izumi, he felt the need to resolve it. Todoroki, aware of the tension, suggested they fight it out, believing that talking might also help, especially since they had scored the lowest in the class. So they fought it. Tashinori was at UA, engaged in a discussion with his successor during a late staff meeting when he noticed young Bakugo and Todoroki heading toward ground beta. Upon arriving, he found Aizawa already there, prepared to intervene. Tashinori observed the two boys as they sparred and spoke, noting that they were releasing pent-up emotions from the past month. He believed Bakugo needed this outlet more than anything, and it appeared Todoroki did as well. Aizawa acknowledged the need for punishment but considered that this was their way of coping with recent events. Eventually, the boys calmed down. Bakugo and Todoroki lay back, gazing at the stars, both out of breath. Bakugo expressed his annoyance at losing to Todoroki, while Todoroki reflected on his feelings of inadequacy. He felt as though he had let All Might down and was frustrated by his perceived weakness. In a moment of vulnerability, Bakugo revealed the root of his frustration, his failure to communicate with Izumi and his feelings of unworthiness as a hero, especially after learning that All Might had been watching over him all along. Tears streamed down his face, and he didn't care that Todoroki was there. He was simply overwhelmed by his emotions. Tashinori tapped Aizawa, signaling that it was time to step in. He reassured Bakugo, reminding him that it wasn't his fault. He shared a memory from the past, recalling the day Natsu was born and the terrible accident that had left him in a coma for some time. He described the moment he awoke to find his family waiting for him, with Inko holding Natsu and Izumi looking lost. Tashinori conveyed the importance of being there for his family and the burden he felt to stay alive for them. He then revealed that he had visited a certain individual that day, and something said during that visit had surprised him. Bakugo and Todoroki listened intently as he explained that this person knew about Izumi. They were shocked to hear this revelation. Tashinori reminded them of the warnings they had received after camp regarding Izumi's unique abilities, which seemed to have attracted the attention of 𝐿 and Tamura Shigaraki. He urged them to protect Izumi, emphasizing that as her friends, they were people she could trust. He expressed his hope that they would excel as heroes while also looking out for her well-being. As the conversation concluded, Aizawa emerged from the shadows, reminding them that they still had chores to complete, causing the two boys to flinch. For the next 4 days, 𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸 and Todoroki found themselves under house arrest, tasked with cleaning up for their earlier fight. Izumi wore a cute yet frustrated expression as she and the others headed to the semester assembly. During the assembly, Monoma began to speak, bringing up the fight and placing blame on 𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸. This provoked a strong reaction from Class 1A, who glared at him in disapproval. Izumi approached Monoma with determination, asserting that his words were unacceptable. She expressed her confusion over his animosity and emphasized that while heroes may disagree, they should always respect one another. Her words resonated with her classmates, and even Hound Dog, the guidance counselor, sided with her, reprimanding Monoma for his harsh comments. At the assembly, Principal 𝗟𝐻𝐬 discussed the new school system and other matters. Back in the dorms, 𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸 and Todoroki were busy cleaning the first floor. 𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸 begrudgingly thanked Todoroki for their earlier sparring session, acknowledging that they both needed it. Todoroki shared his past struggles with anger and resentment toward his father, admitting that while he didn't respect him as a father, he recognized his prowess as a hero. 𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸 related to Todoroki's feelings, noting that he wasn't the nicest person either. They both recalled Izumi's words about the diversity of heroes, leading to a moment of laughter between them. 𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸 playfully called out Todoroki for having feelings for Izumi, and Todoroki confirmed it without hesitation. 𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸 simply nodded in understanding. If anyone hurt her, Todoroki would make sure they faced serious consequences. It was probably the closest thing to a supportive answer he could give. Later that day, everyone returned to the dorm, chatting about classes and optional work studies. Izumi tried to get her classmates to avoid discussing recent events. She pointed out 𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸 and Todoroki, who were giving them intense glares for mentioning what they had missed. Kirishima, curious as ever, asked what she was pointing at. 𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸, annoyed, shot them a long, painful glare, prompting Kirishima to backtrack and say nothing. Izumi, glancing at her phone, announced that she was stepping out to pick up some late birthday gifts from her dad. Uraraka, surprised, questioned why she thought Izumi had already received all her birthday presents. 𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸 explained that these were gifts from Dave Shields, her grandmother, and a few others that always arrived late. As Izumi held the box and read one of the letters aloud, she noted that it was from Dave, wishing her well and mentioning a rising American hero that she might like for her collection. Almost missing the doorframe on her way back, she noticed a face smiling at her. It asked if it was her birthday, to which she replied that it had been on July 15th, and these were just late gifts. The face, still smiling, asked if it could help her with anything. When it inquired about a recent fight, Izumi clarified that it had been her classmates involved, warning that one of them wouldn't hold back if provoked. The face apologized and disappeared before she could ask for its name. In her room, Izumi unpacked her gifts, one from the Shields family, 2 from her grandmother, and another from Sir Night-Eye, her dad's former sidekick. She recalled a conversation with her mother about Night-Eye wanting to borrow her forest spirit books for a case he was working on. A knock on her door revealed Todoroki with trash bags, asking if she had anything to throw away. She handed him the boxes, thanking him with a smile. As 𝗏𝐻𝐻𝐸 and Todoroki's house arrest came to an end, they apologized to their classmates. Aizawa introduced the strongest students in the school, the big 3, Mirio Togata, 𝗟𝗟𝐻𝐸, and Tamaki Amajiki. Izumi recognized Mirio as her dad's successor. Amajiki humorously referred to them as potatoes before turning to face the wall. 𝗻𝐻𝐸 introduced herself and randomly selected people to discuss their features. When she asked Izumi to make her a flower crown, Izumi hesitated but agreed. As everyone gathered at Gym Gamma for a battle against Togata, Izumi was the only one aware of his reputation. She recalled a conversation with her dad, who described Mirio as talented but not particularly bright. Aizawa questioned why she wasn't joining the fight, to which she replied that she didn't want to miss the spectacle. Izumi handed 𝗻𝐻𝐸 a periwinkle flower crown, which prompted 𝗻𝐻𝐸 to show it off to Amajiki. Izumi playfully remarked that she preferred to be called a flower rather than a potato, trying to engage him as Togata prepared for his match against Class 1. Aizawa called Class 1A downstairs that Monday before classes to inform them that a reporter wanted to cover their adjustment to dorm life. Izumi felt a mix of confusion and nervousness at the thought of an exclusive story about them. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐸, excited, encouraged her, but Izumi could only manage a nervous smile. They met Tanio Takuda, the reporter, who would observe them throughout the day without conducting one-on-one interviews. As they went about their morning routine, Izumi chatted with 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐸, Āzui, Ida, and Todoroki, while 𝗏𝗏𝐻𝐸 sat with Kirishima and his friends, casting a wary glance at Takuda. Kirishima and Kaminari laughed, and Izumi chuckled quietly behind her hand, glancing back at Takuda, who smiled charmingly. They left for the school building, bidding farewell to a stray cat as Takuda watched the students being themselves throughout the day. As far as UA was concerned, he was there for a story on the dorms, and as 𝐒𝐮𝐬 news, he aimed to discover 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐷's successor. However, his true goal was to secure an interview with 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐷's daughter, Izumi. The news of 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐷's retirement had shocked the nation, but the revelation that he had a family was equally significant. Most news networks avoided discussing the Izumi Midoryia family, only mentioning them vaguely, so he played it safe by fabricating a story about finding the successor. As dinner time approached for the students of Class 1A, Izumi was outside meditating, feeling the connection to nature around her. She sensed her father, Toshinori, approaching the 1A dormitory. When she opened her eyes, she saw him coming toward her. She wondered why he wasn't home yet. Toshinori explained that he had just finished a doctor's appointment and had stopped by to bring her and her classmates some curry buns. He handed her the bag and affectionately ruffled her hair. Toshinori smiled brightly at Izumi, taking in how much she had grown from a little girl dreaming of becoming a hero to a teenager on her way to achieving that dream. He expressed how proud he was of her, which made Izumi's eyes well up with tears. He acknowledged that all of her classmates had also grown since their first day at UA, and he believed they would continue to become even stronger. After pulling her into a warm hug, he told her that he was proud to be her father, even if he wasn't her biological dad, and that she had made him feel like one. As he turned to leave, Izumi couldn't hold back a tear, touched by his words. As Toshinori walked away, Izumi watched him with a watery smile until she heard a shutter sound and turned to see Takuda emerging from the dorm. He apologized for interrupting their moment, explaining that he had wanted a picture of 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐷 but had also witnessed their emotional conversation. Izumi nervously mentioned that her dad had brought curry buns for the class. Takuda, with his charming smile, revealed that he was a big fan of her father, which caught Izumi's attention. They sat on a raised concrete platform, watching the sun set. After taking a bite of the curry bun, Izumi asked if he was truly a fan of 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐷. Takuda confirmed that anyone his age who claimed otherwise was lying. He then brought up the industrial explosion that had occurred 18 years ago, to which Izumi nodded, recalling her father's stories about it. Takuda shared that his dad had been in the explosion and that 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐷 had saved him, marking the day his own quirk had activated and solidifying his dream of becoming a hero. He smiled at the memory, noting how 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐷 had inspired many to pursue their dreams. Izumi listened intently as Takuda apologized for lying about wanting a story on the dormitory and the students' adjustment. He admitted that he had come to get a scoop on 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐷's successor, which was also a ruse to gain access. What he truly sought was a story about her, 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐷's daughter, a secret that Japan had kept for so long. Izumi felt a wave of defeat wash over her at the thought. Takuda reassured her that he wanted to highlight the hope she represented, especially in a time without their symbol of peace. He acknowledged that she was not just a symbol of peace but something different, a beacon of hope. Izumi stood up, inspired by his words, as Takuda continued to explain that she embodied a new symbol, one that represented a new dawn and new heroes. He snapped a selfie of them together, capturing the moment. As Takuda prepared to leave, he promised to cheer her on and mentioned that he would write a book titled, �symbol of Hope, The Younger Years. Just then, Izumi was called back by 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻, who had come to get her for dinner. Meanwhile, Izumi watched as 𝗏𝗏𝐻𝐸 initiated an attack on Togata, who skillfully evaded him. The battle unfolded quickly, with Togata managing to take down 𝗏𝗏𝐻𝐸 and Todoroki after a bit of effort, switching from his usual quirk to one for all. Izumi, having observed pro-heroes and her father for years, recognized the change in Togata's approach. With a powerful punch, 𝗏𝗏 struck 𝗏𝗏𝐸, sending him flying and skidding across the floor. The other students clutched their stomachs where he had hit them, feeling the impact of the battle. After the match, the big three left, feeling satisfied with what they had learned about how work studies would benefit them. 𝗏𝗏 remarked in her cheerful voice that it was surprising only one student had been smart enough to avoid taking on 𝗏𝗏𝐸, suggesting she knew about his secondary quirk. 𝗟𝗏𝐿, stepping out of his comfort zone, agreed, expressing disbelief that a secondary quirk could lie dormant for so long. 𝗏𝗏𝐸 expressed his excitement about officially meeting the renowned Class 1A and the class angel everyone talked about. Later that day, Izumi visited the teacher's office to ask Aizawa if she could leave the school grounds that Saturday. Before she could speak, 𝗏𝗏𝐸 appeared, eager to see her. He enthusiastically mentioned that he was about to talk to 𝗟𝐼𝐼 and that it was a wonderful time. He gently pulled her into the teacher's office, where 𝗟𝐼𝐼 was seated at his desk. Toshinori greeted them, asking what he could do for them. 𝗏𝗏𝐸 introduced Izumi to 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽 for work studies, which took Izumi by surprise. She had intended to inform her father that 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽 wanted to borrow something unique to her. Aizawa's response was a firm no, which shocked 𝗏𝗏𝐸. He questioned why, and Aizawa explained that he was against first-year work studies, preferred Izumi to focus on her quirk training for now, and noted that while he couldn't stop her, he had his reasons for concern. In the background, other pro-heroes were conversing, which irritated Aizawa. He then invited the two students to follow him to the lounge, where he sat across from them. Toshinori asked 𝗏𝗏𝐸 why he wanted Izumi to work under 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽. 𝗏𝗏𝐸 explained that Izumi was aware of one for all, just like Gran Torino, but he was unavailable. He mentioned that 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽 had been helpful, recalling something Izumi had said after his mock fight with Class 1A about the quirks. 𝗏𝗏𝐸 conveyed Izumi's observation that if he didn't present his quirk as a flawless one, people would notice it as two separate quirks. 𝗟𝐼𝐼 agreed, and 𝗏𝗏𝐸 expressed his longing for Izumi to meet 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽 so she could help him identify his mistakes. Toshinori reiterated that it wasn't his decision, but acknowledged 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽's good reputation. Izumi then mentioned that 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽 had called her mother about a vision involving a book she and her grandmother had created. She expressed her intention to ask for permission to leave school grounds to deliver it to him if it would be beneficial. Thus, Izumi and 𝗏𝗏𝐸 found themselves in front of 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽's agency. Izumi noted that he might not appear it, but he valued laughter. She shared that she knew him from his time as 𝗟𝐼𝐼's sidekick, which clicked for 𝗏𝗏𝐸. As they entered the building, approached 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽's office, where they found his sidekick, Bubble Girl, engaged in a light-hearted situation. 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽 noticed his intern and Izumi together and approached them, curious about Izumi's actions. As he did, he heard a tapping sound and glanced at a plant nearby. The tapping continued, and when he turned back, he was surprised by a sudden shower of cherries as Izumi exclaimed, "Cherry bomb." This moment took him back to the first time he met her. It was the day after 𝗟𝐼𝐼 proposed to 𝗏𝐻𝐽, and he had decided to show Izumi around his agency, a privilege few experienced. Contrary to popular belief, 𝗟𝐼𝐼 was a private person who kept his home life separate from his work. However, meeting the sweet woman who had captured his heart with her delightful daughter changed that. 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽 was finishing up paperwork for the police when he headed to 𝗟𝐼𝐼's office and found a 7-year-old girl with green hair and flowers gazing out the window. She must have seen him in the reflection because the next thing he knew, cherries were being thrown at him as she dashed to hide under 𝗟𝐼𝐼's desk. 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐽 smiled at the memory, recalling how instead of trying to make him laugh, she had playfully reminded him of their first encounter. He approached her, lifting her effortlessly. He remarked on how light she still was, noting how much she had grown since then. Izumi responded, calling him a flower and inquiring about his well-being. He requested the papers he needed to stamp, but Izumi was surprised to learn that he had only pretended to need them to get her there. 𝗏𝗏𝐻𝐽 explained that he had a vision that only her presence would provide the answer to a case he was working on. He stamped her paper and noted that she was still friends with 𝗏𝗏𝐸, to which she nodded in affirmation. 𝗏𝗏𝐻𝗽 then called for Bubble Girl, who jumped slightly at his swift movements, and asked her to leave while he spoke with his interns in private. He explained to them that All Might had chosen Mirio Togata as the holder of One for All, but he was struggling to make it his own. Togata smiled, admitting that it felt like it was slowing him down. Izumi chimed in, suggesting that he shouldn't try to make it look like one quirk, as the more he attempted to do so, the more it would stand out. Togata was confused, recalling All Might's advice to make it his own. Izumi clarified that he should treat it as separate quirks rather than trying to merge them into one. She reflected on the mock fight she had analyzed, eager to help her friends succeed. The biggest problem was Togata's difficulty in switching between his quirks while trying to use them simultaneously. Izumi explained that it was like playing a video game while watching television. One would inevitably focus on one or the other, not both. Once Togata grasped her point, Night-Eye listened closely, recalling All Might's advice about not forcing something to become what it is not. Togata finally understood why One for All was slipping away from him. Izumi and Togata were in their hero costumes, preparing to use a portal to gather evidence about Overhaul and the 8 precepts of death. Togata glanced at his lower classmate in her hero outfit and thought of her as cute, like a little sister he never had, especially since All Might was his mentor. He remembered their agreement about keeping their hero names secret. Izumi revealed her hero name was Yuemi, smiling brightly. Togata thought it was adorable and noted that Plum Blossoms and Izumi sounded like Yuemi. Izumi explained that her best friend had given her that name to cheer her up, and it made her smile when others called her that. Togata shared that his hero name was Lemillion because he aspired to save 1 million people. Suddenly, Izumi was tackled to the ground by a small force. She looked down to see a little girl with platinum hair, covered in bandages. Izumi gently asked if she could help, noticing the girl burying her face in her chest and letting out a small whimper. A voice muffled by a plague mask came from the alleyway, warning the girl to stop bothering the heroes. The man introduced himself as Eri's father, apologizing for her behavior. Overhaul observed the young heroes playing along with Eri's antics. He focused on Togata first, standing guard to see how the situation would unfold. His attention then shifted to Izumi, who wore a respirator and a bunny hood that concealed most of her face. Her striking emerald eyes and green hair adorned with flowers caught his eye, as did the vines that moved along her arms. He despised her for her nature quirk. Overhaul muttered a derogatory remark, barely audible to Izumi and Togata. He then shifted the conversation back to them, questioning their presence. Togata explained that they were student heroes on a work study. He hinted that they needed to finish their portal before noon, eager to report back to Sir. Izumi attempted to stand, but Eri clung to her, seeking comfort. Overhaul warned her, losing patience. Izumi reassured Overhaul, suggesting that Eri must have been frightened after her fall, especially given her condition. She pointed out the bandages and dress, indicating that Eri had just come back from the hospital. Izumi smiled at Eri, rubbing her back to help calm her down. Overhaul reluctantly acknowledged her explanation. Izumi crouched down to speak softly to Eri, encouraging her not to go back with Overhaul. She gently tucked Eri's platinum hair behind her ear and braided a daisy into it. Removing her respirator, Izumi revealed her warm smile. Eri had never experienced such kindness before, and it took all her strength to let go, though she never wanted to. Izumi announced her name again, ensuring Eri would remember it. She promised that if they ever crossed paths again, Eri should not hesitate to call out to her. As Overhaul led Eri away through the alleyway, Izumi and Togata waited a moment before dashing off as the rain began to fall. Concerned, Lemillion asked if Izumi was all right, noticing how shaken she appeared. Izumi expressed that she felt Eri's fear and the trauma inflicted upon her, describing it as if Eri's soul was crying. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke to Lemillion, who wrapped an arm around her for comfort. They soon met up with Sir Night-Eye and Bubble Girl. Night-Eye observed the two interns and received their wordless confirmation that they had encountered Overhaul. Izumi inquired about his actions, prompting Bubble Girl to explain that a robbery had occurred a few days prior, followed by a car fire linked to the same incident. The 8 precepts of death had been present, and none of the villains had been harmed, only the stolen money was missing. Lemillion added that Kai Chisaki had a daughter, which caught Night-Eye's attention. He acknowledged that they couldn't take her into custody but noted that since the failed training camp, he had been able to hear and see through plants, often unable to control it. Izumi realized that the flower she had given 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had a purpose. Apologizing for acting impulsively, she focused on the daisy in 𝐼𝐻𝐬's hair and experienced a vision of Chisaki pointing to a BLD-covered wall, feeling the fear and pain associated with it. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 thanked Izumi for her insight and instructed her and 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐼 to return while he and Bubble Girl kept watch. Just as they were about to leave, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼 hesitated, concerned about Izumi's eyes. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 turned back, intrigued by what he had seen. If anyone wanted to know more about the situation, they should talk to 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼. He spoke so quickly that Izumi found herself confused. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼 wondered if there was tension between the two mentors. It wasn't that, Izumi explained. Sir 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had always admired 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼 first as a hero and then as a sidekick. When her father was injured, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had urged him to retire immediately, but her father refused, insisting he would find the right successor when the time was right. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼 had then told 𝐼𝐻𝐬 that he was no longer his sidekick but could become his own hero. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had been displeased but understood the decision. Izumi mentioned that she maintained contact with Sir 𝐼𝐻𝐬, indicating their relationship was still important. When 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼 asked if she had been 𝐼𝐻𝐬's first choice, Izumi turned to him with a smaller smile and suggested that if he wanted answers, he should ask her father. Later that day, Togata set out to find 𝐿E𝐼𝐼. When he inquired about 𝐿E𝐼𝐼's whereabouts, he learned that 𝐿E𝐼𝐼 had gone for a jog. Midnight noted that 𝐿E𝐼𝐼 often did this when something was on his mind, which was frequently. Togata took off after him, calling out to 𝐿E𝐼𝐼 and using one for all to speed up. 𝐿E𝐼𝐼 turned to face him, curious about what Togata wanted to discuss. Togata had a question about Izumi's eyes, which captured 𝐿E𝐼𝐼's full attention. On Monday morning, class was about to begin. Over the weekend, 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐬, 𝐻𝐬, Kirishima, Bakugo, and Todoroki had all taken internships with the highest-rated heroes. Bakugo and Todoroki returned with their faces covered in bandages, prompting Ishido to ask what had happened. They explained that they had interned with 𝐿𝐼𝐼, and Bakugo couldn't help but express disbelief at how Izumi had managed to survive a week with her. Izumi revealed that she had been confined in a cold room with only hot peppers for 2 days, shivering at the memory. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐬, 𝐻𝐬, and Kirishima had permission to miss school that day. They were with Nijiire-chan and Ryuko Tatsuma, the dragon hero, Ryukyu, as they fought a villain. Ryukyu informed them that they could be part of the case. Red Riot was with Sun Eater and Taishiro Toimitsu, also known as Fat Gum, navigating a crowded street when they encountered a strange man under the influence of a quirk-enhancing drag. Kirishima demonstrated his ultimate move, Unbreakable, to subdue the man. The next day, Sir 𝐼𝐼𝐼, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, and 𝐿𝐼𝐼 gathered to share the information they had gathered. Back at school, Kirishima, 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐬, and 𝐻𝐬 found themselves on the news for their exploits the previous day. Izumi gazed out the window, replaying the moment she had met 𝐼𝐼 and the visions she had seen. She felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to find Todoroki there, silently asking if she wanted to talk. A few days later, the 6 friends were heading out together. Kirishima noticed Izumi, 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐬, 𝐻𝐬, Todoroki, and Bakugo leaving at the same time and asked if they were all going to the same place. Izumi confirmed that they were, although she had been told not to bring her costume. They all headed in the same direction, prompting Bakugo to express his frustration at the coincidence. Todoroki calmly agreed that it seemed so. Upon reaching their destination, the big 3 were waiting for them. As they entered, Izumi recognized 2 familiar faces. She greeted Gran Torino, who waved back, and 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐬 and Kirishima acknowledged Mr. Aizawa as he nodded in recognition. MDM Rose's voice rang out, and she, along with Sir 𝐼𝐼𝐼, addressed everyone present. They expressed gratitude for the turnout, as they finally had enough evidence on the 8 precepts of death. They began reviewing what they knew about the case. MDM Rose had been tracking a sample of a quirk-inhibiting drag for some time. She recounted an encounter with an old lab where she, Todoroki, and Bakugo had discovered designs and symbols associated with the 8 precepts of death. Sir 𝐼𝐼𝐼 then shared his findings regarding 𝐼𝐻𝐬, which sent chills through Izumi and Togata. Izumi felt a surge of guilt for not having done more to help her. 𝐼𝐼 turned to Izumi, drawing everyone's attention. He explained that she had confirmed their theory when she looked through the flower she had given 𝐼𝐼. He pointed to Aizawa, who nodded in agreement. 𝐼𝐼 asked if Izumi had witnessed the entire process, and she kept her head low, feeling guilt wash over her. 𝗟𝗏 questioned whether she was the primary witness and if she had attempted to intervene. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 affirmed that she was and explained that the villains were moving between warehouses rapidly. She had hoped that allowing Izumi to lead them would help gather more evidence against the perpetrators. Togata stood up, his chair falling backward as he declared their determination to rescue 𝗟𝗍. Izumi nodded in agreement, and 𝐼𝐼 supported their resolve. 𝐼𝐼 then outlined his and 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸's plan to leave no stone unturned until they found 𝗟𝗍. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 turned to Izumi, asking if she could sense where 𝗟𝗍 might be. Izumi focused intently on the daisy she had made for 𝗟𝗍, her eyes glowing faintly as she concentrated. She described a dark room filled with toys still in their boxes, where 𝗟𝗍 was scared and a man was entering. Izumi hesitated, sensing the man's intentions, and 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 finished her thought, suggesting that the man was trying to gain 𝗟𝗍's trust to prevent her from escaping. Izumi nodded, still feeling lost in the gravity of the situation. The students waited in a lounge for updates on what would happen next. Izumi could only hope that they had at least confirmed 𝗟𝗍's safety and that she was being treated humanely. Izumi felt a hand over her closed hands and looked to see Todoroki there, with everyone else watching them. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐻 approached, asking how she was feeling. Izumi replied that she felt fine, but 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐻 raised his hand, instructing her to call him 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐻 outside of school. He then revealed that he had considered suspending their internships, prompting 𝗏𝐵𝐸 to stand up in protest. However, one look from 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐻 silenced him. Crouching down to Izumi, 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐻 noted that she was the only one connecting them to 𝗟𝗍. He placed his fist over her heart, explaining that he had been sent to see if she could pinpoint 𝗟𝗍's location. Izumi expressed her frustration, saying it felt like searching for a gold needle among billions of silver ones. She could track the flower she had created, but this time it was just that one flower 𝗟𝗍 refused to let go of. Though she was unhappy with her answer, she couldn't deny it. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐻 simply stated that they would continue with their plans. A few nights later, Izumi, 𝗏𝐵𝐸, Uraraka, Azui, Kirishima, and Todoroki received notifications on their phones indicating it was time for action. They met up with the Big Three and headed to 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸's agency, where 𝐼𝐼 informed them that 𝗟𝗍 was at home. He pointed to a doll resembling a character from a popular children's show, specifically the green one, which was apparently the hardest to find. When 𝗟𝗏 questioned how he knew for sure, 𝗟𝗏 revealed a box, explaining that the specific request indicated they had found their target. As they prepared, everyone changed into their hero costumes and stormed the house of the Yakuza. They discovered a hidden area of the home while searching for 𝗟𝗍. Suddenly, a shadow darted out, blocking their path. In the chaos, Togata realized someone was missing. Bakugo expressed his anger, but 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 urged everyone to remain calm. Izumi was dropped, clutching her stomach and coughing. Overhaul looked at her, while Toga and Twice observed as well. Toga blushed, confirming that Izumi was indeed the one they were after. Overhaul expressed his disdain, noting that she was the only one Shigaraki wanted alive. 𝗟𝗍 was present, witnessing the only person who had shown her kindness now in pain. Determined to help, 𝗟𝗍 used her quirk to rewind Izumi's wound, alleviating her suffering. As Izumi regained her strength, she looked up to see 𝗟𝗍 and called her name. 𝗟𝗍 tackled her with tears of joy, and Izumi, noticing 𝗟𝗍's frightened expression, reassured her with a smile, complimenting her talent. Izumi then asked 𝗟𝗍 if she never wanted to return to that place again, and 𝗟𝗍 firmly agreed. Izumi took 𝗟𝗍's hand and, with determination, used her vines to break through a locked door, leading them to safety as she began to run. Meanwhile, the heroes were engaged in battle against the Yakuza. Lemillion confronted Overhaul, demanding to know where 𝗟𝗍 and Izumi were. Overhaul feigned ignorance but made a careless remark about Izumi that provoked Lemillion, who retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Overhaul crashing into the wall. As chaos ensued, a cactus grew and shot needles at an attacker, causing them to retreat in shock. 𝐼𝐼𝐿 spotted Izumi and 𝐼𝐼𝐬, relieved to see they were safe. Izumi had a gash on her leotard, but the wound was no longer there as she held 𝐼𝐬 close. Vines snatched a gun from an enemy, rendering it useless. Izumi instructed 𝐼𝐿 to handle Chisaki while she focused on getting 𝐼𝐬 to safety. As Izumi ran, she glanced back occasionally to check for pursuers. However, she didn't notice the body in her path until she collided with it, landing on top. 𝐼𝐬 clung tightly, remaining quiet as Izumi opened her eyes to see familiar white and red hair. It was Todoroki, along with 𝐼𝐮𝐬𝐽 and 𝐒𝐻𝐬. Todoroki immediately asked if she was okay, to which Izumi simply nodded before turning back in the direction they had come. She informed him that 𝐼𝐿 was down that way and that she had helped him for a moment before changing course. Izumi was focused on getting 𝐼𝐬 to safety, glancing back at 𝒂𝐻𝐻𝐬, who nodded in approval of her efforts. Suddenly, applause echoed through the space as 𝐒𝐿𝐬 appeared, making a dramatic entrance. He commented on the moment, expressing his disdain for the others, calling them foolish. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a weapon from a pocket dimension and taunted them about his plans involving All for One. Just as he moved, ice and vines surged toward him, catching him off guard. Izumi expressed her gratitude to Todoroki for the surprise attack, urging the pro-heroes to assist 𝐼𝐿. 𝐿𝐼𝐿 and Bakugo quickly blasted the wall beside 𝐒𝐿𝐬, asserting their determination to handle the situation while urging Izumi and Todoroki to pursue Chisaki. 𝐿𝐼𝐿 rose, scratched but resolute, checked on Yuemi, who was clearly shaken. Bakugo expressed his frustration at 𝐒𝐿𝐬's earlier actions, while 𝐒𝐿𝐬 dismissed the confrontation, deciding she wasn't worth the trouble and fleeing. 𝐿𝐼𝐿 led Izumi and 𝐼𝐬 upstairs, where they awaited 𝐼𝐿, 𝐼𝐮𝐬𝐽, and 𝒂𝐻𝐻𝐬. 𝐼𝐬 clung tightly to Izumi, who was feeling weak from her earlier injuries. As the adrenaline faded, Izumi struggled with her condition, prompting Todoroki to support her while 𝐼𝐬 held on for dear life. After a tense wait, footsteps echoed from the hole, and 𝐼𝐿 emerged, smiling but carrying a limp 𝐼𝐮𝐬𝐽, with 𝒂𝐻𝐻𝐬 following closely behind. Izumi found herself back in the hospital, where doctors were astonished that she hadn't gone into cardiac arrest from blood loss. Despite her pale and cold appearance, she remained conscious, preparing for a juice and iron mixture. Medical staff attempted to separate 𝐼𝐬 from her, but Izumi reassured her that she would be safe. An idea struck her, and she requested that 𝐼𝐬 be placed in the bed next to hers. The head doctor agreed, recognizing the benefit for both girls. Izumi smiled down at 𝐼𝐬 as she settled into her new space, grateful for the comfort of having her close. Todoroki entered the room, his arm bandaged from the earlier confrontation, and saw that both girls were asleep. He turned to 𝒂𝐻𝐻𝐬, who was also checking on them. 𝒂𝐻𝐻𝐬 noted Izumi's bravery in keeping 𝐼𝐬 safe, recounting how the police had found the aftermath of the battle, with Yakuza scattered and Izumi determined to escape. 𝐼𝐿 had faced a fierce battle against Chisaki, and in a moment of sacrifice, 𝐼𝐮𝐬𝐽 had stepped in to protect him, delivering a powerful message about the future and the importance of Izumi. 𝐼𝐿 felt a surge of strength as he fought back against Chisaki, channeling the power of One for All. He managed to strike with all his might, picking up his fallen mentor while 𝒂𝐻𝐻𝐬 offered silent support. When he emerged, he saw Izumi and 𝐼𝐬 in Todoroki's care, both girls trying to stay awake as they processed the loss of 𝒟𝐻𝐻𝐬. Despite the tears, 𝐼𝐿 maintained a smile, reflecting on the bittersweet moment. Later, outside Izumi and 𝐼𝐬's room, 𝐼𝐿 encountered All Might, Inko, and Natsu. All Might instructed his family to find Bakugo while he spoke with Togata. Togata expressed his feelings about the connection he had felt with the other users of One for All, and All Might encouraged him to share his thoughts as they walked together. Izumi glanced at 𝐼𝐬, feeling grateful to have met her but saddened by the loss of 𝒟𝐻𝐻𝐬. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, and she whispered for the visitor to enter. Todoroki stepped in, his bandages a reminder of the earlier battle. 𝐿𝐼𝐿 rose and Bakugo had stayed behind to check on them, and Izumi looked exhausted but determined. Todoroki took a seat beside Izumi, and she greeted him softly, mindful of 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬's slumber. They shared a comfortable silence, appreciating each other's presence until Todoroki broke it, explaining he had come to check on her earlier but had waited until she woke. He praised her for her bravery in saving 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬, acknowledging the critical role she had played. Izumi humbly credited 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 for her own safety, noting how the doctors had been surprised by 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬's condition but assured that she would recover soon. She smiled at Todoroki, pointing out the 4 in her arm, which made them both chuckle softly. Todoroki then asked if Izumi had anticipated any of this when she decided to attend UA. She shook her head, indicating that she had not expected such challenges. Izumi slid her hand onto Todoroki's, giving it a gentle squeeze. They had been through so much already, and she felt it was just the beginning. With a smile, she encouraged him to show the world what they were made of, which made Todoroki smile in return. They found themselves leaning closer together as Todoroki rubbed his thumb over her knuckle. A small whine from the next bed broke the moment, drawing their attention to 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬, who was still sleeping and making soft sounds. Todoroki decided to check on the others, letting go of Izumi's hand and waving goodbye as he left. Izumi held her breath, reflecting on what had almost happened, before flopping down on the bed. She buried her head into the pillow, frustrated with herself for nearly kissing him. As Todoroki leaned against the door, he was lost in similar thoughts. His first stop was to see Kirishima and Bakugo. Bakugo was the first to greet him, casually asking how Prince Charming was doing while lounging in a chair. Kirishima, feeling left out, asked about the nickname. Bakugo smirked, revealing that Todoroki had feelings for Izumi, which made Kirishima look at Todoroki with wide eyes. Bakugo's comment about his own feelings for 𝗟𝗏𝐼 earned him a playful hit on the head from Kirishima, which made Todoroki smile at the camaraderie of his classmates. The school had temporarily suspended work studies, and the 9 students attended Sir Nitai's funeral. 𝗏𝗏𝐼 took over his office and informed Togata that a position would be available for him in the future. 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 woke up while Izumi was packing and rushed over, asking her not to leave. Mr. Aizawa helped 𝐼𝐻𝐬 find the right words to say goodbye, assuring her that they would see each other again. Back at school, things returned to normal. Izumi was focused on her math work when she was called on, only to realize she had answered incorrectly. At lunchtime, she chatted with 𝗟𝗏𝐼 and Ida about school when 𝐼𝐻𝐬 approached her, tapping her shoulder. He offered her a plate of cheese samples from his parents, and though surprised by his generosity, she accepted with gratitude. It struck her that she had never really noticed 𝐼𝐻𝐬 sitting in the classroom as everyone else left. During lunch, as Izumi ate and looked at the cheese, 𝗟𝗏𝐼 asked if everything was all right since Izumi had been quiet. Izumi wondered aloud if 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had ever eaten with them before, to which Todoroki replied that he usually stayed in their classroom. Ida noticed Izumi's distraction and asked if something was wrong, but she brushed it off with a smile, not knowing how to explain her thoughts. That night, while Izumi was asleep, she heard something slide under her door. She found a note with a strong scent of roses that simply read, "Thank you for inspiring me." Recognizing the scent, she thought of 𝐼𝐻𝐬. The next day in their quirks training class, she noticed 𝐼𝐻𝐬 alone next to a large cement block, practicing his naval laser. When asked to train with her classmates, she decided to approach him instead. Upon reaching 𝐼𝐻𝐬, she found him kneeling and holding his stomach. She asked Cementos if 𝐼𝐻𝐬 could take a break. Curious, she inquired about the note, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that he had been inspired by her strength since the entrance exam. He shared how he struggled with his quirk and how it felt out of control without his belt. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed his admiration for how Izumi faced challenges, and after their conversation, they became friends. At the hospital, Toshinori was with his son Natsu for a checkup when he ran into 𝗟𝗏𝐼. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 greeted them, and Natsu shyly peeked out from behind his father's legs. Toshinori acknowledged 𝗟𝗏𝐼's presence, curious about the reason for his visit. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 mentioned he was checking on his wife and then expressed a longing to talk. They ended up in a park, watching children play as 𝗟𝗏𝐼 shared his struggles. He explained how he climbed the ranks through sheer strength but faced doubts from others as more villains emerged with clear motives. Toshinori, watching his son, advised 𝗟𝗏𝐼 to focus on his family, acknowledging the strained relationships he had with them. He reflected on missing Natsu's 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 and how he feared his family would resent him for it. 𝗏𝗏 emphasized the importance of appreciating family, sharing how they build you up until you face challenges. As Natsu returned to show him something, 𝗏𝗏 vowed never to take his family for granted again. To them, 𝗏𝗏 was not all might. As he stood up, ready to head home, he expressed his hope that they would take his advice. 𝗟𝗏 watched as the father and son left before pulling out his phone to make a call. Everyone was sharing their hobbies before school started, enjoying their time together. Aizawa entered for morning homeroom, announcing that the culture festival was approaching and that they needed to start planning their activities. Izumi suddenly remembered the convention 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 had mentioned about the beauty contest and realized she needed to inform everyone of her participation. She thought to herself, feeling nervous about their reaction. Later, in their dorm room, everyone was brainstorming ideas. Todoroki suggested a band and dance performance, proposing that they have a band, dancers, and staging. Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, Bakugo, and Tokoyami would form the band, while Todoroki, Kirishima, Siro, Aoyama, and Koda would handle staging, leaving the rest to dance. Izumi hesitated, feeling anxious about her role. Bakugo, with his usual annoyance, stated that he was reluctantly playing the drums due to pressure from other departments. Izumi then revealed her involvement in the beauty contest, blushing as she looked away. She explained that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 had signed her up for the Miss Con beauty pageant. When she felt a hand on her shoulder, she looked up to see everyone smiling at her. Todoroki reassured her that she would surely win, and everyone nodded in agreement. The next day at the hospital, Izumi and Togata stood outside 𝗟𝗏's room with Aizawa. A nurse softly questioned whether they should allow the visit. Izumi and Togata entered, finding 𝗟𝗏 looking much healthier than the last time they had seen her. 𝗟𝗏 greeted them with a bright expression, but then looked confused, unsure of Togata's name. He introduced himself as Lemillion or Mirio Togata, bowing playfully. 𝗟𝗏 then turned to Izumi, touching her hair where her daisy had once been. Izumi introduced herself, creating a daisy with her hair. 𝗟𝗏 began to cry, apologizing for the trouble she had caused. Izumi comforted her, assuring her that she should not feel guilty and that she had done something incredible by running away. As 𝗟𝗏 leaned against her, Izumi thought of a way to brighten her day. She asked Aizawa if 𝗟𝗏 could attend the culture festival, which sparked an idea in Togata's mind as well. During their free time, Class 1A practiced for their show while Izumi and the other girls prepared for the beauty pageant. Every class and department worked diligently on their festival plans. When she found a moment, Izumi decided to talk to her father. 𝗏𝗏 remarked that it had been a while since they had a proper conversation, taking a sip of his tea while Izumi did the same. She was surprised to hear that 𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Natsu would be joining them. 𝗏𝗏 explained that the police were considering shutting down the festival, but Izumi insisted that it needed to succeed, as it was important for everyone, not just the students. She felt guilty, thinking it was her fault for being hit by a book. Suddenly, 𝗏𝗏 playfully tapped her on the head, causing her to whine in response. He reminded her that it was not her fault and that it was easier for people to blame those who were present rather than those who had run away. Changing the subject, he mentioned hearing that she would be participating in the pageant. Izumi smiled proudly, and they shared a laugh over 𝗏𝐻𝐬's longing to record the event and take pictures. They continued their conversation until sunset. On the day before the festival, 𝗟𝗏 visited to see the preparations, accompanied by Togata. They admired the final touches being made by the students, and 𝗟𝗏 was excited for the next day. Izumi had a last-minute errand to run, and as she left the convenience store with her purchase, she encountered a suspicious duo outside UA. They were whispering about setting up a camera. Realizing she needed to act, Izumi discreetly sent 𝗏𝗏 a brief message indicating her location. She stayed across the street to avoid drawing attention. Soon, Hound Dog, 𝗏𝗏, and ectoplasm approached the duo. Izumi joined them, apologizing for the situation. Hound Dog acknowledged her presence, while ectoplasm recognized one of the wannabe villains. The villain shouted about wanting to be famous, prompting the young woman beside him to cry. 𝗏𝗏, with a smile, suggested they should be at the festival instead. Izumi reunited with 𝐼𝐬 and Togata to watch Class 1A perform. The performance amazed everyone, and for the first time, 𝐼𝐬 smiled. After the show, Uraraka asked 𝐼𝐬 how she felt, and 𝐼𝐬 eagerly shared her thoughts until something caught her eye. Class 1A turned to see Izumi, dressed for the pageant. She wore a short mint dress adorned with flower vines of pink peonies on her arms and strawberry vines covering her legs. With minimal makeup to enhance her look, she caught Todoroki's attention, causing him to blush and exclaim in awe. When it was time for the Miss Con beauty pageant, the first years went first, showcasing their talents. Izumi stood still, gracefully moving her hands to make flowers bloom in a wave. At the last moment, she flicked a 𝗟𝗃, and a fan blew behind her, sending petals flying off the stage. 𝐼𝐬 tried to catch one as Izumi's family, who had received special permission to attend, watched proudly. 𝗟𝗍 won the title of Miss Con, while Izumi secured the runner-up position. 𝐼𝐬 was known to reside in the UA dormitory under Aizawa's care. Kaminari wondered if all the teachers lived there, thinking of one in particular. Aizawa explained that most teachers did, except for those who were married, and the students understood the reasoning behind it. 𝐼𝐬 looked at Izumi and began to speak. She asked if it would be all right for her to play with Natsu again, as she had enjoyed it, and if she could call Izumi Wonshin. Izumi encouraged her and mentioned that while she wasn't the right person to grant that request, Mr. Aizawa could take her to her father, who was a teacher at the school. Aizawa nodded in agreement, and 𝐼𝐬 smiled, feeling happy at the thought of calling Izumi Wonshin, just like Natsu did. Soon after, Class 1A had visitors, the wild pussycats. They came to apologize for the long wait, and coulda even had on bright red shoes. Bakugo smirked and teased that coulda better get in line to become 𝐼𝐬's #1 fan, adding that one kid was already ahead of him as he took a sweet from the box. The pussycats informed the class that their long-awaited vacation was over and that the damage done was finally cleared and ready for use. Class 1A turned on the TV to watch the new hero rankings. To Izumi's shock, along with everyone else's, 𝐿𝐴 was ranked second. It was later revealed that she had refused to take the #1 spot again, which led to her placement at #2. 𝗟𝗏 wanted to discuss her refusal, as she had once been an elite hero, well known for her strength and popularity. Hawk was also curious about her decision and invited them to join him for a meal. 𝗟𝗏 looked at the food on the table and acknowledged her efforts. She admitted that her companion had been ahead of her the entire time, and she recognized that she needed to prove her own strength. If he was stronger, then so be it. She paused and asked what they knew about the world-class massacre, which caught 𝗟𝗏 and Hawk's attention. Hawk, appearing bored, mentioned that it was a tightly kept secret and speculated that it was an inside job. 𝗟𝗏 shook her head, moving her hair back, and clarified that 𝐿𝐴 was a hero admired by his country, but now that country was doubting its hero system. This issue extended beyond Japan. The hero killer video had been seen worldwide, leading to riots following the deaths of the world elite. 𝗟𝗏 informed 𝗟𝗏 that the Hero Public Safety Commission was aware of the situation. She expressed that being the lone survivor of the world's elite would likely cause more harm than good if she were to step back into the spotlight. She had never wanted to be #2, but others had convinced her otherwise. Later, in the dorm after the broadcast of the new bulletin board, Todoroki stepped outside onto the balcony, seeking solitude. He noticed Izumi approaching with a card and a shy smile. She greeted him simply, and he congratulated her. After a moment of silence, Todoroki broke down, revealing that his father had called him earlier, claiming he wanted to be a better father and that his past actions were unworthy of a hero. Izumi listened attentively, standing beside him as he expressed confusion over his father's sudden longing to change. Izumi suggested that perhaps his father wanted to make amends, and at least he was trying, which counted for something. Todoroki took the card from her, reading the message inside that wished he were there and mentioned a black dress picked out by his mother. He reflected on his biological father, who had orchestrated his 𝐶NCPTN under false pretenses. Izumi shared her own story, revealing that her existence was the result of a man who had manipulated her mother into falling in love with him, only to use her to fulfill his own desires. Todoroki listened in shock as she recounted her mother's struggle to keep her. As Todoroki returned to the card, he remembered a present wrapped in black paper, a dress too large for Izumi. Izumi explained that her father had initially sent birthday and Christmas cards, but later began sending gifts, perhaps in an attempt to win her over. She affirmed her identity and family, expressing that she would never change that. Todoroki acknowledged that his father was trying and thanked Izumi before heading back inside to join the others watching television. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝐴, 𝐿𝐴, and 𝐻𝐿 were engaged in a fierce battle against high-end 𝐼𝐴, who had inflicted a serious injury on 𝐿𝐴, leaving him with blurred vision. Todoroki watched in shock until he felt Izumi's hand in his, offering comfort as she reassured him that she was there. They both focused on the fight as 𝐿𝐴 rose to continue battling with the support of 𝐿𝐴 and 𝐻𝐿. 𝐿𝐴 unleashed her ultimate move, Rainbow Rose, which ensnared high-end, allowing 𝐿𝐴 and 𝐻𝐿 to strike. 𝐿𝐴 now bore a scar on the left side of his face from his first fight as the #1 hero. When he returned home, 3 of his 4 children were present. Natsuo was particularly hard on him, struggling to forgive the neglect he had shown his family. His wife, Rei, and daughter, Fuyumi, had found it in their hearts to forgive him. Shoto, however, stated that he did not forgive 𝐿𝐴 but wanted to see what kind of man he would become. This was a good start for 𝐿𝐴 as he began to realize his past mistakes. Izumi had been experiencing strange dreams lately, starting small and gradually becoming more significant. The dreams were never consecutive, with the first occurring during her last year of junior high, followed by one after the sports festival, then during her coma, and again during Aries' rescue. This time she reached the light. In the center of the light stood a version of herself, but instead of her usual green eyes, they were pink. The green-eyed Izumi asked who she was, and the pink Izumi replied that she was simply herself, always present. The pink version extended her hand, stating that she could not hurt people, only heal them. The green Izumi reached out. The pink Izumi encouraged her, saying she was growing stronger and that the lights were watching over her. Izumi awoke to find Bakugo, Kirishima, Uraraka, Ashido, and Shoji in her room, trying to wake her. They expressed concern after hearing her scream and rushed to check on her. Bakugo held her, urging her to catch her breath. Izumi felt confused and apologized for the disturbance. That day, Izumi went to speak with her father about her dream. She shared everything she had experienced. Toshinori listened carefully and explained that he had an idea about what was happening to her but had hesitated to bring it up until he understood it better. He acknowledged that it might not have been wise to keep it from her, as it had made her a target for all for one. As they walked, he mentioned that he had consulted various quirk specialists after her 2 episodes of fading. Toshinori smiled down at her, affirming that what she had said about the other version of herself made sense. He explained that they could only see her quirk and had not realized it was something more. Izumi nodded, beginning to understand that perhaps it was simply her own unique strength that was emerging. Izumi felt a sense of relief as she finally received an answer to her concerns. Toshinori, ruffling her hair affectionately, mentioned that he would seek permission to take her off school grounds for further investigation. As they walked, they encountered Aizawa and 𝗀𝐻. Izumi greeted 𝗀𝐻 with a smile, recalling their last encounter during the culture festival. Aizawa reminded her that it was time to head to class, prompting her to hurry away. In their winter hero course lesson, everyone donned their winter costumes. Izumi's outfit featured a heavier fabric, adorned with fluffy white trim on the hood, shoulders, and breathe legs, complemented by thigh-high stockings and gloves. Her black leotard was now a turtleneck. Uraraka admired her costume, and Izumi thanked her for the compliment. Class 1B arrived, with Monoma being particularly vocal until Vlad King intervened with his quirk. Vlad King apologized for Monoma's antics as he and Aizawa approached their students. For the joint training session, Aizawa announced that Hitoshi 𝗀𝐻 from the General Studies Department would be joining them. Izumi waved at 𝗀𝐻, expressing her excitement at seeing him again, while other 1A students greeted him as well. Monoma, however, was not pleased with 𝗀𝐻's connection to 1A and plotted to turn him against them. As teams were chosen, Izumi found herself on the last team, observing the others, while 𝗟𝐿 was placed in the last team for 1B and the first team for 1A. Mineta, thrilled to be surrounded by 3 girls, expressed his delight, but 𝗟𝐿 quickly intervened to prevent any unwanted attention. 𝗏𝐿𝐬, frustrated with Mineta, took charge of the situation. 𝐼𝐬, observing the team compositions, questioned whether it would be unfair to SWCH teams, while Vlad King shared his concerns about the upcoming matches. The first round concluded with a victory for 1A, featuring Izumi, Kota, Kirishima, Kaminsky, and 𝗟𝐿. In the second round, 1B claimed victory with Kendo, Shirhai Kuwaro, Manga Fukudashi, and Kinoko Komori. After a brief rest, Izumi approached Monoma, who greeted her with his usual sarcasm. She warned him about the potential dangers of his quirk if he attempted to copy hers, but he dismissed her concerns. 𝗟𝐿 and the others exchanged glances, disapproving of Monoma's attitude. As the third round began, both teams found themselves tied. When it was Team 4's turn, 𝗏𝐿𝐬's protective instincts shone through, showcasing his teamwork and leadership. Izumi couldn't help but giggle at Monoma's reaction to 𝗏𝐿𝐬's determination. All Might noted 𝗏𝐿𝐬's natural leadership qualities, while Midnight expressed surprise at the new information about his childhood. Izumi devised a plan, allowing her plants to assist her as she focused her energy. Kirishima expressed concern for her well-being, recalling a previous incident, but All Might reassured him that she was capable. The tension grew as Izumi located Monoma, who attempted to provoke her. He made hurtful comments about her family, which ignited her anger. As her eyes glowed with a fierce pink light, she commanded her plants to attack. Monoma, however, countered her quirk, causing her vines to become twisted and dangerous. In a moment of panic, Izumi shouted for Monoma to stop as he directed his corrupted vines toward 𝗟𝗏, who was approaching with Ishido and Mineta. The scene escalated as 𝗟𝗏 screamed in pain when the vines made contact. Izumi rushed forward, her voice firm and commanding, as she placed a glowing hand on 𝗟𝗏 to heal her. 𝗟𝐿 immobilized Monoma, allowing the teachers to arrive and assess the situation. 𝗟𝗏 was going to be okay. She just needed to take slow, deep breaths. Izumi's second quirk had vanished as the teachers arrived after the incident. Vlad King and 𝐼𝐬 approached Monoma, with 𝐼𝐬 activating his quirk to ensure the situation remained under control. 𝐼𝐬 instructed 𝗟𝐿 to step back, keeping his focus on Monoma. Vlad expressed his frustration, questioning Monoma's thought process. Monoma explained that he believed 𝗟𝗏 was trying to trick him into not using thorns or poison, which led him to use them anyway. Vlad reminded him that he could have seriously harmed a student, emphasizing that 𝗟𝗏 had warned him for a reason, as she understood the potential of her quirk. All Might intervened, stating that Monoma had created something that should never have existed. He added that he had heard every word of the conversation. After the joint training had concluded, Monoma faced house arrest while the teachers discussed his future in the hero department. Class 1B visited Class 1A's dormitory to hang out, and 𝗟𝗏 was in the nurse's office, recovering according to recovery girl standards. Class 1B apologized once more, expressing their surprise at Monoma's hidden resentment. The following day, a professional quirk specialist and therapist were brought in to evaluate Izumi. The doctor approached her alongside Principal Nizu, All Might, and 𝐼𝐬. He explained that he had reviewed the DNA tests and showed her the results. He pointed out a small bump on her initial test, which had now grown larger, indicating the emergence of her second quirk. Izumi listened intently, realizing the significance of the findings for the first time. The doctor theorized that her second quirk had been dormant, only revealing itself now because she had genuinely used it to save someone. Following this, the psychologist began her assessment. She asked Izumi to relax and close her eyes as she activated her quirk to induce a light trance. Toshinori, concerned, questioned whether they should proceed, but Principal Nizu insisted they needed to rule out any psychological issues. The therapist began asking questions, starting with Izumi's name, to which she responded confidently. The session continued with inquiries about her age and quirks. When asked if she was the pink-eyed Izumi, her eyes opened wide, revealing their pink hue as she focused on her father. The doctor asked for her name again, and she replied with Sakura. When asked who she was, Izumi stated that she was a hero meant to help one, but her father interrupted with a cough, prompting her to clarify that she was a past life known to all for one. This revelation shocked everyone present. Izumi continued, recounting a tale from the past when quirks first began to emerge. She described a man whose quirk allowed him to give or take quirks, who experimented on others to test his limits. He initially created a unique quirk for his brother but then turned his attention to 6 orphans, each possessing remarkable abilities. Izumi explained that the man sought to mold them into his ultimate weapons for a new world, but the older brother could no longer bear the burden and tried to rescue them. However, it was too late. The older brother had implanted quirks into all of them, causing them to suffer physically from the power. The younger brother, burdened by the forced quirk, attempted to ease their pain. Izumi locked eyes with her father, understanding the gravity of the situation. She explained that the younger brother could do nothing but ensure their spirits lived on, passing through generations until they could awaken to fulfill his legacy. Izumi smiled as she shared that 5 others would awaken alongside her, bringing peace from the ashes of their tormentor. Suddenly she collapsed, and the therapist quickly knelt beside her to check her condition. Principal Nizu and all might excuse themselves to review the recorded session. Meanwhile, All for One smiled in his cell, sensing the presence of someone he had almost forgotten. He chuckled, realizing that the time had come. On a winter morning, as school began, Principal Nizu received a call. He introduced himself to the Tokyo police chief, who urgently requested his presence at a high-end veterinary hospital. The chief explained that they needed someone knowledgeable about animal experimentation involving quirks, prompting Nizu to recall memories from his past. Nizu informed the police chief that he would be present at the high-end veterinarian hospital. Upon arriving, he noticed 𝐿 and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 alongside the police chief. He gestured for them to follow him, stating that they must be curious about the reason for their gathering. As they entered the elevator, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 inquired about the mention of animal experimentation. Nizu explained that an animal had endured significant trauma, found by a family near 𝐼𝐬 who initially mistook it for a bush. 𝐿 expressed her disbelief, and the police chief confirmed that they would soon understand the situation, prompting shock from 𝐿 and a concerned reaction from 𝐒𝐮𝐬, while Nizu observed with a serious expression. Meanwhile, at UA during lunchtime, Izumi and her friends were eating when Hound Dog and Koda approached their table. Hound Dog insisted that Izumi needed to accompany him, and she exchanged glances with her classmates before following him. Concerned, Izumi asked if everything was all right, and Hound Dog explained that Principal Nizu required her assistance with a police investigation. He mentioned that while they were not engaged in hero work, their quirks could be beneficial. They proceeded to the front gate, where Principal Nizu awaited them alongside a police officer and a black car. Nizu signaled for Hound Dog to return to school. Nizu opened the car door for his students, urging them to get in as they drove to their destination. He explained that he needed their help due to their quirks. Handing them folders, he detailed that a family near 𝐼𝐬 had discovered an experimented animal while shopping. Inside the folder, Izumi saw an unusual sheep, and upon looking up, she noticed Koda silently distressed over the poor creature. Nizu elaborated that the family initially thought the sheep was a bush, but when it made a sound, they called animal control, which led to the involvement of the police and ultimately him. Nizu shared that the sheep was unapproachable when awake, which was where Koda and Izumi came in. He encouraged Koda to try to calm the sheep, while he turned to Izumi, expressing hope that she could understand the animal and help identify its tormentors. The atmosphere grew serious, almost intimidating as they reached the bottom floor of the vet hospital. Izumi spotted the sheep on a table, connected to an 𝐿 and wearing a muzzle for sedation. The police chief nodded to the veterinarian, who removed the mask, waking the sheep. It immediately panicked, activating its quirk, causing its eyes to glow purple and unleashing a flurry of leaves that scratched the walls and doors. Koda seized the moment to attempt calming the sheep, urging it to relax. However, the sheep was too agitated for his quirk to be effective. Suddenly, the chaos ceased as the sheep focused on something. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐻 turned to see Izumi in a protective position, surrounded by plants that shielded her from the earlier turmoil. Feeling the tension dissipate, Izumi lifted her head and met the sheep's gaze. The sheep, trembling, attempted to get off the table but fell. To prevent injury, Izumi conjured a flower to cushion its fall, but the sheep continued to move. The veterinarians, heroes, and police stood ready with non-lethal equipment, but 𝐒𝐮𝐻 and 𝗂𝐻𝐸 signaled them to hold back. The sheep approached Izumi, its brown eyes fixated on the flowers in her hair. As it climbed into her lap, it began nibbling at the flowers, causing Izumi to panic, fearing it was trying to eat her. She exclaimed in surprise, but the sheep then cuddled against her. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 observed as the sheep sneezed, prompting him to ask Izumi if she could sense anything from the creature, given its plant-like nature. Izumi nodded, closing her eyes and gently running her hand over the sheep's leaves, attempting to establish a connection. The sheep responded by glowing its eyes purple, forming a mental link with her. Through this connection, Izumi experienced glimpses of the sheep's past. It had been created in a lab alongside others, but none had survived. Filled with pain and anger, it had escaped, only to be misunderstood by humans who fled in fear. Captured again, it felt terrified of further experimentation until it encountered Izumi, who seemed different. As Izumi relayed her insights about the sheep's experiences, the police took note. With the sheep focused on her, 𝗂𝐻𝐸 cautiously approached, ready to use his quirk again. 𝐒𝐮𝐻, however, instructed 𝗂𝐻𝐸 to step back, addressing the sheep with care, asking it to move away from Izumi for the time being. "Nothing will happen to you, they just want to take you somewhere safe," 𝗂𝐻𝐸 reassured as he watched the sheep back away from Izumi and glanced at the vet team waiting nearby. Izumi and 𝗂𝐻𝐸 observed the police chief speaking quietly with 𝐒𝐮𝐻 and 𝐾𝐮. 𝐒𝐮 expressed her concern about what to do with the sheep, noting that they couldn't simply release him into the wild. The chief explained that the sheep would remain in their care until the government decided on a course of action. He shared his worries about the animal freedom fighters who had caught wind of the situation, fearing their intentions. Unfortunately, they lacked sufficient evidence against this organization to prove that they were kidnapping rare animals under the guise of rescuing them. Apologizing for the inconvenience, he bowed respectfully to the heroes as they departed, and 𝐒𝐮𝐻 approached his students. Izumi and 𝗂𝐻𝐸 stood as their principal approached. Izumi, feeling defeated, asked what would happen to the sheep. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 replied that there was little they could do, as the situation was now in the government's hands. This realization saddened both students, knowing they were powerless to help. Later that night, the sheep slept soundly in the enclosed area. They had created after he had panicked at the thought of being caged. He dreamt of Izumi, longing to see her again. She was the only human whose presence he cherished, her kind heart and gentle nature calling to him. As the sheep slept, he remained unaware of the group of people hovering nearby, holding an animal catch pole and a large carrier. Suddenly he felt a tug around his neck, jolting him awake. Startled, he saw humans attempting to push him into a box, causing him to retreat in fear. The pole tightened around his neck, intensifying his panic. In response, he activated his quirk, sending leaves flying at them and causing some to stumble. He dashed out through the open back door, spotting more humans with animals in cages. The frightened cries of the captured creatures filled the air, heightening his distress. Losing control again, he fired at them, the noise of cages clattering and animals crying prompting people to call for help. The leader of the group unleashed her quirk, releasing a sleeping powder that caused the sheep to succumb to slumber as she ordered her team to take him. When the sheep awoke, he found himself in a cage alongside other trapped animals. He could hear the humans talking, though he couldn't understand their words. They pointed at a colorful picture with shapes, but all he felt was despair. He didn't want to be caged anymore. He wanted to escape the fear and pain, and he yearned for Izumi's comforting presence. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to find her and protect her. Even though they had only met once, he felt a deep connection with her, as if they understood each other completely. He activated his quirk, but it didn't seem to work. Then he remembered how Izumi had used her vines to break a strength test. Inspired, he summoned vines from his back, carefully maneuvering them to break the cage door open. He darted out, causing the humans to chase after him. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his leg, but he pushed forward, fueled by anger and fear. As he approached a series of doors, his eyes glowed purple, and he burst through each one until he reached the last. Drawing on Izumi's memories, he turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, thinking he was finally free. However, more humans appeared, blocking his path. Exhausted and desperate, he fought back, knowing it might hurt him. One person used their quirk, launching a fireball that sent him crashing into the next building. The structure was filled with miracle grow plant soil, and the rapid fire triggered the sprinklers. The police, fire department, and nearby heroes rushed to the scene, responding to the chaos. The sheep, still frightened, felt himself growing larger. The combination of the serum from the mad scientist and the water had an unexpected effect. He towered over the buildings, and the nearby heroes mistook him for a villain, prompting them to confront him. Terrified, he defended himself, but as more heroes arrived, the situation escalated. The police began shooting darts at him, and one hero managed to trip him, tying his front legs together. As he fell and slowly lost consciousness, he felt himself calming down, shrinking back to his original size. Back at the hospital, the sheep woke to the sound of familiar voices, now able to understand their words thanks to Izumi. One voice expressed uncertainty about what would happen next, while another, the one he longed to hear, spoke about his unexpected heroism. 𝐼𝐻 explained that if he hadn't caused such a scene, they wouldn't have gathered enough evidence against the animal freedom fighters or uncovered other nearby crimes. Fully awake now, he lifted his head to see he was in a carrier, but this time he didn't resist because Izumi was in view. He called out, catching the attention of both women. Izumi rushed over, opening the door just in time for the sheep to nuzzle against her. 𝐼𝐻 remarked on how much the sheep seemed to like her, and Izumi smiled, acknowledging that perhaps he felt safe with her. The sheep cried out in agreement, content to be with the one who understood him. Nizu and a government official approached 𝐼𝐻, who acknowledged their presence with a thoughtful expression. She agreed with Nizu's earlier statement about the sheep, noting that it would be wrong to end its life when it was perfectly healthy. The official mentioned that they were considering asking 𝐼𝐻 to take care of the sheep, but after observing its bond with Izumi, perhaps it could train alongside her. Nizu agreed, giving Izumi a knowing look, and confirmed that it would be fine if she was willing to train the sheep. Izumi nodded enthusiastically, hugging the sheep and expressing her determination to help it. In the common area of the 1A dormitory, everyone gathered around, shifting their attention between Izumi and the sheep. Todoroki inquired if they were really allowed to keep it. Izumi explained that the sheep was a unique creature without a home, and she had learned about its past. As she spoke, the sheep shed its leaves, revealing a soft grass-like fur that surprised everyone. Uraraka exclaimed in delight, having never realized grass could be so soft. Izumi pondered what to name the sheep, and as it jumped around happily, a name suddenly came to her. She suggested Deku, prompting a mix of reactions from her classmates. Yaoyorozu commented that it sounded like Izumi had been spending too much time with Bakugo. Izumi clarified that the name had a different meaning and showed her classmates the kanji for it. Kirishima recognized it as Izuku, but Bakugo pointed out the alternate pronunciation, explaining that Deku could mean can do. This revelation made Deku shyly hide behind Izumi, who thanked Bakugo for his input. Kaminari then raised a question about the sheep's diet, which led to some playful banter. Yaoyorozu corrected him, noting that the sheep was an herbivore. Ida speculated whether it ate or relied on photosynthesis. Izumi smiled and explained that Deku enjoyed flowers and primarily fed through photosynthesis, but he liked the taste of flowers. Bakugo jokingly questioned if that was cannibalism, but Izumi shot him a glare, reminding him that she also ate plants. The conversation shifted as everyone returned to their previous activities. Izumi petted Deku, who gazed up at her with big brown eyes. She smiled and chuckled softly, deciding it was time to prepare him for training. As she stood up and headed to her room, Deku followed closely behind. To clarify, Deku's quirk was psychic in nature. He was created from a blend of animal DNA and plant cells, combined with the DNA of someone with a psychic quirk, resulting in his unique abilities. He could multiply his own body due to his plant heritage and change his appearance, similar to Izumi, but with a stronger psychic focus. He would fight alongside Izumi, developing his quirk as they trained together, officially becoming part of Class 1A. Meanwhile, Shigaraki, having recently taken on the title of King of the Villains, reflected on an old album filled with pictures of 6 orphans. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and 𝗟𝗏𝐿 had informed him that he was not the first orphan taken under Sensei's wing. He had 6 siblings that Sensei cared for. These 6 were his pride and joy, the foundation for creating 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬. Each possessed powerful quirks, enhanced by an additional gift from Sensei, which had been taken from him by his brother. Now, Sensei's children had been reincarnated, and one had been brainwashed into becoming a hero. Shigaraki lingered on it. Photo of twins, a boy with red hair and orange eyes holding his sister's hand, who had pink hair and pink eyes that reminded him of a certain aspiring hero. After the Vanguard Action Squad captured Bakugo, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 revealed to Sensei that Midoriya shared the same pink eyes as the girl from the photo. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 later disclosed the true origins of Izumi's powers, explaining that she was the reincarnation of that girl, unaware of her past. Shigaraki felt a sense of urgency to fulfill Sensei's quest to reclaim his long-lost daughter and any other children who might appear. He vividly recalled 𝐒𝐮𝐬's words as he and the League of Villains gathered in a room within their hideout. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and 𝗟𝗏𝐿 had shown them the old album, prompting 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 to question its contents. 𝗟𝗏𝐿 explained that it depicted all for one's first family, and when twice asked what had happened to them, Shigaraki learned that they had been taken from him by his own brother. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 nodded as he picked up the picture of Izumi, who had striking pink eyes. He explained that when he first began working with 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝗸, he stumbled upon this album. He hadn't asked about it, he simply looked through it until 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝗸 shared details about the family, the only personal information he had ever given 𝐒𝐮𝐬. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 recalled asking 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝗸 why he shared this, and 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝗸 had responded that he could still feel them, that they were hiding and waiting for him to find them. 𝗟𝗏𝐿 leaned against the wall as everyone examined the pictures. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's yellow eyes dimmed with sadness as he looked at Sensei's family. He understood that Sensei knew he would be captured, which was why he wanted Shigaraki to find his siblings. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 turned the picture of Izumi, a little girl with pink hair and eyes. He revealed that one of them had been brainwashed into becoming a hero. Shigaraki took the picture of the pink-haired girl, flipping it over to read the writing on the back. The quirk listed was Holy Light. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that this quirk wasn't just for healing, it also provided support and a personal barrier to protect from damage. Shigaraki vowed to reunite his siblings with their father at any cost. As he flipped through the album, he realized the pink girl's name was Sakura, and her twin brother's name was Ryuji. Ryuji's quirk, Stronghold, allowed him to lift 100 times the weight of an average person, and he was only 4 years old. Next, he saw a boy with blonde hair and ice blue eyes holding a katana. His name was Kaito, and his quirk was Blade Bend. The katana originated from his body, and anyone who touched it with an ability quirk would have their quirk absorbed and used against them 10 times worse. Flipping to the next page, Shigaraki saw another boy, slightly older, with silver hair and red eyes. His name was Shino, and his quirk was Invulnerability, which was self-explanatory. Next to him sat a girl with lilac hair and violet eyes, resting on Sensei's lap and looking tired. Her name was Yuki, and luck was always on her side. She never got hit, tripped, or kicked, even winning Sensei 1,000,000 yen once. The last child had brown hair and white eyes. He was blind but compensated with chakra sensing. He could perceive, strike, and manipulate people's energy to his advantage, making them his puppets. His name was Matsuo. Shigaraki was determined to find all of them. Izumi and Deku were sitting in the common area, being interviewed by the media about Deku. Izumi wore her UA uniform, while Deku sported a red scarf designed to resemble UA's red ties. Izumi felt stiff as the interview progressed, while Deku, unaware of the situation, rubbed his head against her hand, trying to gain her attention. The reporter asked Izumi questions, attempting to stay focused despite Deku's adorable antics. She inquired about how Izumi came to care for Deku, who had previously been part of the undercover organization Animal Freedom Fighters. Izumi stared wide-eyed for a moment before responding. She explained that Deku was under her care because he had chosen her, even though they had initially planned to give him to 𝐼𝐻𝐸, the number 2 hero. As she spoke, she glanced down at Deku, who continued to nuzzle her hand. Izumi began to relax as she petted him, feeling more comfortable during the interview. She mentioned that since she was still a student, she had more time to bond and train with Deku compared to 𝐼𝐻𝐸, who was overwhelmed with hero work. The interview continued, with Class 1A watching closely as Izumi discussed Deku's journey from a captive experiment to a hero in training. 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed disbelief at the attention Izumi and Deku were receiving, and others nodded in agreement. Todoroki leaned against the kitchen counter, observing the interview unfold. The reporter asked if Deku would become a hero like the principal. Izumi admitted she didn't know, suggesting that he might serve as a support animal, similar to those who assist individuals with disabilities. She emphasized that it was up to the Hero Public Safety Commission to determine if he could be a true hero. 9 days after Daika's attack, Izumi had been interviewed 3 times about Deku and his future. The repetitive nature of the interviews weighed heavily on her, especially considering that just 2 days before the attack, Deku had been discovered and placed in her custody. The focus of the interviews alternated between Deku's story and the details of Daika's attack. Izumi hunched over her desk while her classmates read about her interviews. Kirishima commented on how stiff she seemed during the interviews, while 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and Kaminari watched her latest one. Izumi noted that her father made interviews look easy. Meanwhile, Deku, lying beneath her desk, looked up and nudged her, prompting Izumi to smile and scratch his ear. 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐬 remarked that despite having Deku for only 10 days, they were already the talk of the school. As Izumi walked over to see an article about Deku, she felt a mix of pride and anxiety about the attention they were receiving. Izumi felt a rush of surprise at the attention she was receiving. The classroom door swung open, revealing 𝗟𝗏𝐿ady and Midnight, who were there to guide her through the media frenzy. 𝗟𝗏𝐿ady, experienced with the press, aimed to help Class 1A navigate the situation. The students moved to a prop stage filled with cameras and reporters acting like newscasters, all dressed in their winter costumes for the interview. Todoroki was the first to be interviewed, responding to each question with his characteristic honesty. Soon, 𝗟𝗏𝐿ady encouraged them to showcase their ultimate moves to impress the civilians watching. As the interviews progressed, Izumi noticed Deku, who wore a respirator similar to hers, adorned with a green scarf. His outfit mirrored hers, with flowers decorating his body, matching the ones around her arms. When it was Izumi's turn to be interviewed, she felt stiff until 𝗟𝗏𝐿ady prompted her about her ultimate move. With a flourish, Izumi released the flowers and blew them away with her fan. Deku then leaped into action, creating a pinkish-purple outline that sliced through the ground, startling everyone. Izumi stood frozen, fan in hand, as she turned to Deku, expressing her surprise at his unexpected attack. Deku bounced with excitement, and Izumi smiled at 𝗟𝗏𝐿ady, acknowledging their need for more training. As the holiday season approached, Izumi donned a Santa dress designed by Yaoyorozu, adorned with poinsettias. The common area buzzed with conversation about the mandatory internship from the Public Safety Commission. While sipping her hot chocolate, Ida inquired about her plans, especially after Nitai's situation. Izumi explained that 𝗏𝗏𝐿ady had taken over, leaving them unable to take Togata-senpai. 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐬 then asked about 𝗟𝗏𝐸 and whether Todoroki, Bakugo, and Izumi would be interning with her. Izumi shook her head, recalling her recent visit to 𝗟𝗏𝐸, who had informed her that she would be out of the country for the entire next month. During her visit, 𝗟𝗏𝐸 welcomed Izumi into her office, thanking her sidekick, Honey Heart, before inviting Izumi to sit. Izumi expressed her longing to intern, but 𝗟𝗏𝐸 anticipated her request, confirming that she would love for Izumi to return in February. The realization struck Izumi as she learned that 𝗟𝗏𝐸 would be visiting her husband's family in Greece and then traveling to several countries. Izumi was taken aback when 𝗟𝗏𝐸 revealed she had been married to the war hero, 𝐼𝐻𝐬. As 𝗟𝗏𝐸 reminisced, Izumi's cheeks puffed in surprise, recalling her assumption that 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 was married to the lightning hero, Flash. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 laughed, explaining her love for Aries and how they ended up together. Meanwhile, Bakugo watched as Kaminari attempted to put a Santa hat on, pondering his own internship options with Best Jeanist missing and 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 away. Mineta chimed in about the Christmas party, and Sato returned from the kitchen with a fully cooked turkey just as Aizawa and Eri entered. Eri, wearing her own Santa dress, nervously greeted everyone, prompting Aizawa to kneel and adjust her horn, which had grown, bringing joy to Izumi. The class enjoyed the festivities, singing songs, sharing food, and opening presents. Izumi was surprised to receive mistletoe, unaware that Bakugo had asked Uraraka to use her quirk to float it between her and Todoroki, who held a gift on how to pick up women. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Ashido began to tease them, chanting for a kiss. Todoroki obliged, kissing Izumi on the cheek before burning the mistletoe with his left hand, catching her as she fainted. As the party wound down, Bakugo handed Izumi the dishes for cleanup. Todoroki approached them, suggesting they intern with the number 1 hero, 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸, since they had nowhere else to go. Izumi paused, realizing he meant 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸, not her father. After confirming Todoroki's offer, she felt a mix of excitement and uncertainty, knowing it could be a great opportunity for all of them, especially for All Might, who would be able to watch her progress. On New Year's Eve, Izumi chose to visit her family, accompanied by one of her teachers. Since All Might's retirement, the Yagi Midoriya family had faced challenges, but they remained hopeful for the future. They moved again to a private residence equipped with the best security system and direct access to the local police. The Public Safety Commission wasn't taking any chances with the former number 1 hero and his family being considered targets. This made it difficult for Inko and Natsu to live a normal life, but they understood the reasons behind it. Natsu played with his new toy that Izumi had given him while she talked to both Inko and Toshinori. Inko took a sip of her tea and mentioned that 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 would be leaving for a month. Izumi explained that she wanted to pay her respects to her fallen heroes and close friends. Toshinori nodded, recalling some of them from his past, including Flash, Aries, Mott, Yudi, and Dino. Izumi then shared that Eri had written her a small letter of thanks, which Inko read with a smile. Afterward, Izumi told them about Todoroki's offer. On New Year's Day, Izumi stood in front of the house, saying her goodbyes to Inko and Natsu. She hugged her mom, expressing her love before reminding her to call and to keep Katsuki out of trouble with 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸. Inko's advice was interrupted when Toshinori placed a hand on her shoulder, suggesting she let Izumi go. With a quick hug for his family, Toshinori left, and Izumi turned back to Inko as she gathered her things. She said her goodbyes before climbing onto the bus, where Natsu waved happily. At the train station near 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸's agency, Izumi met up with Bakugo and Todoroki outside, where 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 was waiting for them. Izumi smiled as 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 greeted them, but his enthusiasm quickly turned into a rant about how he only wanted Shoto and how 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸's recommendation was the reason they were there. Izumi noted that something felt different this time as Bakugo made a comment about 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸. She politely thanked him for allowing them to join. As they began to walk, 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 suddenly sprinted ahead, transforming from his clean face to his fiery mask. He announced that he would only train Shoto as he dashed toward a villain. Looking back, he saw all 3 of them catching up, Bakugo with his grenade gauntlet, Shoto gliding on ice, and Izumi using vines to keep pace. Izumi called out for orders, and Bakugo and Todoroki nodded in agreement. Todoroki couldn't believe his father's words. Izumi smiled at them, suggesting they keep up to see what 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 was doing. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 increased his speed with a move called Flash Fire. Izumi remarked that they would never catch up now, but Todoroki changed direction, creating more ice as Bakugo and Izumi followed him. They spotted 3 suspicious figures in front of an alleyway, armed with weapons. Izumi nodded toward the strangers, indicating to Shoto and Bakugo that they should be cautious. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 soon emerged after chasing one of the villains, yelling for his accomplice to surprise him. Izumi quickly created a wall between 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 and the attackers while Bakugo prepared to strike, and Todoroki made the ground beneath them unstable. Just as Bakugo was about to land a hit, Hawks appeared, taking down all 3 attackers with ease. Hawks engaged in small talk with 𝗟𝗏𝐻's interns, 𝗏𝗱, the fan favorite from the sporting festival, and 𝗏𝐵𝐸, who was best genus intern. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until a green blur collided with Hawks' stomach. Izumi gasped in shock, while 𝗏𝐸 struggled to contain his laughter. Deku, realizing he had bumped into someone, looked up to see Hawks and the surprised expressions of Izumi, 𝗏𝗱, 𝗟𝗏𝐻, and the police, while 𝗏𝐸 laughed at the situation. Deku joyfully cried out, having finally found Izumi after waiting for her return to school. He had wanted to accompany her during her family visit, but he had to stay back for his shots that day. Using his quirk, he tracked her down and ran as fast as he could to reach her. Izumi knelt down, telling him that while she was glad to see him, what he did was not right. Deku placed his front hooves on her leggings, wagging his tail in excitement. He tilted his head in confusion as Izumi explained that while laws didn't apply to him because he wasn't human, he still needed to respect them. Hawks, catching his breath, looked over at the two, remarking on the unusual sight. 𝗏𝐸 chimed in, explaining that Deku had a connection with 𝗟𝗏𝐻, who understood plants, allowing her to fully communicate with him. 𝗟𝗏𝐻, recognizing Deku from the news, took the opportunity to pass a secret message to Hawks. Meanwhile, Izumi tried to persuade Deku to go home, but he pulled out a vine holding a letter from the Public Safety Commission. Izumi read the letter aloud, which stated that Deku, the Chia sheep, was allowed to accompany her as no real laws had been broken. The letter indicated that since neither Deku nor 𝗟𝗏𝐻 were human, the laws did not apply to them. It concluded by stating that Deku could join her in hero duties but must always be accompanied by a hero. 𝗏𝐸 read over her shoulder, glancing at Deku and the letter. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 finished his conversation with Hawks and approached them, curious about why Deku was still there. Izumi handed the letter to the number 1 hero for his review. Midoriya, Izumi, and Chia sheep were granted a unique opportunity, and Nizu had become a companion in their journey. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 handed back the paper with a twitch, expressing his indifference as he walked away. Hawks then distributed copies of the book to everyone, sharing a final glance with 𝗟𝗏𝐻 as Izumi waved goodbye with a warm smile that made Hawks smile back. He thought to himself that she was cute, like a bunny, but he sensed she was stronger than she appeared. He felt a sense of concern for her generation before he left to return to the Liberation Army. At 𝗟𝗏𝐻's agency, Izumi, Todoroki, 𝗏𝗏𝐻, and Deku were surrounded by the bustling sidekicks. Izumi admired 𝗏𝗏𝐻, the most famous sidekick, as she explained how things operated in 𝗟𝗏𝐻's office. With over 30 sidekicks working under him, Izumi observed as they moved around, taking calls and dispatching tasks. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 smiled at Izumi, noting that it must be normal for her as the daughter of All Might. Izumi shifted uncomfortably, explaining that her father only had 2 sidekicks throughout his career. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 remarked on how difficult it must have been for All Might to be away from home so much, and Izumi shared that while it was tough, he always made up for it without showing any fatigue. Deku, noticing the tension, leaned his head against Todoroki's leg, hoping to divert the conversation. Todoroki looked down at him and then nudged 𝗏𝗏𝐻 to get his attention. 𝗏𝗏𝐻, ready to respond, realized they needed to change the topic. He suggested that they needed to outshine the professionals to be recognized, which made 𝗏𝗏𝐻 turn her attention to him, allowing Izumi to breathe easier as Deku rubbed his face against her leg. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 informed them that 𝗏𝗱 would be the only one training directly under 𝗟𝗏𝐻, while 𝗏𝗏𝐻 and Izumi would likely be with the sidekicks when 𝗟𝗏𝐻 called for them. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 then summoned 𝗏𝗱, 𝗟𝗏𝐻, and 𝗟𝗏𝐻 to join him, contemplating the gravity of the situation. He thought about Hawk's warnings and MDM Rose's concerns, realizing that something significant was on the horizon. He understood that these kids might be their only hope for the future of Japan and possibly the world. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 awoke to the sound of a girl with cloud pink hair and pink eyes calling his name. As he opened his eyes, the dream faded, and he found himself at 𝗟𝗏𝐻's agency, working on his speed. Annoyed by the odd dream, he heard Izumi's voice through the door, urging him to get ready. He replied that he would be out shortly, trying to shake off the remnants of his dream. 𝗏𝗏𝐻, Izumi, and Todoroki had been at the agency for almost a week, learning from the number 1 hero about what it takes to be a hero in the field. Izumi was with Todoroki and Burnin when Deku unexpectedly tackled Bakugo. Bakugo yelled at Deku to get off him, while Izumi tried to help by reaching out her hand, which Bakugo ignored as he got up himself. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 then approached them, mentioning that his daughter Fuyumi wanted to have dinner with them that night before they returned to school, marking the end of their first week. At the Todoroki estate, Fuyumi watched with anticipation as she met her youngest brother's friends for the first time. However, the meeting didn't go as smoothly as she had hoped, especially with Natsuo's comments adding tension to the atmosphere. Izumi, noticing Deku resting under the table, glanced at 𝗟𝐬𝐽, recalling the harsh words he had received from his son, which reminded her of the insults directed at Toshinori years ago. After Natsuo left, an awkward silence fell over the table as Izumi and Bakugo exchanged glances. Bakugo stared at his half-eaten food while Izumi offered Shoto a half-smile, unsure of how to proceed. 𝗟𝗏𝐽 excused himself from the table, leaving the four of them to clean up. Fuyumi, holding back tears, instructed them on where to find the plates. As they cleaned, she apologized for how the evening had unfolded. Bakugo shared his thoughts on the situation, while Izumi remained quiet. Izumi then turned to Shoto, suggesting that he should consider forgiving Natsuo. Bakugo, trying to help, pointed out that this situation was different from what Izumi and All Might had experienced. Izumi shook her head, smiling as she explained that it was about her father. Shoto listened intently as she expressed her inner conflict about forgiveness, acknowledging that while she didn't know Natsuo well, she believed everyone deserves forgiveness at some point in their lives. Her words resonated with the two Todoroki siblings, who were on opposite sides of the issue. As Izumi said goodbye to Fuyumi, asking for the recipe, Fuyumi pulled her into a hug, whispering a request for her to make Shoto happy. Fuyumi then moved to her brother, teasing him about a secret, causing him to blush slightly, hoping the shadows would conceal it. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝗏𝐽 discussed his expectations for the three of them while they were back in school when a ghost from his past appeared, confronting Natsuo. 𝗟𝗏𝐽 called out to his son as Natsuo was in a precarious situation. Without hesitation, Izumi, Deku, Shoto, and Bakugo sprang into action, ready to fulfill their roles as heroes. Shoto and Bakugo focused on the villain while Izumi and Deku assisted the civilians caught in the chaos. Fortunately, only one person had sustained an injury, twisting her ankle, and Izumi was quick to help. Shoto managed to capture the villain, while Bakugo successfully rescued both Natsuo and 𝗟𝗏𝐼, marking a small but significant victory for the heroes in training. In the 1A dormitory, Bakugo lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling as he reflected on the day's events. He found himself relating to Natsuo regarding difficult fathers, despite his own dad being admirable in his own way. However, a nagging thought lingered in the back of his mind, leading him to mutter about his father being difficult. As he closed his eyes, a faint orange glow flickered before they shut, and he noticed the broken frame of his bed. Shoto continued to rub his left arm after capturing the villain, a detail that did not go unnoticed by 𝗟𝗏𝐼. 𝗟𝗏𝐽 looked down at Shoto and asked if it was still bothering him. Shoto confirmed it was, shaking his left hand. Izumi approached, concern etched on her face, and inquired if everything was all right. Shoto attempted to downplay it, but 𝗟𝗏𝐽 interjected, pointing out the issue with Shoto's left arm. 𝗟𝗏𝐽 explained that Shoto had a rare muscle loss in that arm, which was why he preferred to attack from a distance. Afterward, he suggested they head back, and Bakugo joined them in the car. Later that night, Izumi worked on Shoto's arm after learning about his condition. Shoto offered a half-smile, apologizing for her having to hear about it. Izumi reassured him that it was okay and handed him a cup of tea, explaining that chamomile would help with muscle relaxation. She noted the specific areas where she felt tension and mentioned that she had made ginger chamomile tea to address both issues. As she looked up at him, Shoto simply stared back. Feeling shy, Izumi blushed and looked down, while Shoto examined his bandaged arm, which was covered in aloe vera and Epsom salt, before sipping his tea. He thanked her, prompting Izumi to react with surprise, realizing it was the first time he had called her by her first name. Shoto, surprised by her reaction, asked if she didn't like it, to which she shook her head, expressing that she actually did. She then asked if she could call him Shoto, and he agreed, stating it was only fair. As they cleaned up their cups, Shoto noted that it was getting late and they had classes the next day. Izumi acknowledged this as she headed to the elevator, wishing him good night before departing. Once alone, Shoto leaned back and repeatedly hit his head against the wall, scolding himself for using her first name. He pulled at the now dry wrap on his arm and noticed a faint kanji symbol for protection that he hadn't seen before, illuminated by the light. The next day marked the return to school, where Ida informed everyone they would be showcasing what they had learned during their work studies. Aizawa had been called away unexpectedly, leaving Toshinori to take over the class. Izumi followed the girls to their locker room, where she noticed some had improved their costumes. She donned her own costume before putting on Deku's, which was now enhanced with red booties for stability and a collar for neck protection against seizures caused by his quirk. When it was time to demonstrate their skills, Izumi, Bakugo, and Todoroki showcased their speed. Izumi wrapped vines around her feet, causing flowers to bloom as they fell apart, a technique inspired by 𝐿𝐴. Just before 𝐿𝐴 departed, she burst into 𝗟𝗏's office, expressing disbelief that he would take Izumi under his wing. 𝗟𝗏 sighed, explaining that Shoto had requested Midoriya and Bakugo for work studies while she was away for a month. 𝗟𝗏 presented him with a small pink notebook titled Flower Power, containing techniques for Izumi to learn. 𝗟𝗏 accepted it reluctantly, and she warned him that she would reclaim Izumi once she returned. As Izumi soared through the sky, leaving a trail of petals behind her, her classmates watched in awe. Toshinori observed, reminiscing about his old mentor, Nana, as he saw Izumi gliding gracefully. He felt a sense of pride, recognizing that she had grown into a remarkable young woman, no longer needing his protection. No longer needing a push in the right direction, Toshinori nodded as he acknowledged that the last group had finished. Izumi stood in front of Todoroki, smiling up at him, and expressed her admiration for his performance. She beamed at him, saying he had done amazing. Shoto, returning her smile, mentioned that he had thought he had a slow start. Mineta, curious, asked about their interaction. Izumi reassured him that it was actually his fastest start yet. Bakugo, feigning annoyance, remarked that he would have to witness this every day now, though excitement flickered in his eyes. Uraraka, standing next to her crush, commented on how close they were getting. Bakugo, irritated, marched over to Kirishima, leaving Uraraka blushing and alone. After class had ended, Toshinori requested to see Izumi in the facility lounge. As she walked that way, she noticed Shinso stumbling down the hall, looking more tired than usual. Concerned, Izumi asked if he was all right. Shinso explained that he was trying to reach the nurse's office due to persistent headaches. Izumi suggested that Deku grow a bit larger and help Shinso to recover girl, and he transformed into a size resembling a miniature horse before assisting Shinso to the infirmary. In the teacher's lounge, Izumi met with her father. She smiled and asked if he had wanted to see her. Toshinori handed her a cup of green tea and a file labeled with the name Sakura Akira. As Izumi began to read, her smile faded upon discovering the details. The file revealed that Sakura Akira, age 6, had died due to an unstable quirk. Izumi was saddened to learn that she had been given away by her parents at the age of 3, along with her twin brother, Ryuji. The file continued, detailing how, 3 years later, a malnourished man and 5 other children had arrived at a public hospital, but none of the children survived the night. Izumi looked up at Toshinori, seeking an explanation. Toshinori took a sip of his tea before speaking. He explained that when Izumi's secondary quirk had manifested, they had consulted a psychiatrist for her well-being. He reminded her of the day she had been hypnotized, allowing someone named Sakura to come through. Toshinori had done some research and found limited information, just names and the circumstances of their deaths. Izumi continued to read through the other patient files, noting the tragic fates of other children. She questioned how all these different deaths could have occurred. Toshinori shared his own confusion, glancing at the clock and suggesting that she should head back as it was almost dinner time. Just then, a knock interrupted them. Bakugo and Deku entered the room. Bakugo expressed his annoyance at Deku, who was happily making noises and rubbing his head against Izumi. 𝗏𝗏 bid them farewell as they left the school building and walked to the dorms. The two friends returned in comfortable silence until Izumi paused, sensing something was off with 𝗏𝗏𝐽. He handed her a canned coffee and took a seat next to her. Izumi pressed him to share what was troubling him, but 𝗏𝗏𝐽 insisted there was nothing wrong, turning away from her. Izumi puffed out her cheeks in frustration, insisting he should be honest with her. 𝗏𝗏𝐽's eye twitched as he tried to dismiss her concern, expressing his annoyance at having to see her both in real life and in his dreams. His outburst startled Izumi, and realizing his harsh words, he tossed his can into the nearest trash can. He then apologized, admitting that he had been experiencing nightmares lately. He described a recurring dream where they were playing in a field filled with wildflowers, with Izumi humming a song and making flower crowns. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over them, and he found himself in a hospital, feeling as if he were being torn apart by a power greater than his own. He recalled BL'd red eyes staring at him, eyes that were not his own but had slit irises, filled with hunger. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 shared this unsettling experience with Izumi, who placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, noticing that he was trembling. As 𝗏𝗏𝐽 leaned back to gaze at the dusk sky, he mentioned that the dreams often shifted from their happy moments to images of two siblings, a pink girl and a boy with orange hair. Izumi perked up at this revelation, asking for their names. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 recalled them as Sakura and Ryuji, and Izumi stiffened at the mention. When 𝗏𝗏𝐽 inquired about her reaction, she connected the dots to all for one. Back at the dorms, the rest of Class 1A was preparing dinner, wondering where their classmates had gone, especially as dinner time approached. 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 noted that it was unusual for them to be this late, while Kaminari suggested they might have been caught up with All Might, given their personal connection to him. Todoroki agreed, emphasizing that it was unlike them to delay dinner preparations. Kirishima chimed in, questioning whether they should search for them. Yaoyorozu looked at the time and turned to Ida for guidance. He suggested they wait a little longer, but if they hadn't returned in an hour, they should start to worry. Just then, the front door opened, revealing the missing friends and a sheep. 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 expressed her relief, but her words faltered as she took in the sight of all three. Izumi looked sad as 𝗏𝗏𝐽 walked away, visibly shaken with anger. He passed 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 on his way to the elevator. Kirishima, 𝗟𝗏, Ishido, and Kaminari arrived at the entrance, and Kirishima asked what was going on. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 snapped at him, clearly frustrated, before continuing on his way. Kaminari noticed Izumi's sorrow as she gently petted Deku's head. Izumi admitted that she had said something to 𝗏𝗏𝐽 that had upset him. She looked down, then up to see Todoroki with a hand on her shoulder, offering support. Kirishima rubbed the back of his head, puzzled. He mentioned that they often teased 𝗏𝗏𝐽, but he had never reacted this way before. Izumi explained that she had revealed something she had been hiding for a long time, but she struggled to continue, rubbing her tired eyes. Todoroki reassured her that she didn't need to explain further. Grateful, Izumi apologized and excused herself, feeling unwell as she and Deku headed to the elevator. Class 1A fell silent, processing what had just happened. Jiro asked what was going on, while Hagakure speculated that Izumi might have finally confessed her feelings for 𝗏𝗏𝐽. Ojiro disagreed, unsure of Hagakure's interpretation. As the others tried to piece together the situation between the childhood friends, Todoroki glanced back at the elevator, hoping they would reconcile soon. For the next few days, concern spread among everyone from Tashinori to 𝗟𝗏𝐻. Enji noticed the tension between 𝗏𝗏𝐽 and Izumi, which, while not affecting their hero work, was palpable. It was time for Izumi to leave 𝗟𝗏𝐻's agency and return to MDM Rose, giving 𝗟𝗏𝐻 a chance to offer 𝗏𝗏𝐽 some advice during their rounds. He told 𝗏𝗏𝐽 that he was back at square one, noting that it was obvious the two best friends were not speaking to each other. He warned 𝗏𝗏𝐽 that his fiery spirit was dimming, and soon the smoke would cloud his vision. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 stopped in his tracks, taking in 𝗟𝗏𝐻's words. He felt a pang of realization as 𝗟𝗏𝐻 mentioned not letting important people slip away due to poor judgment. Todoroki paused as well, recognizing that the advice was meant for both him and 𝗏𝗏𝐽. Izumi was with Honey Heart and another sidekick, Succulent, while MDM Rose attended a meeting with the Public Safety Commission. Honey Heart, known for her bee-like quirk, asked Izumi if she was paying attention. Succulent, who could produce cactus spines, joined in, encouraging Izumi to share her troubles. Deku, lying nearby, nodded in agreement. 𝐼𝐴 returned, having changed her appearance since coming back to Japan. She approached Izumi and expressed the importance of not bottling up emotions, as it could distance her from those she cared about. Izumi felt a sense of relief as she finally smiled after a week of sadness, admitting that she and 𝗏𝗏𝐽 had a significant fight recently. In a flashback, 𝗏𝗏𝐽 confronted Izumi about a name she mentioned, 𝐼𝐴. He was surprised to learn that she had been holding back information about her new quirk. As she demonstrated her ability, 𝗏𝗏𝐽 realized he had only heard part of the story, which made him angry. Back in the present, Izumi finished explaining the events of that night to the three pro-heroes, omitting some details. 𝐼𝐴 connected the dots, realizing that 𝗏𝗏𝐽's strength had grown significantly. Izumi recounted an incident where 𝗏𝗏𝐽 had lifted a heavy barbell effortlessly, which had gone unnoticed by others. 𝐼𝐴 reflected on a past battle where 𝗏𝗏𝐽 had saved her by holding up a boulder, acknowledging that Izumi's observations might indeed be correct. 𝐼𝐴 advised Izumi to speak to 𝗏𝗏𝐽 and tell him what he needed to hear. If he continued to walk away, she encouraged Izumi to pursue him. As 𝐼𝐴 glanced at the clock, she decided it was time to return to the school, informing Izumi that she wouldn't need her for the next 2 days and suggesting she use that time to study. Upon arriving at the dorm, Izumi noticed 𝗏𝗏𝐽 and Todoroki returning from endeavor. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 headed straight for his room, but when Izumi called out to him, he paused to look back, his expression devoid of anger. However, before she could speak, more students arrived, causing her to hesitate. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 made a noise of frustration before turning away. Deku observed the scene, noticing Izumi's eyes glistening with unshed tears and 𝗏𝗏𝐽's shoulders shaking as he struggled to contain his emotions. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Deku acted dramatically, summoning 2 vines that attached themselves to the necks of both teens. In the common area, Todoroki sat with Ida, Kirishima, and Shoji when they heard a loud thud. Shoji transformed one of his dupli arms into an ear, and Todoroki and Kirishima stood to investigate. They soon heard Kirishima call out to 𝗏𝗏𝐽 and Izumi, prompting everyone to rush toward the sound. There, they found 𝗏𝗏𝐽 and Izumi on the ground, unconscious, with Deku nearby. Todoroki knelt beside them, confirming they were still breathing. Ida questioned Deku about what had happened. Deku's eyes turned purple as an invisible wave washed over everyone, causing a collective headache. He wished for his 𝗟𝗏𝐷 to be happy again. The classmates exchanged shocked glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Deku expressed his longing for 𝗏𝗏𝐽 and Izumi to be friends again, hoping to end their fighting. Footsteps approached, and Aizawa appeared, observing Deku and the 2 unconscious teens. He acknowledged Deku's intentions but cautioned against forcing friendship. Just as he prepared to cancel Deku's quirk, Deku pleaded with him not to, explaining that their minds were at peace and that canceling the quirk could lead to confusion. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, and instructed the students to move the teens into the common area. Izumi found herself wandering through a blank white space, trying to comprehend her surroundings. She began to hear a boy's voice shouting, "Let her go." An image materialized, revealing a red-haired boy chained to a wall, crying out. With a sudden burst of strength, he broke free and rushed to a girl with pink hair, who was curled up in a ball, while a man stood with his back turned. The man remarked on the boy's strength, stating that it stemmed from love, whether familial, platonic, or romantic. He then walked toward a steel door, mumbling about love as he closed and locked it. 4 other children emerged from the shadows, approaching the siblings. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 stood beside Izumi, explaining that these were the dreams he had been experiencing. He revealed that 𝐼𝐴 would force the children to use their quirks at any cost, clenching his fist as he stared ahead. The scene shifted to another adult male who, with a single punch, incapacitated a villain. The children gasped in awe at the story. Izumi, puzzled, inquired about the man's identity. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 confirmed it was Shigaraki, suggesting it was the family name of 𝐼𝐴 and his brother. Izumi then shared a significant secret. Her father's quirk, known as One for All, was unique in that it transferred from one user to the next, unlike most quirks that were hereditary. 𝐾𝐭𝐤 nodded, and another image appeared, showing 5 out of 6 orphans in hospital beds, crying in pain. The original holder of One for All sat beside one child, whom Izumi recognized as 𝗟𝗓𝐬. The man reassured the boy that he would see his sister again, promising to help her become an organ donor so that her quirks could be transferred to another person. He encouraged 𝗟𝗓𝐬 to let go of his worries, assuring him they would reunite. The scene shifted again, this time to darkness. 𝐾𝐭𝐤 expressed the pain of witnessing those he cared about getting hurt, declaring it best for them to no longer be friends. As he turned to walk away, an acorn struck him, prompting Izumi to confront him. She pointed out that his fear of losing those he loved was what drove him to distance himself from others. Tears streamed down her face as she expressed how much she missed him. 𝐾𝐭𝐤 clenched his teeth, overwhelmed with emotion. He recounted how his actions had hurt those around him, including Izumi's father and All Might, who had sacrificed his remaining powers to save him. He revealed that he had been attacked in the woods because of his choices and that Izumi had nearly died twice due to his presence. He spoke of a new power he had learned about, called Strong Heart, which required him to express love to gain strength. As he struggled with his emotions, he began to rip off his shirt, revealing fur beneath his skin. Izumi gasped as 𝐾𝐭𝐤's eyes glowed orange, and he slowly transformed into a beast. She backed away in shock as he charged toward her, narrowly dodging his claws. She tried to reassure him, reminding him that his father had understood the loss of his quirk when he faced All for One. Izumi knew she had to transfer the power to a new user so it wouldn't fade away with her. As she continued to dodge, she reflected on the past. No one blamed her for what happened at camp. She blamed herself for the events during the Yakuza raid. She felt useless because she hadn't done anything. She had been taken, and then she ran. But 𝐾𝐭𝐤 had fought alongside MDM Rose against 𝗟𝗏𝐿. Using her quirk, Izumi managed to stop 𝐾𝐭𝐤's rampage. 𝐾𝐭𝐤 thrashed and struggled against his restraints as Izumi pressed on. She had no regrets about her actions. She had protected Eri and had little to no BLD on her hands. She had done what she needed to do, saving Miroh from losing his quirk. Just then, a vision appeared before her, a version of herself with long green hair, glowing pink eyes, and wings made of light, adorned with rose vines. This Izumi moved forward and touched werewolf 𝐾𝐭𝐤's shoulder. She told him that he couldn't handle this power yet and that he needed love to ground him. Love wouldn't make him weak. It was what made him stronger than anyone else, the strength to protect his loved ones. Izumi smiled down at him as he transformed back, knowing he would still be at 𝗟𝗓𝗓. She expressed her love for him, calling him her brother and someone she could trust in times of need. The vision of Izumi then turned to the original, smiling sweetly. She assured her that one day she would be able to use this power. She just needed to grow stronger, just like 𝐾𝐭𝐤. As the vision faded, leaving rose petals dancing in the air, 𝐾𝐭𝐤 released his pent-up emotions. He apologized to Yuemi, and Izumi stood over him as he scratched at his chest, tears falling to the ground beneath him as he broke down. He cried out in frustration, feeling overwhelmed. He admitted that he hid behind anger and annoyance to mask the pain. Just then, soft, warm arms wrapped around him. Izumi comforted him, saying she understood because she had always been there, even during the hardest moments of his life. She had witnessed the times when Ms. Yuki suggested to his parents that he should go to a behavior institution. She had been there for every fight he had been in and had heard the rumors. As 𝐾𝐭𝐤 squeezed her hand, trembling, she recalled the time older kids had locked them in a shed, tears welling in her eyes. Looking up, the blank space transformed into a blue sky and a meadow. Izumi shared her feelings about the chaos and weight of being a hero, expressing how she leaned on her friends for support. 𝐾𝐭𝐤 turned to her, looking through his bangs, and she urged him to lean on her and the people who loved him. She acknowledged that it wouldn't be easy, but surrounding himself with understanding people was essential. 𝐾𝐭𝐤 thanked her, expressing his appreciation and love. He called her his best friend, sister, and family, promising to keep each other grounded. They held out their pinkies, swearing to uphold their promise. Suddenly, Clapping interrupted them as two kids stood nearby, smiling. The boy with red hair exclaimed that they had made up, and his sister nodded in agreement. They had been waiting for this moment. The boy, Ryuji, mentioned how impressive it was to see Izumi dodge and block Bakugo's attacks. Izumi began to ask about them, and the twins confirmed they were sorry for keeping them waiting but had come to deliver an important message. They explained that quirks were an extension of one's soul, pieces so valuable that losing them could leave one feeling empty. Izumi was taken aback, and Ryuji clarified that they had come to say goodbye. They revealed their intention to cross over to where Mr. Shigaraki was, seeking peace. Izumi pondered their words, but before she could respond, Bakugo questioned them about the others, asking if they would wait for them. The twins assured them they would wait on the other side. Sakura explained that she could have crossed over when Izumi unlocked her powers but chose to wait for her brother. They didn't want to keep Mr. Shigaraki waiting, and everyone would understand their decision. As the twins prepared to leave, Izumi stopped them, asking about the figure they had seen earlier. Sakura told her that it was her heart's longing, a trial to unlock her third quirk. She warned that those quirks were living monsters, powerful by nature, and had caused their demise. However, they wouldn't harm Izumi because she was born with them. With that, the twins walked hand in hand through the mist, and the world around Izumi and Bakugo turned white. Izumi blinked a few times to regain her focus. Uraraka and Azui were looking down at her, smiling. Uraraka expressed relief that she was awake. Izumi noticed Bakugo getting up, surrounded by his friends. Deku jumped into her lap, crying and apologizing, but Bakugo comforted him with a gentle touch on his head. Thanking Deku for his help, Izumi nodded in agreement with Bakugo, who confirmed her words. A voice from Class A interrupted them, asking what had happened, whether they had fought or confessed their feelings. Both Izumi and Bakugo laughed, causing the class to look on with curiosity. Izumi stood up, addressing 𝐒𝐮𝐬. She explained that her feelings for Bakugo were platonic, akin to those of siblings. Bakugo, blushing with embarrassment, confirmed this, mentioning that they had come to an understanding during a difficult time. As Izumi smiled at her classmates, they began to relax, grasping the situation. Kirishima, concerned, checked on Bakugo, who nodded in response, watching Izumi interact with her friends and smirking at them. Bakugo teased Kirishima, who responded with a wide grin. Following that day, Izumi confided in Bakugo about everything, including what she had shared with her father and Mirio regarding Ryuji. Bakugo stood behind her as she meditated, asking what she could see. Izumi opened her eyes, which had changed from green to pink, and simply replied that she could see everything. Pro-heroes and students gathered behind her, gazing at the forest below. In December, Shigaraki faced Daruma Ujiko, who was engrossed in his computer work. Ujiko expressed his fascination with the discovery of quirk genetics, revealing a diagram of Izumi Midoryia alongside her picture. He described her as a remarkable specimen, noting that a test sample obtained by Ms. Toga was perfect. Ujiko explained the complexity of her DNA, hidden among plant cells and iron, and proudly showcased his findings to Shigaraki. Shigaraki, curious about what made her special, learned that her quirk was rare, existing in only 5% of the population, and that she possessed 3 quirks, the last of which was extraordinary. Ujiko continued to elaborate on the significance of her abilities, while Shigaraki reflected on a severed hand that might belong to his sister. He urged Ujiko to expedite the process, revealing his longing for more power, both to fulfill a promise and to surpass his sister, as his MSTR would have wanted. Ujiko nodded in silence as he prepared for the procedure, explaining the intricate process involved. Shigaraki, lying down, inquired about the necessity of a BLD sample from Izumi. Ujiko explained that her powers were pivotal to his theories on quirks and that he had also received a BLD sample from Katsuki Bakugo. Shigaraki smirked, anticipating their reunion in 4 months before losing consciousness. In a dreamlike state, Shigaraki walked away from his family, who had held him back, and followed his 𝐼𝐵. He encountered a familiar girl holding a sphere of light, who looked at him with fear. She asked if he intended to harm her, to which he replied that he wanted to show those who had dismissed her not to fear her. As he extended his hand, his voice took on a commanding tone, and she asked if he would protect them. Shigaraki assured her that he would teach her how to protect herself, pulling her closer. The scene shifted as the girl transformed into Izumi, her soft pink hair curling into green, and her fear morphed into worry as she pulled away, her flesh seemingly deteriorating. Izumi fled toward others, with a boy resembling 𝗟𝗠𝐺𝐸 calling out for her. As he reached for her, his features shifted to resemble Bakugo's, and Shigaraki's anger surged, activating his quirk and causing destruction. A blue blur intervened, absorbing the impact, which only fueled Shigaraki's frustration. In a nearby city, 𝗟𝗏𝗡, the acting leader for evacuation, urged everyone to board the shuttles as the area became increasingly dangerous. Izumi assisted an elderly woman who had fallen, while whispers circulated among the evacuees about her lineage. As she joined her classmates in guiding others to safety, she noticed Katsuki refusing sweets from an elderly lady and Shoto helping a fallen boy. 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 and Azui worked quickly to collect personal items for a faster evacuation. Suddenly, a sense of dread enveloped Izumi, and she sensed a looming presence behind her. Katsuki felt it too, halting in his tracks. Shoto noticed their unease and reached out to Katsuki, only to feel a strange sensation in his arm. 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 turned to them, concerned, as they all sensed something ominous approaching. Izumi stood tall, declaring that something was coming, while Katsuki took a defensive stance. Shoto remained silent, overwhelmed by the fear that gripped them all. The ground trembled as it began to crumble, and Izumi realized that it was Shigaraki's quirk at work. She sprang into action, attempting to create a barrier, but it disintegrated into dust. Panic surged within her as 𝗟𝗏𝗡 shouted orders to the others. It was getting closer, and 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 urged Izumi and Katsuki to hurry and help. Shoto found himself unable to move, his eyes shifting from gray and teal to a deep blue. A sharp sensation in his left hand jolted him back to reality. Looking down, he saw a bone handle protruding from his palm, and as he pulled it out, a metal blade emerged. He remembered the instruction to stab the ground where it was breaking and absorb its energy. Shoto pushed past Izumi and Katsuki, who were both concerned for him. Izumi called out to Shoto as a brilliant light emanated from within her, forming a sphere that she directed toward him just as he struck down with the blade. The weapon began to crack but held firm as the ground stabilized, enveloping him in a protective glow. Katsuki halted, glancing back at Shoto, who was now wielding the blade. Izumi looked on in awe as Shoto stood, the katana in hand, turning to face them. Suddenly, a voice crackled through 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜's earpiece, sending a chill down their spines. Shigaraki's voice inquired about their whereabouts, revealing that he was after them. Izumi and Katsuki exchanged worried glances before turning back to Shoto, who remained entranced by the katana. Then, a chilling declaration echoed, "Found you." The city blurred around Shoto as he gripped the katana. He recalled the boy's words about the weapon's ability to absorb quirks. The boy had mentioned that two others, Sakura and 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜, had awakened and that he needed to return home. Just then, Izumi's voice broke through Shoto's daze, urging him to snap back to focus. Shoto blinked, his eyes returning to their usual colors. Katsuki shouted for him to hurry, glancing back at the hospital. Confused, Shoto asked where they were supposed to go. Izumi explained that they needed to get away from the civilians before Shigaraki arrived. As they dashed into the forest, Izumi apologized for using the private server to communicate. She warned 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 that Shigaraki was after them, specifying that it was her, Katsuki, and Shoto he was targeting. 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜, chasing Shigaraki, was puzzled by the situation. He heard Shoto's voice come through the server, requesting to stay in contact. As they ran, 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜 noticed Shigaraki moving toward them, seemingly aware of their direction. He thought about the urgency of the situation while the pro-heroes engaged Shigaraki to buy the trio time. Shoto, still holding the cracked blade, wondered about the boy he had seen. Katsuki asked him who it was, and Shoto, still in shock, recalled the boy's name, Kaito, and mentioned the others, Sakura and 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐜. Their names piqued Izumi and Katsuki's interest. Suddenly, a piercing sound filled their earpieces, and they looked up to see Shigaraki looming above them, a sense of dread washing over them. He declared it was time for them to come with him. Just then, Deku, who had been keeping pace, noticed a blur and swiftly grabbed Izumi while the blur snatched Shoto and Katsuki. It was 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬, who explained that he had been informed about them by Toshinori. 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 stopped once they were far enough from Shigaraki, instructing Deku to halt. Izumi expressed concern for Mr. Aizawa, but 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 reassured her that he was a capable hero. He turned to Shoto, who was examining the blade they had just acquired. Katsuki pointed out that they were still too close to danger, and 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 agreed, acknowledging that Shigaraki was faster than anticipated. 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 instructed the three to stay put while he returned to keep 𝒟𝗟𝐻𝐬 safe. Izumi protested, worried about how long he could hold off Shigaraki. 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 emphasized the importance of keeping them away from the fight, fearing what Shigaraki could do if he got his hands on them. He noted Shoto's display of power with the blade, highlighting the need for caution. As 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 left to rejoin the battle, Shoto ignited the blade, and the trio, now filled with determination, surged forward, their eyes glowing with vibrant colors. Meanwhile, 𝒟𝗟𝐻𝐬 struggled against the relentless onslaught of high-end Nomu, trying to protect himself and the others from Shigaraki's advances. Shigaraki contemplated the irony of being defeated by the very students he had once protected and trained. He felt a surge of confidence, believing his thoughts had reached them before 𝒟𝗟𝐻𝐬 nullified his quirks. 𝒟𝗟𝐻𝐬 noticed a blade obstructing his view of Shigaraki, with only the villain's eyes reflecting back at him and Izumi's hand reaching out over his face. Katsuki, acting quickly, raised his gloved hand to his face, triggering an explosion that sent Shigaraki sprawling. Shoto stepped in to block 𝒟𝗟𝐻𝐬's line of sight just before he turned and struck Shigaraki in the leg. Izumi, piggybacking on 𝒟𝗟𝐻𝐬, covered his eyes with her glowing hands. Manuel, still holding onto 𝒟𝗟𝐻𝐬, was about to pull her off when he heard Izumi declare her healing progress. As Shigaraki struggled to shake Katsuki off, Katsuki declared his determination to protect everyone, slamming Shigaraki's head further into the ground. Shigaraki grinned, laughter bubbling up as he processed the situation. He recognized the powers at play and noted that he still couldn't access his quirks. He taunted the students, questioning their treatment of their creator. Mid-sentence, he felt an intrusion in his mind, but he resisted, smiling as he pushed Katsuki's hand away, locking eyes with him. He mocked the idea that love could empower someone, dismissing it as pathetic, and then threw Katsuki aside, turning his attention back to Shoto, who was still holding him down. Shigaraki glared at Shoto, who was suppressing his quirks. He grinned, getting closer to Shoto and pulling the katana from his own bleeding hand. With a swift motion, he hurled Shoto in the same direction as Katsuki. Realizing that 𝒟𝗟𝐻𝐬 had activated his quirk again, Shigaraki thought they were merely stalling to heal him. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 then launched an attack, his flame spider causing damage as he confronted Shigaraki. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 warned Shigaraki that gathering power without purpose would lead to hollow desires, but Shigaraki stood defiantly, asserting that heroes often harmed their own families to assist strangers. As he spoke, black webbing enveloped his body, and he accused the heroes of enabling others to rely on them. As 𝗟𝗏𝐻 rushed past Izumi to confront Shigaraki, he thanked her for the breather, but Shigaraki dodged his attack with incredible speed. 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 attempted to reach Shigaraki but was overpowered. Izumi cried out for him as her vines softened his fall, pulling him close for inspection. She reassured him that he would be fine, her healing light illuminating the area as she sent roots back at Shigaraki while Katsuki and Shoto attacked simultaneously. Shigaraki evaded their strikes and declared that he needed Izumi to achieve his goals, reaching out to her. Ryukyu intervened, sacrificing herself in the process. Katsuki struck Shigaraki from behind, but as he coughed up BLD, Shigaraki remained unfazed, his hand piercing through Ryukyu as Shoto attempted to encase him in ice while 𝗟𝗏𝐻 aimed for one last punch. Izumi spotted something shining in the chaos, realizing it was headed toward her, 𝒟𝗟𝐻𝐬, and the others. As it approached, 𝒟𝗟𝐻𝐬 leaped in front of her, taking a hit to the leg. This moment allowed Shigaraki to unleash a shockwave, propelling himself toward them. Shoto and Katsuki, undeterred, charged after him, pushing Shigaraki back. Izumi caught Eraserhead as he held a bloody knife in one hand and a round in the other, urging him to stay in the fight while she tended to his injury. With Eraserhead stabilized, the other heroes joined the fray. Shigaraki smirked at the heroes who obstructed his path, taunting them that their delays would not prevent his victory. However, as he spoke, the skin from his chest to his arm tore open, causing him to drop to the ground. Confused, he realized something was amiss, but before he could react, he was lifted off the ground by Deku, who had been hidden behind rubble, his eyes glowing with power. Izumi stood beside a healed Eraserhead and 𝐼𝐼𝐻 as the ground shook around them. She wondered if they were experiencing an earthquake as tree branches erupted from the ground, lifting debris into the sky. Determined, she summoned 6 glowing orbs that surrounded her and shot toward each hero, revitalizing them. 𝗟𝗏 felt his body rejuvenate, while Ryukyu noticed her wounds healing, realizing this was different from other healing quirks. As Izumi struggled to remain standing, she reflected on the toll of healing 𝐼𝐻 and the immense effort required to create a massive tree. She recalled that in practice, the heaviest thing Deku had ever lifted was her, and she noticed Shigaraki lowering slightly. Deku was the only thing keeping Shigaraki from causing another disaster, and Izumi hoped that lifting them up to 180 feet above the ground would be enough, as she couldn't go much higher than that. She observed Shigaraki, who remained fixated on her, and thought about his words. Shigaraki expressed his confidence, stating that no matter how much Izumi healed others or grew things, he would eventually get his hands on her. A memory surfaced in Shigaraki's mind from his childhood. He recalled a time when he had asked 𝐼𝐻 why he wasn't afraid of a pile of dust. 𝐼𝐻 had replied that he once met a woman who could render a man useless with just a glance. As they walked through the busy streets, Tamura had inquired about her fate, to which 𝐼𝐻 had ominously responded that she was scared, and he had taken that fear away. Shigaraki smiled at the memory, which replayed in his mind. Determined not to give up, Shigaraki prepared to strike by activating Rivet Stab, unleashing tendrils that targeted 𝗟𝗏, Ryukyu, Rocklock, Manuel, and Eraserhead. He attempted the same with Izumi, Katsuki, and Shoto, but each of them managed to stop a tendril from piercing them. Katsuki drew strength from his recent experience, while Shoto held up his katana to deflect the attack. Izumi reinforced her large fan with her secondary quirk, though her arms began to tremble under the strain. Shigaraki's skin was peeling as he pushed his quirks to their limits. He taunted them, demanding the 3 quirks 𝐼𝐻 had given to their past selves, promising to discard their corpses afterward. As the 3 heroes retreated, Rocklock expressed frustration over their situation, noting that Yuemi had healed them only for this to happen. Just as Izumi's Holy Light quirk began to falter, a flash of movement caught her attention as Ingenium swooped in to pick her up, though a tendril broke her fan and left her shoulder cut. Ingenium called out to 𝗍𝗔, who charged at Shigaraki in an attempt to free the trapped heroes. However, just as she was about to strike, 𝐼𝐻𝐻 intervened, throwing a punch at her. Izumi tried to heal 𝗍𝗔, but her vision blurred, and she collapsed, only to be caught by Deku. She felt exhausted and wondered if this was her limit with Holy Light. As she watched 𝐼𝐻𝐻 catch Shigaraki with the other villains on his back, the heroes began to regain their footing, though Izumi felt drained. 𝗟𝗶𝐻, looking more cheerful, spotted 𝗟𝗏 and Shoto from above and remarked on how they looked like ants. He expressed his delight at finding Shoto there. As he uncapped a bottle and poured it over himself, his black hair transformed to white, shocking both 𝗟𝗏 and Shoto. Izumi, hidden behind Deku, recognized 𝗟𝗶𝐻 as Toya, realizing the emotional turmoil Shoto must be experiencing. Izumi felt a sense of urgency to move, but Katsuki reassured her to stay down, insisting she had done enough. She watched as 𝗟𝗶𝐻 confronted 𝗟𝗏, revealing that no matter how much 𝗟𝗏 looked to the future, his past would never fade. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 attacked, and despite his own feelings, Shoto rushed to help his father. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 claimed he had proof of his identity as Toya and revealed dark secrets about the top heroes, including the fate of Best Jeanist. MDM Rose then appeared, casting a shadow over 𝗟𝗶𝐻 as she spoke about her own past and the sacrifices she made to become a hero. She recounted a tragic incident involving an assassination attempt and how she had survived a brutal attack. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 grunted in response as she continued to reveal her history. Katsuki's eyes widened in excitement as he noticed 𝗏𝐻𝐺 descending from the sky. He remarked on the absurdity of the situation, and 𝗏𝐻𝐺, now recovered from surgery, joined 𝗏𝐷𝐻 to confront the tied-up villains. 𝗟𝗶𝐻, realizing his plan had backfired, ignited flames in desperation, forcing 𝗏𝐷𝐻 and 𝗏𝐻𝐺 to leap down to join the heroes. 𝗏𝐷𝐻 landed next to Deku, who had grown as large as a horse while protecting Izumi, who remained paralyzed. She apologized for her delay, mentioning that she had some loose ends to tie up. As she glanced at 𝗟𝗏𝐻, she pointed to her eye, prompting both Todoroki brothers to touch their eyes and notice tears. 𝗏𝐷𝐻 expressed her surprise at how deeply she had affected them. 𝗟𝗶𝐻, growing increasingly angry, voiced his belief that people would lose faith in heroes, doubting everything they knew. 𝗏𝐷𝐻 countered by showing her phone, revealing news coverage of 𝗏𝐻𝐺 being alive and well, which brought tears to many who had thought their number one hero was dead after a previous attack. 𝗏𝐷𝐻 turned off her phone, smiling at 𝗟𝗶𝐻's frustration over his plan failing. She mentioned that there were several loose ends to address and questioned who he thought had been orchestrating the entire situation. The villains' eyes widened as they realized the Public Safety Commission had decided to enlist 𝗏𝐷𝐻's help in taking down the League of Villains, now known as the Paranormal Liberation Front, alongside Hawks. As 𝗏𝐷𝐻 and 𝗏𝐻𝐺 worked together to keep the villains at bay, they found themselves outnumbered 2-5, struggling to hold their ground while the others recovered. Just as 𝗏𝐷𝐻 and 𝗏𝐻𝐺 were backed against each other, surrounded by villains, 𝗏𝗏𝐽𝐽 broke free from his restraints, ready to strike 𝗏𝐻𝐺. However, 𝐒𝐿 emerged from beneath him, surprising everyone. Katsuki, still regaining his footing after fatigue from a secondary quirk, exclaimed in disbelief. 𝐒𝐿 smiled, explaining that he had been following the villains from their hideout. Shigaraki grew agitated at 𝐒𝐿's presence, while Spinner urged him to stand down, warning that they had no fight left. Shigaraki, however, ordered Spinner to grab Deku. Izumi struggled to move her fingers, feet, and head, desperately trying to regain her ability to fight. She thought to herself that she couldn't even use her overgrowth quirk in her current state. Deku secured her, preventing her from falling as he blinked from one spot to another. The others finally managed to stand, helping each other as 𝗟𝗏𝐻 and 𝗏𝗱 confronted 𝗟𝗶𝐻. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 grappled with the realization that 𝗟𝗶𝐻 was his firstborn, which kept him from fully engaging in the fight. 𝗏𝗱, determined to protect his father, fought to keep him alive until 𝗟𝗶𝐻 finally seized him. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 embraced 𝗏𝗱, forcing his hand back until he dropped his katana. He taunted 𝗏𝗱, claiming that if it weren't for the sword, he would have killed him on the spot. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 smiled as blue flames licked at 𝗏𝗱's skin, while 𝗟𝗏𝐻 watched, feeling for the first time that he was no different from the monster he fought. This realization triggered a breaking point for him. As 𝗏𝗱 felt the flames burn, he glanced at his father, his friends, and finally at Deku. In that moment, something snapped within him as he saw Deku get injured by Spinner, who had moved a sword into Deku's back where a paralyzed Izumi lay. 𝗏𝗱, feeling the intense pain from the flames, grabbed 𝗟𝗶𝐻 and declared that they were no longer brothers, contrasting their paths. He asserted that he was willing to move on from the past and become better. As his right arm burned and blistered, he unleashed a powerful attack, summoning a lung dragon that struck 𝗟𝗶𝐻, knocking the brothers apart. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 finally snapped, catching 𝗏𝗱 as he held his blistering arm, while the lung dragon slithered across his right arm before fading into a tattoo. Katsuki attacked Spinner, sending him flying away from Deku and Izumi. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝐻𝐺 and 𝗏𝐷𝐻 had managed to restrain each villain. Mr. 𝗏𝗏𝐻, realizing the battle was lost, used his quirk to capture each member of the League. He turned 𝗟𝗶𝐻 into a capsule and tossed it to Spinner, urging him to escape while they still could. As he fought 𝗒𝐿 to buy time, Shigaraki commanded Spinner to regroup, and they prepared to flee with the Nomu. Katsuki pursued them but was blasted back by Shigaraki, who ominously declared that this was not over and that they would help him destroy the illusion of a perfect society, whether they wanted to or not. Izumi clutched her injured shoulder as MDM rose and Nenji assessed her condition. Izumi attempted to stand but was stopped by MDM, who informed her that she was the only one in need of serious treatment. As Shigaraki escaped, Izumi closed her eyes, and Katsuki was laid down next to her, unconscious, along with Shoto, their eyes returning to normal as they slipped into unconsciousness. Suddenly, something shot out of Izumi, soaring into the sky. MDM, puzzled, called out to Izumi, trying to awaken her for answers. As students from UA gathered around Midnight's body, a bright light blinded them until it faded. They were astonished to see Izumi before them, transformed into a vision of an angel with wings made of crystal that absorbed light. Kirishima, tears streaming down his face, called out to her, and the other students joined in their disbelief. Izumi appeared in a pure white dress that flowed to the ground, barefoot and floating, adorned with chrysanthemums that surrounded her as she hovered gracefully. Various versions of Izumi appeared, scattering among the heroes and citizens alike. The wounded and deceased surrounded her as she knelt in prayer, her wings spreading out majestically. Nemuri, who had fought bravely, took a deep breath, and several others who had fallen against 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 began to breathe again. A mother who had cradled her lost child during the chaos felt her child stirring. The child called out to her, and the boy in Ajui's arms, whose broken legs had healed, started to move them. The true miracle was Rumi Usajiyama, who, in an instant, had her missing arm and leg covered in vines and feathers, revealing new limbs to the astonished medical staff. Just as they appeared, they vanished, leaving everyone puzzled. The heroes who had fought Shigaraki directly arrived, bringing with them an unconscious Izumi, Shoto, and Katsuki, all in need of medical attention. Charlotte Lovely, known as MDM Rose, was born on January 5th and was 25 years old when she first appeared. Now her quirk, Rose, allowed her to create roses from anywhere, be it the ground, her body, or mid-air. Her fighting style focused on defense and support, along with mid-range attacks. Charlotte was orphaned at Biarritz and lived in Italy before receiving a scholarship to UA in Japan. After graduating, she returned to her BRTH parents' home country of France, where she built her own agency at the age of 18 and became the #1 hero by at 21. She was invited to join the elite heroes and later married another elite, 𝐼𝐻𝐬. A year later, a tragic massacre occurred, leaving her as the sole survivor. Her moves included Petal Shot, a mid-range defense that forced villains back, Petal Bomb, an explosion of petals and thorns that either attacked or moved her, Rainbow Rose, a colorful rose that shot off like a rocket and split into 5 different colored roses, and Rose Rapier, which acted more like a conductor than a weapon, allowing her to create a flow of petals and thorns for close encounters. Charlotte was fluent in 5 languages: Italian, French, Greek, Japanese, and English. While in America, she adopted a girl named Elizabeth after children called her a villain due to her quirk resembling that of a vampire bat. During her school years, she often challenged the faculty at UA and was known for pushing boundaries. There were rumors about a move called rapid growth, based on the concept of plants' rebirth every spring, which was said to be how she survived. As the story progressed, Charlotte's journey continued to unfold, and she sought to engage with her viewers, asking for their thoughts on the other 5 orphans who might be reincarnated. She expressed her longing for feedback on her storytelling and welcomed ideas from her audience. As the narrative moved forward, Charlotte faced challenges and triumphs, navigating her relationships and the evolving dynamics within Class 1A, now transitioning to their 2nd year. The story hinted at slow-burning romances and the development of deeper connections among the characters, setting the stage for future adventures and emotional growth. MDM Rose's side story is in the works, inspired by the love and support received for this book. It has been 1 year since the journey began, and the author feels proud of the progress made. After the current arc, the story of nature hero, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 will conclude, leading into the next chapter of the characters' lives. However, there is a bittersweet note: updates for 𝐒𝐮𝐬 will be paused for a significant time. This decision is not a sign of neglect but rather a chance to allow the storyline to develop fully before continuing. The author expresses gratitude to all who have read Nature Hero, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, acknowledging that the support has been crucial in reaching this point. With the conclusion of the first book, a break is planned for a year. Another series, 𝐼𝐻 Frost Flame, is already underway, ensuring that this is not the end. The author hopes to return in 2022 or perhaps in the summer of 2021, depending on inspiration. The fans, readers, and followers are deeply appreciated, as their encouragement has been vital in completing this journey. The author looks forward to sharing the second installment soon. As of February 1, 2022, Book 2, 𝐻 Frost Flame, is now available. Thank you for everything and stay safe.